On the rooftop of a 30-floor skyscraper, a man dined alone. Everything around him spoke of luxury, and he himself wore an all-black, luxurious suit with a tie. He was eating a delicious meal freshly made with fine details by himself. Only the sound of chewing could be heard other than the sound of wind blowing and ruffling his hairs. As the meal neared its end, the sound of the knife against the plate grew more frequent. Just as the man finished his meal, his phone rang. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, composed as ever, before answering. "Speak. Boss, the police have managed to find your location, and currently they are on their way to arrest you. You need to run no dash. Bam bam bam." Before the man on the other end could continue, gunshots erupted. Then everything went silent. Sigh. The man, Alessio Drossi, held his phone in silence for a long moment before snapping it in two pieces and tossing it off the building. Alessio was a mafia boss, currently being hunted by governments across the world for the countless crimes he had committed and the lives he had taken. He was born in a third-world country, where an empty stomach left him no choice but to join the local gangs. Hunger. Those who have never felt it will never understand its horror. For Alessio, it became the only thing driving him forward. When he stood on the verge of starvation with no home, no family, and nothing to his name, he killed a man for a piece of bread. Seeing a child no more than 9 years old repeatedly stab a man just for a piece of bread impressed those gang members standing in that shadowy alley. One of them saw something in him and brought him before their leader. That was the beginning of Alessio's life of crime. A starving child with nothing to his name. He kept growing more powerful within the gang and eventually took it over. At every step of his journey, he killed anyone who stood in his way, leaving no resistance behind. Eventually, he became the boss of the world's largest mafia, built on thousands of dead bodies and millions of victims. His childhood experiences shaped him into the man he was today. Even though his edge had dulled after reaching the top, it did not change the fact that he was the most wanted man in the world. Alessio waited on the top floor, leaning against the rooftop balcony of the skyscraper as the sounds of police sirens and helicopters echoed through the city, aware of the fate that awaited him. The wait did not last long, as numerous armed policemen began pouring onto the terrace. One officer among them stepped forward, clearly filled with emotion at what might be the biggest arrest in more than a decade. But before he could say anything, "Tell me, Officer Brian, are you excited about the promotion, the medals, the honor, and the fame you'll soon be rewarded with?" Alessio asked with a smile, looking at the officer who had been on his tail for 10 years, if he remembered correctly. Officer Brian stayed silent for a long moment before finally asking the questions that had been burning in his mind since he took on the task of capturing him. "Can you tell me why you did it? And what exactly are you referring to, officer?" "There are many things I've done in this life of mine." Alessio chuckled, finding the question amusing. "You had enough money long before you went after every other criminal organization you could find, leaving bodies in your wake. You could have lived like a king in some small country with nothing to worry about. But instead, you chose to spread your mafia into every corner of the world. You kept making enemies for no reason, and turned yourself into the most wanted criminal in every country you entered. Why?" Officer Brian could not understand why a man who had everything in his own country, where even the government could do nothing against him, would choose to walk closer and closer to his own death. Alessio laughed for a while, then composed himself and looked at the officer in front of him seriously. "Tell me, officer, have you ever seen a starving child pushed to the point where he would do anything for food? I understand where you are calm dash. Have you?" Alessio cut him off before he could start preaching about morals. "No," the officer replied after a moment of silence. "I was that child for the first 9 years of my life. And do you know the most important thing that I learned during that time?" Without waiting for Officer Brian's answer, Alessio continued. "There is no such thing as enough. Hunger drives you to take everything you can, never knowing when it might be the last you'll have. And so I did. I took everything I could get my hands on, kept it for myself, and kept going until I had what you might call enough." Officer Brian remained silent, continuing to listen, knowing this man would not escape tonight. And there was one more thing I realized after that. Human greed knows no bounds. And I happen to be one of those humans myself. Alessio chuckled as he finished speaking to the officer. He decided to be generous enough to answer the man who had spent so long trying to catch him. Brian was appalled that a man who had committed such heinous crimes could still call himself human. You dare call yourself human? After everything you've done? What about the lives you shattered? The wives you left without husbands? The children robbed of their fathers? The mothers forced to bury their sons because of your greed? Sigh. People and their moral preaching never stop. Alessio let out a silent sigh in his mind, his gaze fixed on the agitated man in front of him as he continued speaking. They don't care when children starve to death. They show no compassion to beggars. They never help anyone, always minding their own business. Yet the moment the so-called privileged are hurt, their morality awakens. He clearly understood why he alone was being hunted by governments across the world, when there were many other powerful mafia bosses and criminal organizations out there. Them? He tilted his head lazily, his eyes gleaming cold. A smirk spread across his lips as he leaned in. You think I give a damn? As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped off the terrace railing. All the policemen, including Brian, rushed to stop him, but he was already falling from the towering building. By the time Officer Brian reached the railing, Alessio was already falling, arms spread with a wide smile on his face and eyes closed as if embracing the fall. He looked as if he were relishing every last moment he had to breathe before succumbing to his ultimate end. And that was how the life of Alessio Drossi, the most wanted mafia boss in the world, came to an end. Or did it? Damien Valker was having a hard time sleeping. Tomorrow, the results of the entrance examinations for the Awakened Academies would be announced, results that would decide his future. These examinations were humanity's new rite of passage. In the old world, there had been college entrance exams. Now, they determined whether one could join an Awakened Academy. Dozens existed across the globe, but only one stood at the pinnacle. Stormhold Academy, the first and greatest of them all, built by one of the most powerful Awakened in history. Its purpose was to forge a generation capable of holding back the storms of monstrosities pouring from the portals and protecting humanity. When the portals first opened, humanity had been slaughtered to the brink of extinction. To survive, the Earth Federation, the fragile government formed from the remnants of old nations, declared 15 to be the new age of adulthood. Although humanity eventually took complete control of the Earth after stabilizing themselves, the portals never closed. Every once in a while, new ones would tear open anywhere across the globe, bringing death and destruction if not prepared for in advance. Once they reached adulthood, every child, without exception, would undergo entrance examinations. If their talent was sufficient, they would join an academy and become a weapon for humanity's survival. And now it was Damien's turn. He shifted restlessly on his bed, exhaling a long sigh. No use worrying. I have done enough to get into Stormhold. The rest is up to fate. He closed his eyes, and then the pain struck. It began as a sharp throb, then spread like fire tearing through his skull. His vision swam and his breath hitched. He clutched his head as agony overwhelmed him. Ah! The scream ripped from his throat, echoing through the quiet house. Moments later, his door burst open. Damie, his mother, Leandra Valker, rushed to his side, cradling his trembling body in her arms. Tears streamed down her face as she rocked him desperately. What's happening to him, Alaric? Her husband, Alaric Valker, stepped forward with steady composure, though his clenched fists betrayed his fear. He placed a glowing hand on Damien's forehead, scanning his body with practiced precision. His body's fine. There are no injuries or any internal disruption. Perhaps he is just having a nightmare. Nightmare? Leandra's voice cracked with fury. Does this look like a nightmare to you? Look at him. He's in agony. Alaric faltered. He had no answer. Then, Arg! Damien stirred, clutching his head, still numb with pain. His eyes fluttered open and confusion washed across his face. "Baby, what happened?" Lyandra's voice trembled as she cupped his cheeks. "Tell mommy who hurt you. I swear. I'll make them pay tenfold." But Damien only stared at her, then at Alaric with his lips parted. "Oh, who are they? Where am I?" Suddenly, memories after memories came in his mind. A rooftop, a fall, the rush of air before the end. His final moment as Alessio, the ruthless mafia boss who had ruled through blood and fear. But then, another wave of memories, softer and warmer. A woman's voice calling him Damie, a man's hand ruffling his hair, a little girl clinging to his arm, refusing to sleep without him nearby. No, that's not Alessio's life. That's mine. That's Damien's. The two streams of memories collided violently inside his skull. 40 years of bloodshed and hunger and power, smashing against 15 years of warmth and family and normalcy. He couldn't tell which feelings belonged to whom. The cold indifference when looking at the crying woman. Was that Alessio? Or had Damien always been detached? The faint ache in his chest at seeing her tears. Was that Damien? Or had Alessio always cared more than he admitted? Who am I right now? His hands trembled. His breathing was ragged. The room felt too small and too large at the same time. Then, like a river finding its course, the memories stopped fighting and began settling. Not merging or replacing each other, just coexisting. He looked again at the woman holding him, her black hair streaked with tears, and at the man whose calm mask could not hide the tremor in his fists. Recognition bloomed, not from one life, but from both. Damien's love for them, layered over Alessio's desperate understanding of what it meant to have people who cared whether you lived or died. "I am Damien Valker," he whispered. His parents froze. The words weren't strange in themselves, but the tone was. It was the voice of a stranger inhabiting their son's mouth. Lyandra's eyes widened and Alaric's frown deepened. And then Damien spoke again. "Mother, father, I seem to have awakened my previous life's memories." The room fell silent. Alaric broke it first, his voice low, uncertain. "You're joking." "No. Look at his eyes and his face." Lyandra murmured, her voice trembling. "This isn't a joke." Damien shook his head slowly. "I'm sorry. I know this sounds insane. My mind is filled with this sudden rush of memories. Please give me until morning. I just need some time to process this." For a long moment, Alaric looked as though he might protest. But Lyandra placed a hand on his arm and drew Damien into a fierce embrace. "You can have all the time you need," she whispered against his hair. "Just remember you're my son. Always." Without waiting for an answer, she guided her husband out of the room. The door shut softly behind them. The hallway was dark and quiet. Lyandra stood with her back against the wall, arms wrapped around herself, staring at the closed door. Alaric watched her in silence for a long time. "Lyandra!" She didn't respond. Her black eyes were fixed on the door as if she could see through it, as if she could still see the boy sitting on the other side. The boy who looked like her son but spoke like someone else entirely. "Lyandra, look at me." Her black eyes met his silver ones. They were wet, furious, and terrified all at once. "That is our son." She turned slowly. Her face was a mess of tears and barely restrained fear. "That's not... He doesn't sound like our Damie, Alaric." His voice, his eyes, the way he looked at us. Like he was trying to remember who we were. Her voice cracked. "You heard him. Past life and memories. What if something took him? What if he's been replaced? What if our Damie is gone, and that thing in there is wearing his... He's not gone." Alaric's voice was quiet but carried the weight of absolute certainty. He pulled her closer, one hand on her shoulder, the other still holding hers. "When I placed my hand on his forehead, I didn't just scan his body." Lyandra's eyes widened. "Alaric, you promised. You promised you'd never use those skills on..." "I know what I promised." His jaw tightened, guilt flickering across his face before being buried under necessity. "I examined everything, every cell of his body." He paused, choosing his next words with the care of a man confessing a sin he'd commit again without hesitation. I sensed his soul directly. Lyandra's breath caught. There's nothing foreign inside him. No possession. No soul fragments that don't belong and no replacement. His silver eyes held hers, unblinking. It's just Damien. His soul is different now. Is more powerful and more complete. Like something that had always been there was finally being allowed to emerge fully. What does that even mean? I don't know, Alaric admitted, and the honesty in those 3 words was more frightening than any lie would have been. But I know what a possessed body feels like. I know what a replaced soul looks like. He squeezed her hand. That boy in there is our son. Changed, yes. Different, yes. But ours. Lyandra stared at the closed door for a long time. I want to go back in. I want to hold him and check for myself. I want to hear him call me Mom again. Not Mother. Just Mom. The way he always does when he's scared and pretending not to be. But she didn't open the door. Because whatever Damien was going through in there, he'd asked for time. And if there was one thing she could give her son right now, her son, she would keep calling him that until the universe proved otherwise. It was time. We act normal. Lyandra's voice hardened. We don't interrogate him. We don't push. We watch and we wait. And we let him come to us when he's ready. Alaric nodded. He'd already reached the same conclusion. And if something is wrong? If it turns out? Then we'll handle it. Lyandra's eyes burned with quiet ferocity. Together, the way we handle everything. She wiped her face once, a single sharp motion, erasing every trace of tears, and walked toward their bedroom. Alaric lingered a moment longer, his gaze fixed on his son's door. It's like something that had always been there was finally being allowed to emerge fully. He didn't understand what his own scan had shown him, but it unsettled him in ways that had nothing to do with fear. Felt less like something had invaded his son, and more like his son had finally woken up. Silence returned to the room. Damien stood before the mirror, staring at his reflection. A boy of 15 with sharp features, crimson eyes and crimson hair. Neither handsome nor plain, but with an edge that set him apart. He stared for a long time. Then he raised a hand and touched his jaw. Now that I have these memories in my mind, I have to say, I'm really handsome in this life. Far more handsome than Alessio. His eyes hardened. But this world seems completely different from the world of my past life, and yet it feels so familiar. A memory surfaced in his mind. An old tattered book with the smell of rot and ink. The only novel he had ever come across as a starving child. Read aloud by a beggar in exchange for food. He couldn't recall much of the story, only fragments. But this world, its academies, its awakened, its monsters, it all resonated like déjà vu. From what I remember, that old man only emphasized the world and its dangers alongside some interesting things. I don't know anything about the main characters of the novel, but I know for sure the current me is not one of them. It is safe to assume I'm just some random guy in the novel. He muttered. He tried recalling the details, but it was so long ago that he didn't even remember the names of the main characters. Forget it. All I need to know is that this world is dangerous. And danger is something I know all too well. He raised his hand. His voice carried the weight of command. Status. A translucent screen flickered into existence. Name, Damien Valker. Age 15. Rank, F. Talent, BS. Core attributes, Strength, 9. Speed, 8. Stamina, 9. Vitality, 10. Aura, 0. Will, 3 120. Skills, Shooting, C+. Hand combat, B. Weapon arts. Damien's breath deepened. Then it became steadied after some time as his lips curved into a wolfish grin. So it was true. This world wasn't ruled by politicians or kings. It was ruled by strength. By those willing to take what others could not. Power isn't granted, he murmured. It's taken. And I've had a lifetime of practice. His chuckle began low, building. swelling into unrestrained laughter that filled the room. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. It was the laughter of a man reborn. The laughter of a predator who had just discovered the perfect hunting ground. After Damien calmed down, he looked at his status screen again, taking note of how his talent had increased from B to S and his will stat had jumped from 3 to 120. The will increase made sense. A lifetime of surviving the criminal underworld, of making decisions that ended lives, of building an empire from nothing. All of that hardened the mind in ways that no amount of training could replicate. But talent? He stared at the S rank, trying to understand what had changed. His previous talent of B rank confirmed his hunch. He wasn't one of the main characters of the novel. Main characters in stories like these always had absurd starting advantages. But why had it jumped? What even determined talent in the first place? Before he could delve further, a wave of fatigue crashed over him, sudden and heavy, like his body had been holding itself together through sheer adrenaline and was now finally giving out. Today has been a long day. Getting used to these memories will take time. He reached for his pillow, then paused. The bed felt wrong. It was too soft and too exposed. Without thinking, he pulled the pillow off the mattress, laid down on the hard surface of the floor, shut his eyes, and fell asleep within seconds. What Damien didn't realize was that this was how Alessio used to sleep, back against a wall, body on hard ground and never fully vulnerable. The memories hadn't just given him knowledge. They were rewriting his instincts. The next morning, Damien woke with a clarity he hadn't felt before, sharp and immediate with no grogginess. He took a quick shower and opened his closet to find something decent to wear. But he realized that nothing suited his taste. The clothes he'd found perfectly fine yesterday now seemed juvenile. Loose fits, bright colors and graphic prints. The wardrobe of a 15-year-old boy who'd never had to look anyone in the eye and command respect. He pushed through hanger after hanger with growing irritation until his hands stopped on something buried at the back. A sleek black suit with matching shoes, probably bought for some formal occasion and never worn. After dressing and styling his hair, instinctively slicking it back the way Alessio had for decades, he gave himself one last look in the mirror. The reflection startled him for a moment. Not because it looked wrong, but because it looked right. The suit, the posture, the way his crimson eyes carried weight above a sharp jawline. It was Alessio's presence poured into Damien's younger, sharper features. He adjusted his collar once and left his room. As he walked downstairs toward the dining table in the Valkyr estate, Damien couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he was in this life. From the moment he could remember, his parents had showered him with immense love. Love, such a simple word. Alessio had never understood it. Not truly. He'd understood loyalty, fear, dependency, and usefulness. But the unconditional warmth that Leandra and Alaric had given their son from the first day they brought him home, that was something Alessio's world didn't have a word for. And now Damien carried both perspectives. The boy who'd always taken that love for granted, and the man who understood exactly how rare and precious it was. It made his chest tight in ways he couldn't fully articulate. He had always known he was adopted. His crimson eyes and red hair stood out too much from his parents' features for it to be otherwise. But he never cared. The love they gave him was real and equal to the love they gave their daughter, his younger sister. Yes, in this life he had a sister as well. It almost felt as though fate, or perhaps something beyond fate, was compensating him for the misery of his previous existence. According to his parents, Damien was their lucky charm. For years, Alaric and Leandra had tried and failed to conceive a child. The moment they adopted Damien, Leandra became pregnant with Luna. To their shock, soon after, both Alaric and Leandra advanced to rank A1 after the other. Now that I think about it, I really am their lucky charm, Damien chuckled as he stepped into the dining room. But the moment he entered, he paused. All three members of his family were already seated, their faces tense. When they noticed him approaching, their expressions shifted to open shock. What? Damien raised an eyebrow at their stares as he sat at his usual place. It was as if a spell broke. Their eyes lit up as they looked him over from head to toe. Damie, You look so handsome, Lyandra exclaimed, her face beaming with pride. But Damien caught it, the fraction of a second before her smile, where her eyes had searched his face for something. For her son behind the stranger's composure. She found him, and the relief that flooded her expression was so brief that only someone watching for it would have noticed. This hairstyle suits you, kiddo, Alaric added with a thumbs up and a rare grin. His tone was casual, deliberately so, the kind of careful normalcy that two parents had agreed upon in a dark hallway the night before. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. Damien smiled lightly, relieved they hadn't brought up his talk of past life memories from last night. His gaze shifted to his sister. Luna Valkyr was the picture of grace. She had inherited her mother's flowing black hair and her father's striking silver eyes. Sweet and affectionate by nature, she had always been adored by everyone who met her. But right now, she simply stared at him with wide eyes, a faint blush on her cheeks. When Damien's gaze met hers, she flinched and quickly looked away. Be our brother. You look good, Luna mumbled shyly before pretending to focus on her food. Thank you, Luna. Damien chuckled at her reaction. She had grown shyer around him as they got older, though he still remembered the days when she clung to him constantly, even refusing to sleep without him nearby. Alessio never had anyone cling to him out of love, only out of fear. The thought surfaced unbidden, and the contrast between those two realities, a girl who held his arm because she wanted to, versus subordinates who stood close because they had to, made the memory of Luna's childhood warmth hit differently now. Deeper, more precious, and more terrifying to lose. They ate breakfast together, but the conversation quickly turned to the topic they had all been waiting for. Brother, have you received any notification yet? Luna asked, her earlier shyness fading into curiosity. Relax, Alaric replied before Damien could answer. It's still 10 minutes before the Federation releases the results. His calm tone radiated quiet confidence. Yes, don't worry, darling. Your brother will definitely get into a good academy. Lyandra chimed in, smiling brightly. I'm not worried, Mother. I was just asking. Luna pouted, but her faith in Damien was absolute. Damien merely smiled at their chatter. The warmth of the scene wrapped around him like a blanket. Yet beneath his calm expression, darker thoughts stirred. 40 years of memories crammed into the mind of a 15-year-old. Although I feel a little detached from reality, one thing is certain. His eyes grew cold for a moment, a ruthless gleam flashing within them. Anyone who dares threaten this family will die a horrible death. The air in the dining room chilled. His parents felt it, their instincts tightening. But just as quickly as it came, the atmosphere softened as Damien closed his eyes. Alaric and Lyandra exchanged a glance. It was quick, wordless, and carried the weight of everything they discussed last night. He's still adjusting, Alaric's eyes said. I know. I'm watching, Lyandra's answered. Neither spoke. Even Luna seemed aware of the subtle changes in her brother since last night, her silver eyes lingering on him a moment longer than usual before returning to her plate. 10 minutes passed. Damien's communicator beeped. Beep, beep. He calmly opened the notification. Congratulations, Mr. Damien Valkyr. You ranked 987 in the entrance examinations and are qualified to join any academy you desire. Damien raised an eyebrow. Not bad, considering my talent was only at B rank during the exams. Stormhold Academy only accepted the top 2,000 examinees, and Damien had secured his spot. In fact, considering how much weight talent carried in the scoring, nearly 40%, his result was impressive. Most top scorers had started with a rank or higher talent. Ranking 987 with B rank talent meant his theory and practical scores had carried him far beyond what his raw potential suggested. As Damien considered this, more notifications flooded in. Beep, 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 beep. His communicator vibrated non-stop with invitations from prestigious academies across the Federation. How is it? Lyandra asked, her voice brimming with excitement despite her attempt to appear calm. Damien smiled faintly and handed the device to her. His parents leaned in eagerly, and their eyes lit up as they read the screen. I knew it! Luna shot up from her chair, a bright smile spreading across her face. Lyandra clapped her hands together in delight. Even Alaric's reserved face cracked into a proud grin. Luna's cheeks flushed slightly as she realized everyone was looking at her outburst. She cleared her throat, mumbled something about finishing homework, and slipped out of the dining room with quiet steps that were just a little too fast to be casual. Damien chuckled, shaking his head. He moved his eyes back to his communicator, which was still buzzing with invitations from academies across the Federation. Then his gaze fell on a message from Stormhold Academy with the title Special Invitation. Mr. Damien Valker is hereby invited to further his studies at Stormhold Academy. Your excellent performance in the theory examinations has been noted by the Academy, distinguishing you from the rest of the eligible students. If you choose to join, please accept the invitation. Further information will be provided upon confirmation. Congratulations. Damien's crimson eyes gleamed as he read the words. As Damien finished reading the message, he couldn't help but be surprised. Not everyone who ranked in the top 2,000 received a direct invitation from Stormhold Academy. Most had to apply and wait for acceptance. The top 2,000 had a near-guaranteed chance of getting in, but the process still required them to go through the formalities. Many chose other academies entirely. After all, Stormhold may have been the strongest, but after decades, other prestigious institutions had closed the gap considerably, especially the ones backed by powerful families with deep resources and exclusive weapon arts. So why had Stormhold sent him a special invitation? He shrugged. Whatever the reason, it didn't change his decision. Damie! Lyandra's voice pulled him from his thoughts. She had been reading the other invitations over his shoulder, and her expression had shifted from pride to something heavier. You've received invitations from other prestigious academies as well. Some of them are nearly as strong as Stormhold now. And most importantly, they're not filled with as much danger. There it was. The worry she'd been holding back since the results came in. Alaric spoke next, his tone measured and calm, not emotional like Lyandra's, but explanatory. The voice of a man who wanted his son to make an informed choice rather than a reckless one. We're proud of you, kiddo. Ranking this high is an incredible achievement. But you need to understand what choosing Stormhold actually means. He folded his hands on the table. While Stormhold is the strongest and most of the powerful rankers in the Federation were once their alumni, it's also the only academy where students have a real chance of dying. Other academies believe in letting students develop safely first. Stormhold's ideology hasn't changed since the world was at its most dangerous. His voice became quieter. They don't deliberately put children in harm's way, but every year students who enroll there die. From monsters inside the portals, from training accidents, and sometimes through other people's hands. The last words hung in the air. Damien maintained his calm as he looked at the solemn faces of his parents. Then, without rushing and without tension, he leaned back in his chair. One leg crossed over the other, his head tilted slightly, resting against his right hand on the armrest. The posture of a man who'd sat at the head of a table and commanded rooms full of killers. His parents noticed. They couldn't not notice. Their 15-year-old son was sitting like someone who'd held power for decades. He smiled. Mom, Dad, I know Stormhold won't be completely safe, but is there any place in our world that is? Neither answered. Ever since the portals opened, war has been raging across our world. We repelled the initial invasion, yes, but the portals never closed. Our fight never truly ended. His voice carried no arrogance, just the quiet certainty of someone stating facts he'd already accepted. I don't know everything about our world's current situation, but I can guess enough. It's a delicate balance that could break at any moment. Even the strongest beings aren't truly safe when the whole world can be compromised in a single second. Lyandra and Alaric listened with complex emotions. Every word confirmed what they already sensed. Their son was speaking with a depth of understanding that no 15-year-old should possess. This wasn't Damien parroting something he'd read in a textbook. This was a man who had lived in a world where safety was always an illusion, speaking from experience. After a pause, Damien's expression hardened. I understand clearly what going to Stormhold will mean. I understand the dangers of monsters. His crimson eyes met theirs. As for the dangers from fellow humans, let's just say, I'm not the same Damien as yesterday. A cold look settled into his eyes. It was brief but unmistakable. His parents exchanged a glance. The same wordless conversation they'd been having since last night. Concern and acceptance fighting for dominance. Their son had changed. He had lost some of his innocence and gained something harder in its place. But beneath all of it, the love in his eyes when he looked at them hadn't diminished. If anything, it burned brighter than before. All right, Damie. Lyandra spoke first, her voice steady despite the ache behind it. You can make the decision on your own. We'll support whichever academy you choose. It wasn't easy for her to say. Every instinct screamed to keep him somewhere safe, somewhere she could reach him if something went wrong. But the boy sitting in front of her wasn't someone she could shelter anymore. And deep down, she knew Stormhold was exactly where he needed to be. Is there anything you need from us, kiddo? Alaric wasn't one for long speeches. His face said everything his words didn't. Pride, trust, and the quiet acceptance that his son was stepping into a world that would test him in ways no parent could prepare for. Damien pondered for a moment. I feel exposed with nothing to defend myself. In his past life, Alessio had never been unarmed. Not once in 40 years. The absence of a weapon at his side felt like a missing limb, a vulnerability that his instincts screamed at him to correct. Dad, can you get me a gun? And the license to carry it? The request came out without hesitation. A gun. Alaric blinked. Guns are considered predictable weapons among Awakeners. The bullets are too slow for high-ranked opponents to worry about, and their power is limited unless the wielder has strong aura control. He wasn't dismissing the choice, just genuinely confused by it. Swords, spears, axes, those were the weapons Awakeners gravitated toward. Guns were seen as a commoner's fallback. Just give it to him and stop doubting our son. Lyandra's pout was immediate, her glare sharp enough to make her husband flinch. There are plenty of powerful shooters among Awakeners who can control the trajectories of their bullets. And I'm sure Damien will be able to control his aura perfectly fine. Sigh. But those are people who've trained for years and have exceptional willpower too. Alaric caught his wife's expression. All right, I'll get them by the end of today. He smiled sheepishly, one hand touching his forehead in surrender. Damien chuckled watching them. The dynamic between his parents, Lyandra's fierce protectiveness, Alaric's calm rationality, and the way she could shut down his logic with a single look. It was the kind of partnership Alessio had never witnessed in his previous world. 40 years as a Mafia boss, and I never once saw two people argue like this over something so mundane. Because they love each other and because they love me. The thought settled warm and heavy in his chest. He opened his mouth before the feeling could make him linger too long. I'll train in the training room for today. Now that I'm about to enter an academy, I can finally start my breathing exercises and aura generation training. Ah yes, go ahead, but make sure to eat something and rest on time. Lyandra's worry instantly transformed into excitement. Her son was finally going to start advancing in rank. And remember to accept the invitation from the academy before you start training. If you don't understand anything, come ask us. I'll call you when I have the license and gun ready. Alaric stood and left the house without ceremony. Lyandra disappeared to handle her own affairs, her steps lighter than they'd been all morning. Damien sat alone at the dining table for a moment. The house was quiet again. He picked up his communicator, opened the message from Stormhold Academy, and accepted their invitation without hesitation. His expression was calm and focused. I hope I won't be disappointed. After accepting Stormhold Academy's invitation, Damien went straight to the training room and closed the door behind him. The room was built for serious work. Heavy equipment lined the walls, reinforced machines, resistance systems calibrated for Awakeners far stronger than him, and a weapons rack that held training variants of every common combat tool. His parents were both high-ranking Awakeners, A training room designed for their use was more than sufficient for his current needs. In the center of the room sat a meditation mat. It was clean, simple, and positioned away from the equipment. A space meant for stillness in a room built for training. Damien walked towards it and sat down without wasting time. For the first time since regaining his past life's memories, he had silence. Just him, his thoughts, and the weight of two lives pressing against the inside of his skull. Is my world really just a novel? The thought had been circling since last night, and now, without distractions, it sank its teeth in. No, I don't know what's happening to me or how I even gained these memories in the first place. But there is no way my entire life, my family, this world, everything I've experienced, was just a damn story written for someone's entertainment. His jaw tightened. And even if it was, what changes? My parents are real. Luna is real. The love I feel for them is real. That's not something a novel can fabricate. He exhaled slowly, forcing the spiral to stop. One day I'll get my answers, but worrying about it now gains me nothing. He shelved the existential crisis the same way Alessio used to shelve emotions, not resolved, just stored somewhere it couldn't interfere with what needed to be done. Now then, the Federation only allows students to begin breathing exercises and aura training after accepting an academy invitation. They even made it law. He didn't know the reasoning behind that restriction. Perhaps there were dangers to unsupervised awakening that justified it. Or perhaps it was simply about control, ensuring every awakener was tracked and accounted for from the moment they generated their first spark of aura. Either way, it didn't matter now. He had his invitation. The restriction no longer applied. But before the breathing exercises, I need to deal with this body first. Ever since gaining Alessio's memories, something had felt off. It was not pain or weakness, just a persistent disconnection between intention and execution. His mind would reach for a movement that belonged to a 6-foot adult and find itself operating a 15-year-old frame that didn't match. Alessio's muscle memory said one thing. Damien's body did another. The result was a subtle clumsiness that would be invisible to anyone watching but felt maddening from the inside, like wearing gloves 2 sizes too large. He needed to recalibrate. Map Alessio's instincts onto Damien's frame until the two stopped fighting and started cooperating. Right now, he was neither fully Damien nor fully Alessio. He was becoming something new. Damien changed into training clothes and started with a light jog on the treadmill. The rhythm came easily, legs finding a pace, breathing settling into pattern, heartbeat stabilizing. Simple enough. But when he shifted to the machines and equipment, the disconnection became obvious. A punch thrown with Alessio's timing but Damien's shorter reach, missing the target by centimeters. A dodge that Alessio's hips would have executed perfectly but Damien's narrower frame overcompensated, sending him stumbling. A grip on a pull-up bar that Alessio's calloused hands would have held for minutes but Damien's softer palms burned against after 30 seconds. He corrected, adjusted, failed and corrected again. Training went on for hours. By the time his clothes were soaked through with sweat and his muscles were trembling, the disconnection had faded from a scream to a whisper. Huff a huff. I finally feel somewhat familiar with this body. Time for the breathing exercises. He peeled off his soaked shirt, grabbed a towel and moved to the meditation mat. Breathing exercises were taught in every school across the Federation. The theory, the technique, and the warnings. Students memorized the process years before they were allowed to practice it. The exercises generated aura within the body, drawing ambient energy from the surrounding environment and concentrating it into a core, a reservoir where all aura could be stored and channeled. Damien closed his eyes, steadied his breathing, and began. Inhale, hold, direct, and exhale. The pattern was simple. What wasn't simple was what happened next. He could see inside his own body, not with his eyes, but with something deeper. His awareness sank inward, perceiving the flow of energy through his veins, the rhythm of his organs, the pathways that breath carved through his system. This must be because of my will being so high. I can perceive and manipulate my own aura with far more precision than a normal beginner should. He watched as his body began drawing in aura from the air around him. The particles were invisible to the naked eye but vivid to his inner perception. Sparks of bright, colorless light drifted through the training room like dust motes caught in sunlight. They flowed inward with his breath, entering his body, traveling along pathways that seemed to already exist, as if his body had been built with channels waiting to be filled. And as they entered him, they changed. The bright, neutral sparks darkened, shifted and became a deep crimson black that pulsed with each heartbeat. It was said that the color of a person's aura reflected their essence, who they truly were at their core, stripped of pretense and performance. Damien stared at the crimson black energy flowing through him and didn't know what it said about him. But he didn't dwell on it. The particles concentrated below his navel, gathering, compressing, swirling into a denser and denser point of energy until something clicked. A small dark crimson core crystallized inside him. Tiny, fragile, barely a seed, but unmistakably there. Aura began generating from within it, flowing outward through his body in steady pulses, each one stronger than the last. Phew, it's finally done. His eyes opened. A grin spread across his face. I've officially awakened. The aura coursed through him like electricity, warming his muscles, sharpening his senses, making the air itself taste different. Every nerve ending felt amplified. Every heartbeat resonated with new power. It was intoxicating. It wasn't like alcohol or adrenaline, those dulled as much as they enhanced. This was pure, clean and addictive in the way that breathing fresh air after years in a cage was addictive. He wanted more. The grin widened as he reveled in the sensation for a long time, letting the aura flow freely, getting used to the feeling of power living inside him. Then he composed himself. Status. Name, Damien Valker. Age 15. Rank, F. Talent, S. Core attributes, Strength, 912. Speed, 813. Stamina, 915. Vitality, 1020. Aura, F. Will, 120. Skills. Shooting, C+. Hand combat, B. Aura control, E. Weapon arts. His physical stats had jumped noticeably, not from the aura itself, but from hours of intensive physical training followed by the awakening flooding his body with energy that enhanced everything it touched. He was already far stronger than he had ever been as Alessio, where human limits were absolute and unbreakable. Here, those limits were just the starting line. His aura stat had changed from 0 to F, the baseline of a newly awakened individual. And a new entry had appeared. Aura control at E rank, even though my core is only F rank. He studied the discrepancy. It has to be because of will. High willpower means finer control over aura. The benefits aren't direct. Will doesn't make my aura stronger, but it lets me use what I have with far more precision than someone at the same rank. It was a small advantage, but small advantages compounded over time. Alessio had known that better than anyone. By the time Damien stepped out of the training room, the house was dark. No wonder I'm starving. I trained straight through lunch and into dinner. He rushed to the dining room where, as always, his family had gathered before him. Unlike the tense morning, the room was warm. The conversation he interrupted sounded light. Luna laughing at something, Lyandra's voice animated, even Alaric contributing more than his usual 2 sentences. Sorry for being late. I was training and lost track of time. Damien took his seat, and his family's attention shifted to him immediately. Start eating before the food gets any colder, Damie. Lyandra's concern overrode any curiosity about his training. She remembered he hadn't eaten lunch either. I told you this morning to eat on time. I know you're excited about the future, but you need to take care of your body. Skipping meals is not acceptable, especially when you're training. Damien apologized and promised to be more mindful. Apologized again when the first apology wasn't convincing enough. Promised a third time when she narrowed her eyes. Alaric watched the exchange with quiet amusement. Luna hid a smile behind her glass. The nagging continued through the first half of dinner before gradually softening into normal conversation. Luna asking about academy life. Alaric offering occasional dry commentary, Leandra oscillating between pride and maternal worry with impressive speed. Damien found himself relaxing into the rhythm of it. The tension from yesterday was still there, a faint undercurrent beneath every interaction, but his family was trying to act normal. And maybe, by acting normal long enough, normal would become real again. As the meal wound down and laughter filled the spaces between words, a thought surfaced quietly in Damien's mind. Sigh, I wonder why a person like me even got this second chance. He looked at his mother's smile, his father's steady presence, Luna's silver eyes catching candlelight. But I won't waste it. After dinner finished, Damien quietly stood up as his family continued their conversation and evening chores. He slipped back to the training room, pushed the door open, and was about to close it behind him when a hand stopped it mid-motion. Alaric stood there with a small smile. Let me in, kiddo. Damien stepped aside and watched as his father closed the door behind himself. Everything all right, Dad? The confusion was genuine. Alaric wasn't the type to interrupt someone's training unless it was important, and his smile suggested it wasn't urgent, which made the visit even stranger. What? Don't tell me you've already forgotten what you asked me to get you this morning. Alaric's expression turned mischievous. You mean? Yes, I've got your license and gun with me. Damien's eyes dropped to his father's hands, which were completely empty. But where is it? His brows knit together. The request from this morning hadn't slipped his mind. What confused him was watching his father walk in with nothing visible. Alaric chuckled. Kiddo, it seems you're still not fully back to normal. Your mother and I both use space rings. Remember? Damien's face flickered with realization, then frustration, not at Alaric, but at himself. Space rings, of course. Every awakener of sufficient rank used them. His own parents had them. He'd seen them access those rings hundreds of times growing up. But Alessio's memories didn't contain space rings. His past world had no such thing. And for a brief moment, his mind had defaulted to Alessio's expectations rather than Damien's lived experience. That was worrying. The two lives were supposed to coexist, not overwrite each other. But small details like this, things he should have remembered instinctively, kept slipping through the cracks of Alessio's dominant instincts. Yes, sorry about that, Dad. I'm still getting used to everything. He rubbed the back of his neck, then offered a small, rueful smile. To be honest, the magical side of our world feels almost new to me again. Like I'm experiencing it for the first time, while also remembering that I've lived here my whole life. Alaric's expression softened. It's all right, kiddo. Take your time. You're handling this better than I would have. There was something beneath his words, not pity, but quiet respect. He chuckled, then waved his hand. A dark wooden box materialized in his grip, shimmering into existence as it exited the space ring. Here, inside you'll find your gun, your license, and 2 types of bullets, standard rounds for practice and aura bullets that you can infuse with your own aura. There are also rubber bullets for non-lethal training. He held the box out. Try filling the aura bullets with your aura and getting used to the feeling. It'll take time to develop proper control, but it's worth starting early. Damien reached for the box, then froze. I know you've already formed your aura core. Alaric's voice was casual. His smile was not. Damien's eyes snapped up to meet his father's. He hadn't used aura at dinner. He hadn't shown any outward signs. Even Leandra, who was as sharp as her husband, and far more protective, hadn't noticed anything different. How did you find out? The question came out slower than Damien intended, carrying a note of unease he couldn't fully hide. Hee. Alaric winked. Let's keep that a secret. Just like you have your secrets. Like how you managed to form your core in a single day when most awakeners take weeks. Damien's mouth opened, then closed. Alaric patted his shoulder once, gave him the same mischievous grin, and walked out of the training room without elaborating further. The door clicked shut behind him. Damien stood in the silent room for a long moment, staring at the door his father had just walked through. He was the one who was supposed to be behaving differently. He was the one carrying 40 years of secrets and hidden depths. But somehow, in the span of a 2-minute conversation, His father had become the mysterious one. Since when did he start teasing me like that? The question was rhetorical. He muttered it to himself with something between annoyance and grudging admiration. Then his face grew serious. I was getting overconfident, assuming I was the most experienced person in every room and my parents were just my parents. That was Alessio's arrogance talking, and that kind of assumption that gets people killed. Alaric had detected his core formation without him noticing, which meant either his father had sensing abilities Damien didn't understand, or Alaric had been quietly monitoring him ever since the memory incident, watching his son with a depth of awareness that belonged to someone far more dangerous than a simple, high-ranking awakener. Probably both. This isn't my old Earth. The rules I relied on in my past life don't apply here. I need to stop assuming I understand the people around me, even the ones I love most. He stood in quiet contemplation for a while longer, letting the lesson sink in. Then he turned his attention to the box his father had left. He opened it slowly, and fell in love instantly. The gun inside was a work of art. Matte black, nestled in a black leather holster. Its surface inscribed with silver engravings that caught the light like veins of liquid metal. The material wasn't any steel or polymer he recognized. It was something denser, lighter than it should be, and humming faintly with what he assumed was residual aura conductivity. He lifted it from the box. The weight settled into his palm with satisfying heft. It wasn't too heavy or too light, perfectly balanced for his grip, but solid enough to feel like a real weapon. The barrel was rectangular rather than cylindrical, a design he'd never seen before but instinctively appreciated. Below the grip was a magazine slot, and beside the weapon in the box sat 3 magazines, neatly arranged. If Damien had to describe the gun in one word, it would be beautiful. A small license card sat inside the box with his name embossed on it. He slid it into a compartment built into the holster and then strapped the holster itself around his waist, testing the draw motion once. Alessio's muscle memory approved of it. He took 2 magazines and filled them with rubber bullets from the box, loaded the third, and raised the weapon without ceremony. Without aiming deliberately, without even fully focusing on the target across the room, he fired. Bang! 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 3 shots. Barely a second between them. He walked over to the target. 3 rubber bullets were embedded in it. 1 in the head, 1 in the heart, 1 in the... Damien's lips twitched. Still got it. The precision was intact. Alessio's decades of shooting experience had transferred directly into Damien's body. The skill on his status screen wasn't just a number. It was embedded deep enough to function without conscious thought. I can already shoot with near-perfect accuracy at this rank. I wonder what higher skill levels would let me do. He thought back to the morning, when Lyandra had scolded Alaric about shooters who could change bullet trajectories mid-flight. That wasn't just aiming. That was manipulation. Mind control over physical objects. Telekinesis or something close to it. And the mind is directly tied to willpower. The stronger the will, the more powerful the mental influence. My will stat is 120. That should be enough to try something. Without waiting another moment, he raised the gun again and pulled the trigger, focusing his mind on the bullet the instant it left the barrel. Bang! The bullet struck the wall beside the target. Nowhere near where he'd tried to redirect it. That was pathetic. He tried again, focused harder, and the bullet hit even further off target. His mind simply couldn't keep up with the speed of a bullet in motion. By the time his thoughts reached the projectile, it had already traveled past the point where redirection would matter. Sigh. Let's start with something easier. A still object. He holstered the gun, walked over, and set a rubber bullet on the ground in front of him. Then he sat cross-legged, focused his will on it, and tried to move it. Nothing happened. He tried again and again and again. 1 hour passed. 2. On what felt like the 100th attempt, the bullet twitched barely a millimeter and rolled half an inch to the left before stopping. Finally, it wasn't much, but it was proof of concept. His willpower could move objects through sheer mental focus. The scale and speed would come with practice. He threw himself into it. The rest of the night passed in a blur of concentration, moving the bullet an inch, then two, then across the mat. Experimenting with filling aura bullets and feeling the strange resistance as his crimson-black energy seeped into the specialized metal. Practicing his draw and practicing his aim with and without aura infusion. He didn't notice the sky outside turning from black to gray to pale gold. He didn't notice the exhaustion building behind his eyes. He didn't notice anything until... Knock knock. Brother. Luna's voice came through the door, tentative. Mom and Dad went outside saying something urgent came up. Can you give me a ride to school? Damien's head snapped up, bloodshot eyes meeting the sudden reminder that the world outside this training room still existed. He glanced at the window. Sunrise. He'd trained through the entire night without realizing it. Damien freshened up and dressed in his suit. He went straight to the garage where Luna was already waiting for him in her school uniform, holding both their helmets. Catch! She tossed them lightly, and Damien caught them without looking. He took his helmet from her without a word. He was exhausted from last night's training. His eyes carried the faint redness of someone who hadn't slept, and the silence wasn't rudeness so much as him conserving every ounce of focus. He wore the helmet, mounted the bike, and started the engine. Luna climbed on behind him and fastened her own helmet. The engine rumbled beneath them as they pulled out of the garage and onto the road leading toward her school. For the first few minutes, the ride was silent. Then Luna's arms tightened around his waist. It was not a casual grip for stability, but a deliberate hug, her cheek pressing against his back. Damien's shoulders stiffened almost imperceptibly. You can stop acting when you're with me. Her voice came through the helmet's communicator, soft and steady. I promise I won't judge you. I'll still treat you the same. Damien didn't answer immediately. The words landed somewhere he hadn't prepared for. Is it that obvious? He finally replied, voice low. I don't know if Mom and Dad can see it as clearly as I can, but I've always been able to see through you easily. She paused, then continued, her voice losing its usual shyness, replaced by something quieter and more certain. I know you better than you know yourself, or at least better than the you from yesterday. Mom and Dad told me everything about your memories last night. Damien said nothing. Your behavior has changed a lot, but I can see more from your eyes. They turn cold from time to time, even when you're smiling. The way you carry yourself now, it's different. Before, you used to force your confidence. Now it just comes naturally, like it's always been there, waiting. Her voice dropped even quieter. It's even more attractive. The last words were almost a whisper, swallowed by the engine's noise. Damien didn't catch them clearly. His attention was still caught on the earlier part of her words, on the strange warmth of Luna holding him tighter than she had in years. She's behaving like she did when she was younger, before she got shy around me. He smiled inside the helmet, a small, genuine smile that Alessio's face had never learned to make. Yeah, I was trying to make it easier for everyone. For myself too. Acting the way I used to. It gives me something to anchor to while I figure out who I am now. A long pause. But I should have known you'd see through me, Luna. Be careful, brother. Her voice had shifted back to its usual teasing tone, but with an edge of fondness underneath. At this rate, you'll develop an acting skill on your status screen. Damien chuckled, a real chuckle, not the measured sounds he'd been making since the memories returned. Luna laughed softly against his back. The rest of the ride passed in a comfortable silence that felt like something neither of them had experienced in a long time. You go to your class. I want to see my teachers. Damien parted ways with Luna at the school's entrance and headed toward the faculty wing to inform his former teachers about his results and thank them for their help. The hallways were quiet. Most students were already in their classrooms. His footsteps echoed faintly against the polished floors as he walked, his mind still half lost in memories of last night's training. The bullet that had finally moved, the feeling of aura flowing through a specialized round, the slow realization that his will could reshape reality if he pushed it hard enough. Then he heard it. Panicked voices from a distance. His head snapped up, instincts already shifting gears. Then, boom! The world turned white. The blast threw him backward, slamming him against the wall with bone-rattling force. His head struck concrete, and for a long moment, all he could see was blinding whiteness, and all he could hear was a high, piercing ring. Arg! His vision slowly returned in stages, blurry shapes becoming recognizable, the ringing in his ears fading into muffled screams and gunfire. When his sight cleared, he saw them. Armed men in black clothes, masked and carrying weapons, herding panicked students and teachers toward the center of the hallway. The blast had torn a gaping hole through the outer wall of the school, daylight and dust pouring through the gap. Terrorists. How many are there? And what rank? He didn't need numbers yet. He needed to move. Damien pushed himself to his feet, his ears still ringing, his side aching from where he'd hit the wall. He slipped into the flow of panicked students running in the opposite direction, blending in, moving fast, his hands sliding into his pocket to grip his bike keys. His mind was on one thing: Luna. Every other concern, the terrorists, the bomb, the dead bodies he glimpsed out of the corner of his eye, all of it was background noise compared to the single, overriding need to reach his sister. As he moved, he ducked into an empty classroom and waited for the crowd to thin. His hand reached inside his blazer and unbuckled his gun holster, easing the weapon free but not drawing it yet. I can't use the gun. A single shot will alert every terrorist on this floor and bring them all down on me. I should have asked Dad for a silencer. The thought was almost amused in its frustration. A small oversight from this morning that now felt costly. No time to dwell on it. I have to find Luna first. He peered around the classroom door. A masked man was walking past the hallway, weapon slung loose, clearly not expecting resistance in this section of the school. His footsteps were casual and confident. Damien waited until the man's shoulder crossed the doorframe. Then he moved. In a single fluid motion, years of Alessio's muscle memory flowing through Damien's body for the first time in combat. He clamped his left hand over the man's mouth from behind and drove the jagged end of his bike keys into the side of the terrorist's neck. Once, twice, 3 times, a fourth in rapid succession. The keys weren't designed for killing. They were metal, sharp enough to pierce but not deep enough to sever cleanly. So Damien compensated with repetition, punching them into the same spot over and over, widening the wound with each strike. Gurgle, gurgle. The terrorist's eyes went wide as he struggled, his body thrashing in Damien's grip, trying to scream, but Damien's hand was clamped tight over his mouth, and the only sound that escaped was the wet, choking gurgle of blood filling his throat. The man's hands flailed uselessly against Damien's arm, grabbing, clawing, and trying his best. But Damien didn't release him. He held on patiently, his cold expression unchanged, until the terrorist's struggles weakened and finally went limp. Then he dragged the body back into the classroom and shut the door. He knelt beside the corpse, searching it methodically. 2 knives strapped to the man's belt, a communications device in his jacket pocket, a handgun holstered at his hip, which Damien ignored, since his own was better. He took the knives. The blades were short but sharp. Whoever had equipped these terrorists had supplied them properly. It's definitely a professional organization. He stood up, tested the weight of both knives, one in each hand now, and walked back to the door. His eyes were colder than they'd been a minute ago. The hallway was a graveyard. Bodies lay scattered across the polished floors. Some students and some teachers. Most were dead. A few were still moving, moaning and dying slowly from wounds nobody was coming to treat. Damien moved through them like a ghost. Every terrorist he encountered, he killed them silently, efficiently and mercilessly. One person's throat opened from behind. One had his eye stabbed through the socket into the brain, and one had his heart pierced between ribs with such precision that the man didn't even have time to scream. His movements weren't frantic. Every motion was deliberate and every strike was placed exactly where it would end a life with minimum effort. An artist performing the craft he'd spent decades mastering. But as he moved, he saw the bodies of teachers. Mr. Hendricks, the math teacher who'd given Damien extra lessons after school when he'd struggled with theory. Mrs. Collier, the portal history teacher who'd always brought homemade cookies on exam days. Ms. Vega, the young teacher who'd been only 23. Their bodies lay in positions that told clear stories. None of them had been killed running away. All of them had died facing their attackers, placing themselves between the terrorists and the students they were trying to protect. They had died shielding students. Students just like Luna. Something cold and terrible bloomed in Damien's chest. His eyes hardened further, and his movements, already brutal, became something worse. The next terrorist he caught didn't get a clean death. Damien gouged out his eyes first, pinned him to the floor, cut off his hands, and carved into his torso in deliberate patterns before finally ending him. The one after that was worse. Damien took some time, making sure the man felt every second of what was being done to him. The one after that, worse still. He wanted them to understand, in the final seconds of their lives, what it meant to die afraid. What it meant to feel helpless while something larger and crueler than them decided exactly how much pain they would experience before the end. He wanted them to feel what those teachers had felt in their final moments. I'm wasting time. I need to be faster. He wiped a knife clean against a dead terrorist's jacket and moved on. After silently killing 3 more, he reached his destination. Luna's classroom. The door was open. Damien stepped inside and froze. The classroom was empty of living students. But it wasn't empty. Bodies lay scattered across the desks and the floor, still wearing the school uniform Luna wore. Some had died fighting, some from single clean shots, some from worse. Damien's heart seized. He moved through the room methodically, checking each body, his breathing shallow, his hands steadier than his mind felt. Not Luna. Not Luna. Not Luna. Relief crashed through him when he confirmed that none of the bodies were Luna's. But the relief was immediately replaced by something far more dangerous. If she's not here, she's been moved somewhere with the other hostages. Which means she's still alive and I still have time. But as he was checking the last body, his focus slipped. Just for a few seconds. The weight of emotional relief breaking through his combat awareness long enough for his senses to dull. He failed to notice the masked man stepping silently out from behind a supply cabinet. The knife came fast. Only when Damien turned did he see it, already slicing toward his back. Arg! He twisted reflexively, his torso rotating sideways in a motion that saved his spine but not his side. The blade bit deep into his ribs, punching through the muscle and scraping against bone. Pain exploded along his flank. The terrorist didn't pause. He pressed forward immediately, trying to capitalize on the wound, his knife already arcing for a second strike. Damien drew one of his own knives and blocked it. Clang! The 2 blades met, sparks flying, and both men locked into close quarters combat. No words were exchanged. No taunts, no demands, and no posturing was done. Just pure, raw killing intent exchanged through their gazes as they fought in brutal silence. Knife against knife, step for step, each man trying to open the other's throat. They wounded each other repeatedly. A slash across Damien's arm, a cut along the terrorist's chest, a gash on Damien's thigh, a stab into the terrorist's shoulder. But Damien had 2 things the terrorist didn't. 40 years of experience in his soul, and a reason to survive. Arg! When he finally caught the man's wrist and disarmed him with a sharp twist, the fight ended in one brutal motion. Damien drove his knife into the terrorist's knee, collapsing him, then followed up with a strike to the throat that didn't kill, just disabled. He wanted this one alive. He grabbed the man by the hair and ripped off his mask. Tell me where the students are. Hee hee. The terrorist's grin was defiant despite the blood running down his chin. They're gathered in the most spacious area we could find. The seminar hall on this floor. His voice carried mockery, not fear. But that's not for you to worry about, kid. Unlike me, the ones guarding the hostages are all E-rank awakened. You wouldn't be able to handle them. He chuckled with a wet and dismissive sound. Go home before you get yourself killed, little. Damien didn't say a word. He raised his knife and started carving the man's right eye out of its socket. MMPH! The terrorist tried to scream, but Damien's hand was already clamped over his mouth, muffling the sound into a strangled whine. Blood poured down the man's face as the blade worked patiently. The mockery vanished from the terrorist's remaining eye within seconds, replaced by shock, then horror, then a dawning understanding of what he was looking at. This wasn't a kid playing hero. The boy kneeling over him tortured with the quiet practice of someone who had done this many times before. Someone who didn't ask questions. Someone who didn't threaten. Someone who just worked, slowly and methodically, making each second last longer than the one before. The terrorist realized with sudden, terrible clarity that this kid was more of a criminal than he was. His one remaining eye filled with pleading. Damien ignored the plea. When the eye was finished, he lifted his hand from the man's mouth. The terrorist opened his mouth to scream. Desperate now, terrified and begging for anyone to hear him and rescue him from the monster cutting him apart. But Damien's other hand shot out. He caught the man's tongue between two fingers. No! The terrorist's eye locked onto Damien's cold, unblinking and almost daring him to make another sound. Then the knife came down. Slice! The tongue came away in a single clean motion. The terrorist thrashed silently on the floor, his hands clawing at his face, his mouth opening in screams that made no sound. Blood bubbled up through his lips and spilled down his chin. But he didn't scream aloud. He couldn't. He didn't dare to, because the devil kneeling over him would carve him apart piece by piece before his comrades could reach him. Damien reached for a notebook and pen lying on a nearby desk, knocked loose during some earlier struggle, and tossed them at the terrorist. The man flinched but caught them reflexively. Write the total number of your allies in the seminar hall and their ranks. The terrorist wrote immediately and desperately. His hand shook so badly the letters were nearly illegible, but he pressed through, scrawling everything he knew. He even volunteered extra information, the total number of terrorists spread throughout the entire school, the rough positions of other patrol units, anything that might convince this monster that he was worth keeping alive. When he finished, he looked up, trembling. I hope he won't kill. His thoughts cut off as Damien's knife came down one final time. His head struck the floor with a wet thud. Damien picked up the notebook. For terrorists left on this floor. Good. Seems like I've already cleared out most of them. He frowned at the numbers anyway. The dying man had written that only 4 were left in the seminar hall, 2 E ranks and 2 F ranks. But Damien didn't buy it. People with a blade carving through their face tended to say whatever they thought would keep them alive. The truth was usually somewhere underneath the information they offered, buried just deep enough to cost you. He slid the notebook into his pocket, drew his gun, and kept it low at his side. He went down the hallway, toward the seminar hall. At the door, he crouched and eased it open, just enough to see. Inside the seminar hall, every student and teacher on this floor had been herded into the center of the room. Some were kneeling, some were curled on the floor, and some had their faces pressed to the tile, crying into it because it was the only thing they could do. The teachers stood between the students and the terrorists, most of them low-rank awakeners, strong enough to handle 1 or 2 E-level fighters in a fair fight. But not this. Not against 8 armed men willing to execute children the moment anyone made a move. If a teacher attacked, the kids would die first. Everyone in the room understood that, so they just stood their ground as shields. Nothing more. The students couldn't defend themselves either. Muffled crying spread through the hall in waves, voices breaking against each other in soft, broken pieces. Miss Elliot, they shot Ronnie. Our Ryan's dead. Oh God, he's dead. What are we gonna do? They'll kill us too. They'll kill all of us like they killed Mr. Patrick. I don't want to die. Please, I don't want to die. Binny died for me. She pushed me down and... It should have been me. It should have been me. Grief and terror thickened the air until it was almost hard to breathe. Then, silence. The voice cut through the hall like a whip crack. One of the masked men, taller than the others, stepped forward. His voice carried the weight of a man used to giving orders. If even one of you makes another sound, I swear we will put a bullet through your fucking face. Keep crying in your fucking heads if you have to. The hall went dead silent. The leader swept his eyes across the hostages, and something in his posture shifted, from menace into something almost theatrical. Like a man settling into a speech he'd rehearsed 100 times in his own head. Look at you all, staring at us like we're monsters. His voice rose. Is that what we are? Because we killed a few of your friends and teachers? Because we took what we had to take to be heard? He spat on the floor. Then tell me, what about the Federation? The ones who stole equality from every citizen the moment the portals opened. No more equal rights. No more fair laws. Just a handful of rich, powerful families deciding everything based on a single fucking word: talent. His free hand clenched into a fist. Their children are born weak? Doesn't matter. They throw resources at them until the weakness disappears. Skills, weapon arts, tutors, potions. Whatever the little bastards need. But the rest of us, the kids of the lower and middle class, if we are born without talent, we are born without a damn future. Nothing to choose, nothing to become, just nothing. His voice cracked, not from weakness, but from something that had been festering for a very long time. All the good jobs go to the talented, all the positions of power, all the wealth, and what are the rest of us supposed to do? Starve quietly? Live in filth? Become servants to people who treat us like dogs just because we were born ordinary? He turned slowly, gesturing at the hostages with his gun. No, I refuse. We refuse. We will have equal rights for every single person on this earth. The way it used to be before the bloody portals. The academies and the imperial families took it all away. His voice rose to a shout by the end, and the hall rang with silence afterward. Hundreds of terrified students and teachers stared at him. Nobody moved or even breathed too loud. Then, what does all of that have to do with us? The voice was soft, young and clear as glass. Every head in the room turned. Luna was standing. Mrs. Ariel, Luna's homeroom teacher, went pale and scrambled to her feet beside her, voice cracking. Please forgive her. She didn't mean anything. She's traumatized, please. Then she turned to Luna, eyes wide and pleading. Sit down. But Luna didn't sit. Her face showed no panic or fear, just a quiet, almost unnatural calm as she looked at the masked man who held her life in his hands. The leader's head tilted. Then he laughed, a soft, amused sound that carried more danger than his shout had. No, 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 no. It's fine. It's completely fine. He raised a hand, waving Mrs. Ariel back. You girl. Yes, you. Come forward. Luna stepped away from her teacher despite Mrs. Ariel's frantic whispers to stop. I actually like your question. A very valid response to what I just said. He gestured with his gun. Now, go on. I'd like to hear whatever you want to say. Luna stopped a few feet from him. Her hands were steady at her sides. Everything you mentioned, it has nothing to do with us. We're students. We don't make decisions for the Federation. We can't change laws or fix any of the things you're angry about. Her voice was quiet, but it didn't waver. Taking us hostage won't change anything. If you wanted people to listen, you could have protested or filed cases. This won't do what you think it will. The leader didn't respond right away. He just looked at her. This calm little girl lecturing him with the composure of someone twice her age. And then he started chuckling. The sound spread. Alongside him, the other 7 masked men joined in the mocking laughter that rolled through the hall like a bad omen. Indeed, not 4, but 8 in total. 2 stationed at each of the 2 doors, 3 standing behind the leader at the front, and the leader himself. The information Damien had beaten out of the dying terrorist had been a lie from the start. Cases. The leader's laughter faded. Haha. You really are just a kid, aren't you? He took a step toward her. But I'll give you one thing, you're partly right. Taking hostages once won't change anything. I know that, and we all know that. He pointed at her with his free hand. But what about taking hostages twice? 3 times? 10 times? 100? What about every single week? At a new school, in a new city, killing a few more students each time until the whole damn Federation can't pretend it's still in control. His voice dropped lower. They're just a government. Governments survive by keeping their people calm. And when enough parents are burying enough children, sooner or later, they'll bend. They'll have to. Because the only other option is watching the whole house burn down around them. He tilted his head. So yes, little girl, nothing will change today. But we're not here for today. Then, slowly, almost casually, he raised his gun and placed the muzzle against Luna's forehead. But you know what? Forget all of that for now. You should be worrying about something more important. His finger settled against the trigger. Like I said earlier, if there's even one more sound from any of you, we will put a bullet through your fucking face. Bam, 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 bam. Damien peeped through the door of the seminal hall. Just enough to see inside, then snapped it closed again the instant he saw movement. 2 terrorists were stationed right at the other side of the door. Close enough that if even one of them had turned his head, Damien would have been spotted before he could react. But they were currently watching the hostages and not the exits. He exhaled quietly and cracked the door open again. Through the thin gap, he could see the layout for terrorists near the front, the leader in the middle giving some kind of speech, and the hostages pressed into the center of the room. His mind ran the math. 2 at this door. There's another entry on the opposite side, probably 2 there too. Plus the 4 at the front. So 8 in total. And every one of them is radiating E-rank aura. That son of a bitch lied to me about the numbers. He wasn't surprised, just annoyed. His hand tightened on the knife hilt, and he slid the gun back into its holster. He needed to thin them out silently before he could risk a real engagement. Pick them off one at a time, starting with the 2 at the door. He was already planning the first kill when he heard Luna's voice, clear and calm, cutting through the silence of the seminar hall, asking the terrorist leader what any of this had to do with students. And Damien froze completely. Oh, for fuck's sake, Luna? Bam, 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 bam. Gunshots shattered the silence of the seminar hall. Every student and teacher flinched, instinctively covering their eyes, unwilling to witness Luna being executed at point-blank range. Then, a scream tore through the hall. But it wasn't Luna's. Heads lifted cautiously as eyes opened one by one. And what they saw didn't make sense. 7 of the terrorists were lying on the floor, their eyes still wide open, their bodies twitching where they'd fallen. None of them had even managed to raise their weapons before someone had killed them. The leader was alive, barely. He was screaming, clutching the mangled stump of his right hand, the one that had been holding the gun against Luna's forehead a second ago. Brother! Luna's voice cut through the daze. Every eye in the room followed her as she bolted toward the entrance, where a young man stood in the doorway, his school uniform soaked in blood, his crimson hair matted against his forehead, his gun still raised and pointed at the terrorist leader. He was the one. The realization rippled through the hall in slow and stunned silence. Before anyone in the room could react, before the terrorists themselves had even finished falling, this bloodied boy had taken down 8 armed men by himself. A few moments before, Luna had been standing in front of the terrorist leader, waiting to die. The cold muzzle of the rifle pressed against her forehead, steady and unmoving. She could feel the barrel shaking slightly, not from the terrorist's nerves, but from the pressure of his finger tightening on the trigger. Her thoughts drifted, not to her parents or to her life, but to one person, her brother. Ever since Luna could remember, she had called him that. It was what he was and what he'd always been. But somewhere along the way, quietly and embarrassingly, she'd started hating that word. Brother. It felt wrong in her mouth, too restrictive for what she actually felt when he smiled at her, or ruffled her hair, or held her hand when she was scared. I wonder where his real family is. Mom and Dad never really told us anything about where he came from. Damien had been adopted and Luna had always known. It hadn't changed anything for her when she'd first found out. She still loved him the same way she always had. But as she'd grown older, a different kind of feeling had crept in. Something she couldn't name. Something that made her flustered around him in ways a sister shouldn't feel. She'd stopped trying to make sense of it a long time ago. But yesterday morning, for the first time ever, she'd seen something different in him. Her innate skill lets her see emotions as colors. Everyone she looked at was a soft wash of feelings. Joy, irritation, love, curiosity. layered over them like a second skin only she could read. It was the reason she always seemed to make the right choices, the right friends, and the right decisions. She didn't need to trust words, as she could see what was really underneath. And yesterday, Damien had been drowning in red and black. Negative emotions so thick she'd nearly stumbled the first time she looked at him properly. Grief, exhaustion, and loneliness so deep it had physical weight. And beneath it all was a cold, unfamiliar darkness that hadn't been there before. But his love for their family hadn't dimmed at all. If anything, it had deepened. The warmth he felt for their parents and for her. It was even more intense than before, just buried beneath everything else. She had understood, in that moment, that whatever had happened to him was real. That the boy she'd grown up with was carrying something enormous and terrible, and was trying desperately not to let it show. So when they'd finally been alone on the bike this morning, she hadn't been able to stop herself from hugging him, not because she was being affectionate, but because she wanted him to feel, just for a few seconds, that he wasn't alone in whatever he was going through. She'd meant to say something meaningful, something that would actually help. Instead, she'd ended up murmuring something embarrassing about how attractive he'd become. Thank God he didn't hear that part. Even now, pressed against the barrel of a gun, the memory made her cheeks warm. The cold metal against her forehead pulled her back to reality. She had stood up and confronted the terrorist leader for a reason. She'd seen the killing intent bleeding through his emotions, black and sharp, edged like a knife. She had known, with the certainty her skill gave her, that he was about to execute someone, anyone, just to prove a point. So, she'd stood up to be the one. She wasn't a hero and she didn't want to die. But everyone in this room, her teachers, her classmates, and her friends, they were people she cared about. And if someone had to go first to buy them another few minutes, she'd rather it be her than them. I don't want to die, but better me than anyone else. She closed her eyes, her body trembling, and waited for the end. I'm sorry, Damien. The gunshots rang out. But she didn't feel anything. For a long second, she wondered if this was what dying felt like. But there was no pain or impact, just a sudden silence and a strange awareness that her heart was still beating. Slowly, she opened her eyes and saw the terrorists were on the ground, all of them. The two who'd been standing by the door were still falling, clutching their throats where deep red lines had opened across them. And standing in the doorway, panting, his face streaked with blood, Damien, her gun-holding brother, aiming directly past her head at the leader who was now screaming on the floor. Brother! Luna's voice broke as she ran to him. She didn't slow down and didn't stop to think as she crashed into his chest with everything she had and buried her face against him, fingers twisting into the fabric of his bloody shirt. Tears came in a flood, childlike sobs that she couldn't control. She could feel his heartbeat against her cheek, too fast, too hard, and the solid weight of his arm as it came up to hold her in place. It's all right, he said quietly. I'm here now. Damien held Luna against him for a few long seconds, letting himself feel the relief wash through his body. She was alive. The thought repeated in his head like a mantra he hadn't given himself permission to voice until now. A few minutes ago, he had done the impossible. When he'd seen the terrorist leader raise his gun to Luna's head, something inside him had snapped, with the quiet, final click of a door locking shut. Alessio's instincts had taken over completely. He'd moved before conscious thought could catch up, kicked the door open, cut the throats of the two terrorists stationed at the entrance in a single motion, left hand, right hand, both blades moving in the same heartbeat. Then his gun had come up. 6 shots, fired faster than most people in his previous life could even draw. Each bullet had found a head. The only shot that hadn't been lethal was the one he'd put through the leader's gun hand, specifically through the fingers and wrist, shattering the bones and tearing the gun out of his grip before he could pull the trigger. He'd wanted that one alive. Looking down now at the man still writhing and screaming on the floor, Damien slowly let go of Luna and took her hand instead. Come with me. His voice was quiet and calm as he led her across the room, stepping over bodies without looking down, until he stood directly above the terrorist leader. The man was curled into himself, cradling his mangled hand, blood and tears streaking his face through the torn fabric of his mask. Damien knelt beside him, still holding Luna's hand. Then he looked up at Luna. "Close your eyes." Luna hesitated. She could feel the darkness radiating off him in waves. The kind of emotion she'd only ever seen in the worst criminal records her father had once shown her. But she trusted him, so she closed her eyes. Damien turned back to the terrorist. The rest of the seminar hall was silent and watching. The surviving teachers had already herded the younger students behind them. They had already seen Damien kill 7 men dead in less than 3 seconds. The bodies littered around the room told that story clearly enough. But what came next was something different. Damien's free hand closed around the terrorist's jaw, forcing his mouth open. His other hand, the one not holding Luna's, drove a knife into the man's mouth and began cutting. "Ah! Nwah! Uizsaap! Ah!" The hoarse, wet sounds the terrorist made weren't screams. They were gurgles that were desperate and drowning noises that didn't belong to any language. Damien tossed the severed tongue onto the floor without looking at it. Several teachers turned away. One of the older students doubled over and vomited into his own hands. Mrs. Ariel, Luna's homeroom teacher, had her arms wrapped around 2 younger girls, pressing their faces into her uniform to shield them, her own face ghost white. But Damien didn't stop. Crunch, crunch. He took the eyes next, both of them, and crushed them beneath his heel when they hit the floor, because something about the crunch felt necessary. Then the ears, slowly, one at a time, with the deliberate care of someone making sure his victim felt every second of it. He cut the tendons in the remaining hand so the fingers would stop twitching and the man couldn't try to grab him. Then he started on the fingers themselves, removing them one joint at a time. The terrorist didn't lose consciousness. His body was keeping him awake somehow, probably the adrenaline, probably the terror, probably whatever low-rank awakening he'd possessed, and Damien welcomed it. "Please, don't die just yet. Hold on until I'm finished." The thought was so cold it didn't feel like it belonged to a 15-year-old. Time seemed to stretch. The sounds of the terrorists' broken screams filled the seminar hall in waves that never quite stopped, the noises growing weaker and wetter as more of his body was taken apart. The students and teachers had stopped making sound entirely. Most were staring at the floor, and a few were staring at Damien like they couldn't look away even though they wanted to. The leader now lay in an expanding pool of his own blood and urine with his eyes gone, tongue gone, ears gone and hands ruined. And Damien was still not satisfied. He's still alive. Good. I can keep going. But a small hand touched his shoulder. He stopped and looked up. Luna's eyes were still closed as her fingers trembled against the bloodied fabric of his uniform. "Please," she whispered. "Let's stop. Please, brother." Her voice cracked on the last word. Damien stared at her for a long moment. Her face was pale and drained of color. Thud. Then, slowly, he released the knife. It fell into the pool of blood with a soft, wet sound. He stood up, wiped his hands on his already ruined shirt, and took Luna's hand again. It was only then that he looked around the hall properly. Dozens of students and teachers. Some were still vomiting, some frozen, and some crying silently into their hands. And every single one of them was looking at him with an expression Damien had seen many times before, in a different life on different faces. Fear. They were looking at him like he was some kind of a monster. That fear was more than what they had for the terrorists. They were more afraid of the boy who had just saved them. The school where Luna studied and Damien had once studied was named after their city, Norrington School. In the current Earth Federation, every city had at least one school backed directly by the government. These weren't just educational institutions, they were symbols. Safe havens where the children of the powerful and the poor alike could be raised under the Federation's protection, with the hope of one day moving on to an academy. The children of military officers, noble subordinates, and the Federation officials, they all studied together under one roof before the academies separated them by talent. So when news broke that Norrington School had been attacked by a terrorist organization, the city lost its mind. Parents abandoned work and traffic laws in the same breath, tearing through streets to reach the campus. Powerful awakeners materialized at the school gates without bothering with transport. Federation security forces were deployed within minutes of the first alert, flooding the building with armed personnel and neutralizing every terrorist they came across. By the time Damien finished what he'd been doing to the leader in the seminar hall, the rest of the school had already been cleared. Bam! The seminar hall doors burst open with a bang loud enough to make the traumatized students flinch. A line of armed security personnel flooded in, weapons raised, followed closely by several high-ranked awakeners who had clearly arrived as parents before they were anything else. Their eyes scanned the room desperately, searching for faces they recognized. When the students realized who had arrived, the panic that had been held in check for the past hour finally broke. Sobbing, screaming, names being called across the room as parents spotted their children and ran to them. The weight of suppressed terror, grief, and relief crashed through the hall in a single overwhelming wave. The security forces at the front were mostly high-rankers, B-rank awakeners with combat experience, plus one who radiated the pressure of an A-rank. They moved with professional precision, securing the perimeter, herding the wounded toward the medics who were already rushing in behind them. Then, their eyes found the bodies. 7 terrorists completely dead, and one of the terrorists, the leader, by the look of his positioning, lay in a pool of his own fluids, still twitching faintly. What was left of his face and hands didn't belong on a living body. Even the veteran officers paused at that one. They'd seen combat, they'd seen torture used by enemies, and they'd seen the aftermath of portal creatures tearing through civilians. But this was different. This was personal. Their eyes followed the trail of blood back to its source where a boy, maybe 15, stood, still holding a sobbing girl against his chest, one arm wrapped protectively around her shoulders. His uniform was soaked through with enough blood that it was hard to tell the original color. His crimson hair was plastered to his face. Nobody approached him to say thank you. Nobody approached him at all, except one. Mrs. Ariel, Luna's homeroom teacher, had recovered enough to step forward. Her uniform was wrinkled and blood-stained from where she'd shielded her students, her face pale, her hands still shaking faintly. She had also been Damien's homeroom teacher back when he'd attended this school. And right now, she was looking at him with the most complicated expression in the room, relief warring with something she couldn't quite name. When the security forces finally turned their weapons toward Damien and Luna, standard procedure for any unknown combatant covered in that much blood, Mrs. Ariel rushed between them. "Don't!" Her voice was sharp and protective. "He was the one who saved us. He took them all out alone." The security forces hesitated. One of them, a massive man who looked more like a bear wearing a uniform than an actual officer, stepped forward. He had to be nearly 6 feet tall with thick arms, wide chest, and a face carved from years of hard field work. His uniform barely fit his frame. When his eyes met Damien's, he didn't look hostile, just careful. "We can see that." His voice was gravelly, but the way he handled it, his gaze drifted toward the leader on the floor, then toward the severed tongue a few feet away, the empty eye sockets and the hands that had been carefully disassembled instead of destroyed. Even a man who'd spent his career dealing with violence felt something cold crawl down his spine. Then he looked at Damien again. He's just a kid. Still, protocol was protocol. And the protocol for any unregistered combatant at a mass casualty event was very clear. He reached for the aura suppression cuffs clipped to his belt and stepped forward. "I understand you were the one who saved the hostages. But given the nature of the situation, I have to take you into temporary custody. It's standard procedure. Please don't resist while I place these on you. You will place no such restraints on my son." The voice came from nowhere and everywhere at once. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, Alaric Valkyr was suddenly standing between Damien and the bear-like officer. Nobody had seen him enter and nobody had tracked his movement across the room. 1 second there had been empty space. The next, he was there, one hand resting gently on the officer's shoulder. The officer froze, not from surprise but from the fact that the moment Alaric's hand touched him, every muscle in his body refused to respond. His aura wouldn't mobilize, his legs wouldn't move, and his breath was caught in his throat. "What the..." Since when was there someone this strong in Norrington? I can't even move my fucking aura. Sweat beaded at his temples. Behind him, the other security personnel raised their weapons at the man who had just materialized in their midst. Stop! The bear-like officer's voice came out low and steady. His men hesitated, then slowly lowered their weapons at his signal. He turned his head carefully, just enough to see Alaric's face without triggering whatever was keeping him immobilized. Sir, it's just protocol. We need to take testimonies from everyone present at the scene. Your son's case is a bit unique. We need to bring him to the Special Forces Department for questioning and his own formal testimony. He swallowed. We won't harm him. You have my word. Alaric's expression didn't shift. I don't give a damn about your protocol. I'm taking my son home. It's all right, Dad. Damien's voice was quiet but firm. Alaric turned his head slightly. I'll go with them on my own. No need for the aura blockers, though. Damien stepped forward, gently guiding Luna toward her father. She clung to Alaric's coat without letting go of Damien's sleeve until the last possible moment. I'm just an F rank. Without waiting for anyone to respond, Damien walked past the officer and toward the exit. Let's go. Special Forces Department. Inside a sealed investigation room, Damien sat alone. The room was the standard setup for SFD interrogations, reinforced walls, a single metal table bolted to the floor, 2 chairs, and a mirrored observation wall that Damien could feel was two-way glass without needing to be told. The air was cold and sterile, carrying the faint chemical smell of whatever they used to clean blood out of these places between uses. He'd been waiting for a while now. They were probably still collecting testimonies from everyone at the school, checking CCTV footage, cross-referencing stories, and building a timeline. It would take hours, maybe the whole day. Fine, I could use some rest. He leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes, and let his exhaustion settle into his bones. He hadn't slept last night. He'd trained through the entire night, and then he'd been thrown into a bombing, killed dozens of people, and dismantled a man one piece at a time. His body was injured too. Nothing critical, the bleeding had stopped thanks to his improved vitality. But the wounds still needed proper treatment. The stab wound in his side pulsed dully every time he breathed too deeply. But none of that stopped the flashes of memory from surfacing behind his eyelids. The keys driving into the first terrorist's throat. The weight of the knife as he cut teachers' killers apart with increasing brutality. The silent way the leader had gurgled while Damien worked on him, the fear in the hostage's eyes. The way every single one of those deaths had felt natural. It was the first time I killed someone in this life, and yet, it came easier than anything else I've done since waking up. He turned the thought over carefully in his mind. Did he regret any of it? He searched for the feeling, tried to summon some trace of remorse. No, it was either them or me, them or Luna. I made the right call. Did he regret the torture? That one didn't even need thought. Not even a little. I only wish I'd had more time with that son of a bitch before Luna stopped me. He exhaled slowly through his nose. That was the part that should have bothered him and didn't. Alessio had been a cold man, a calculating one. He'd used torture when it was useful, and only when it was useful. He'd never enjoyed it for its own sake. It had only been a tool. But the way Damien had felt while carving into that terrorist leader hadn't been calculated. It had been a need to make him suffer for the single act of pointing a gun at Luna. It was just pure and personal rage made physical through methodical violence. I was a psycho in my past life. I see that clearly now. But in my past life, the violence was always purposeful. It served something. The current me, he frowned slightly. The current me is worse in some ways. I'm more emotional and less controlled. The torture in Luna's classroom earlier today. That one was clean and purposeful. That was like Alessio. I needed information and I got it with the minimum necessary effort. But the leader? That was something else entirely. That was me wanting to hurt him because he scared Luna. He wasn't sure how to feel about that. He wasn't sure he disliked it either. Anyone who threatens my family should die a horrible death. That part of me isn't going away. And maybe it shouldn't. But I need to stay controlled. Emotions get people killed. Seeing those bodies in the classroom made me lose my focus for a second, and I got stabbed because of it. That can't happen again. He thought about that moment in the classroom, the stack of corpses he'd been checking, the fear that had flooded through him when he'd thought one of them might be Luna, the relief when none of them were, and the critical second where his guard had dropped because the relief had been so overwhelming. If that terrorist's knife had been a few inches to the right, Damien would have been dead and Luna would have been killed on the spot by the terrorists. All because he'd let his emotions slip for 2 seconds. Never again. If I'm going to carry both Alessio and Damien inside me, I need to keep Damien's love and Alessio's discipline, not Damien's panic and Alessio's cruelty. That's how I stay alive. That's how I keep them alive. The mental exercise of sorting through his own psychology was the last thing his exhausted mind could manage. Within a few more breaths, he drifted off to sleep. What he didn't care about was that every second of this had been observed. Through the two-way glass and through the cameras in every corner of the room. The officers gathered on the other side had been watching him carefully ever since he walked in. And what they just witnessed didn't match the file they had on Damien Valker at all. The bear-like officer stood behind a woman whose aura made it hard to breathe in her presence. She was restraining herself, at least most of it, but every now and then, traces of her power leaked through and pressed against everyone in the room like an invisible weight. Her name was Ashley Blackheart, S-Rank Awakened, one of the most dangerous officers in the Special Forces Department. The Norrington incident had triggered massive outrage among the higher authorities of the Federation, and Ashley had been dispatched immediately to handle the situation personally. Is that all? Yes, ma'am. Every testimony we've gathered points to the same conclusion. Damien Valker was acting alone. Brian Oliaf, the bear-like officer, finished his briefing. Any criminal records? None. He has a clean file. Ashley wasn't satisfied with that answer. The way the bodies had been found, the methods used, the precision of the kills, none of it matched a 15-year-old who'd never held a weapon before today. The boy fought like someone who'd been doing this for years. Is the CCTV footage ready? Yes, ma'am. One moment. Brian gestured to his subordinates, and the large monitor in the room flickered to life. Footage from every camera in Norrington School began playing simultaneously across the screen. And the horror of Damien Valker was revealed. The officers watched in tense silence. They saw each fight, each kill, and each near-miss where Damien should have died and somehow hadn't. The footage was slowed down, replayed, and examined from every angle. Hushed whispers spread through the room. The officers were surprised, awed, and most of all, afraid. This was a 15-year-old boy, a kid who hadn't even joined an academy yet. None of them, trained and experienced veterans of the SFD, could have replicated what they were watching. It was simply too clean, too efficient, and too practiced. What set Damien apart wasn't his power or his skills. It wasn't even his ruthlessness. It was the way he fought. He used everything as a weapon. His first kill was made with a set of damn keys. Who does that shit? Look at how he kept stabbing that one. He didn't stop until the body went still. No matter how I look at this is clearly not his first time killing someone. Ashley and Brian exchanged a meaningful glance. The same conclusion was forming in both their minds. The footage continued until it reached the moment in Luna's classroom. The pile of bodies, Damien methodically checking each one, and the terrorist behind him moving in for the kill. That's his sister's classroom. Brian's quiet observation made everything click for Ashley. So, he's not completely emotionless. He still has feelings, just for his family. The footage shifted to the torture of the terrorist who had stabbed him. Many officers in the room began shifting uncomfortably as the gore escalated. Damien's face throughout the entire process remained eerily blank. He was clearly not enjoying it or hating it, just doing it the way someone might cut wood or sharpen a knife. Ashley narrated what she was seeing aloud, profiling him in real time while a junior profiler beside her wrote everything down. His approach was driven by logic, not emotion. He didn't ask any questions at first. Instead, he stripped his enemy of dignity through controlled violence, making the victim feel that his life had no value. Once that was established, the terrorist offered more information without being asked. He even falsified parts of it slightly, hoping to remain useful enough to be kept alive. Classic SFD interrogation tactics. Brian's voice was quiet and the other officers nodded slowly. The methods Damien had used were all standard SFD doctrine. But there was a problem. Those tactics weren't taught for use on humans. They were taught for interrogating captured monsters, sentient creatures from beyond the portals who couldn't be reasoned with through normal means. Using them on people was forbidden. The footage continued as they watched Damien cut off the man's head without a flicker of expression. Ashley's lips pressed into a thin line. She was starting to realize she didn't like this kid at all. His every behavior, every method, and every choice. They were criminal through and through, the patterns of a man who had spent his life on the wrong side of the law. The footage shifted to the seminar hall, the 8-on-1 slaughter. And then, the torture. Silence spread through the room as nobody spoke for a long time. They had already seen the half-dead leader in person earlier, so they knew what was coming. But watching it happen in real time, watching a 15-year-old methodically dismantle a grown man piece by piece, with the cold patience of someone who had all the time in the world, was different. Ashley's face cycled through several emotions before settling into something carefully controlled. She drew in a slow, shuddering breath and turned her gaze toward the observation glass. Inside the interrogation room, Damien was still asleep, slumped in the chair, his head tilted slightly forward, his bloody uniform stuck to his skin. Never mind. This kid's a nut job. Definitely a psycho. She glanced at the officers around her. Several of them couldn't keep their composure. Then her eyes settled on Brian. Let's go meet him. His father didn't seem like a simple man either. We can't keep him here for long. Brian nodded, his expression solemn. He hadn't forgotten the way that man had immobilized him with a single touch on his shoulder. Whoever Alaric Valker was, he wasn't just a concerned parent. While the officers watched and analyzed and profiled him from behind one-way glass, Damien was somewhere else entirely. He was dreaming. It was a dark alley, the kind of place where light forgot to reach. Two children huddled together against a brick wall, both of them painfully thin and both of them filthy, the kind of malnourished that only came from years, not months. They were fighting with rats over food. The older of the two, maybe 6 years old, finally managed to snatch a scrap from the rats. He held it carefully in both hands, then turned and pressed it into the smaller child's palms. Eat it. The little one looked up at him. The older boy was smiling with a tired and genuine smile that didn't belong to a child his age. The smaller child smiled back and started eating. Damien watched from outside the dream, an observer who couldn't be seen. He had grown up in a warm house with loving parents and a sister who adored him. He had never gone hungry. He had never feared the dark, and he had never had to fight rats for food. Watching this, watching whoever these two starving children were, made his chest hurt in a way he couldn't quite name. Then, he saw the older boy do something else. He waited until the smaller one was distracted by eating. Then he reached down to the alley floor, scooped up a small handful of dirt, and ate it, just to make his stomach feel less empty. Days seemed to pass in the dream as the alley shifted and the light changed. Then, one day, a black car pulled up at the end of the alley. A rich man stepped out, surrounded by bodyguards. He was middle-aged, well-fed, and his eyes lit up the moment they fell on the older child. "Oh, this one's perfect. Fits my taste completely." He gestured and his bodyguards moved. They grabbed the older child and dragged him forward as the smaller one was thrown roughly to the side, hitting the wall hard enough to make him cry out. The rich man took out a knife and began to play. He started with the eyes, slowly and methodically, enjoying every second of it as the older boy screamed and begged. "Ah, please, please stop." The screaming irritated the rich man, so he cut out the boy's tongue and threw it onto the dirty pavement. Then the ears. Then the tendons in his hands so the fingers couldn't move. Then the fingers themselves, removed one joint at a time. Damien felt something cold settle deep in his stomach. Every single thing this man was doing, every cut, every choice, every method, it matched what Damien had done to the terrorist leader. How is this possible? What is this dream? Who are these kids? How did I? His thoughts spiraled. I acted based on my past life memories. I wanted to make my enemy suffer as much as possible. That's all this was. It has to be a coincidence. But the longer he watched, the more he knew it wasn't. The rich man finished what he wanted to do. He laughed, wiped his hands clean on a handkerchief, and climbed back into his car. The bodyguards followed. The vehicle drove away into the dark, leaving the alley silent except for the wet, ragged breathing of a dying child. The smaller one, barely 3 years old, his face streaked with tears, slowly crawled out from where he'd been thrown. He didn't understand what had happened. He couldn't possibly understand, but he saw his big brother lying on the ground in pain, and that was enough. He crawled closer. "Brother? Why you not move? Why dat man hit you?" His tiny voice trembled. "Don't CWY. It's all I'm where now." Damien's eyes filled with tears. The older boy heard his little brother's voice and something flickered across what was left of his face. Recognition, love, and desperation. He raised his right hand, the hand with no fingers left as he tried to reach toward the sound. He couldn't see his brother anymore. The man had taken his eyes. He couldn't speak to his brother anymore. The man had taken his tongue. He couldn't feel his brother anymore. The man had taken his fingers. But he tried. God, he tried. His ruined hand searched the air, trembling, reaching for the only person in the world he had left. Izio a shave, of happy, G-power, G-moi, I-yow. Alessio, stay alive, live happily, get power, get money, I love. The little boy didn't understand. The words were too broken, too wet, too distorted. He only caught one word out of all of them. Power. And the hand fell. Damien was already crying. Tears streamed down his face as the pieces locked together in his mind, one by one, and the truth he didn't want to see became impossible to ignore. He knelt down beside the smaller child, and, for the first time in the dream, he looked at the little boy's face properly. "It's me." It was said that the human brain had a final defense mechanism. When pain became unbearable, pain too deep to live with, the brain would erase the source of that pain from memory, as if it had never happened at all. A mercy built into the architecture of the mind itself. Maybe it was that mercy that protected Damien, because by the time he woke up, the dream was already gone. Nothing left but a vague heaviness behind his eyes that he couldn't trace back to a cause. Bam! A notebook slammed onto the metal table inches from his face. Damien's eyes snapped open. Sitting across from him was a tall woman with long black hair, wearing a black leather jacket and dark jeans. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her expression carefully neutral. The man behind her, Brian, the bear-like officer from the school, stood with his hands folded in front of him, watching silently. "Mr. Damien Valker." The woman's voice was crisp. "I'm Ashley Blackheart, an officer of the SFD. I'm here to discuss what happened at Norrington School today, and to take your formal testimony regarding your motives." Damien studied her for a moment, then the man behind her and then back to her again. "Motive? Yes, Mr. Valker, perhaps you'd like to explain why you tortured the leader after he was already incapacitated. We understand the circumstances around the killings of the other terrorists. What we don't understand is why, after disarming and immobilizing the leader, you chose to render him incapable of speech, sight, or coherent thought." Her tone remained level, but the weight behind her words was clear. "He could have been the most valuable intelligence asset we recovered today. Information about the organization behind the attack, their allies, how they hid their operations from federal surveillance long enough to launch an unprecedented assault on a government school. We could have learned all of that from him." She paused. "But you left him in a state where he can't even tell us his own name." Damien shifted in his chair. He crossed one leg over the other, raised his right hand to rest his chin against his fingers, and leaned back with the casual ease of someone who had been interrogated many times before in many different rooms. His face and clothes were still streaked with dried blood. His crimson eyes caught the harsh overhead light, and when he smiled, slowly and faintly, The effect was deeply unsettling. He said nothing. The silence stretched for so long that even Ashley's composure began to shift. Brian's hand twitched toward his sidearm out of pure instinct. He opened his mouth to break the silence. "What are you trying to say, officer?" Damien's voice was calm, almost amused. "We have some suspicions regarding your involvement in all of this." Funny. His smile widened just slightly. "Instead of being thanked for saving everyone, I've somehow become a suspect. We're not calling you a suspect in this particular crime, Mr. Valker, but there are some inconsistencies I'd like you to address. Go ahead." He waved his hand lazily, as if granting her permission. Ashley glanced at Brian. He nodded once and reached over to stop the official recording. She turned back to Damien and leaned forward slightly. "This was your first time killing anyone, according to every record we have on you. And yet, you killed in a manner that suggested years of practice. I had just survived a bomb blast and terrorists were running through the school murdering students. The last thing on my mind was mercy." His voice didn't waver. "As for why I was calm, adrenaline. Or maybe the fact that my sister was somewhere in that building and every second I wasted feeling something was a second she might not survive. So I didn't care about the men I was killing. Why would I? The methods you used for the killing and the torture, everything matches the patterns of a hardened criminal. And trust me, Mr. Valker, I've spent years studying hardened criminals." Her eyes locked onto his. "So tell me, are you one yourself?" "No." "Next question. How did you learn what you did?" "Human anatomy class." "This is not a joke." Ashley's voice cracked across the table. "Answer honestly. Everything you did today required practice, repetition, and familiarity. You can't tell me you read it in a textbook and walked into Norrington School ready to dismantle a man piece by piece. I learned what causes the most pain in human anatomy. I applied that knowledge." He shrugged faintly. "That's all there is to it. Why did you leave the leader half dead?" For the first time, the smile faded from Damien's face. He went still. When he answered, his voice was lower, quieter, and stripped of all the mockery he'd been wearing like armor. "If I'd had more time, I would have kept going." The room went cold. "That man pointed a gun at my sister's forehead. I don't care about your laws. I don't care about your protocols. I don't care about your interrogation procedures or your intelligence value or any of the bureaucratic concerns you're hiding behind." His crimson eyes lifted to meet hers as a mocking look passed through them, as if he knew the officers couldn't do anything against him. "If anyone tries to put their hands on my family, they'll beg to be handed over to the SFD by the time I'm done with them. And I'll be honest with you, officer. If even the highest authorities of the Federation tried to harm my family, I would do exactly the same thing to them that I did to that terrorist." Ashley's aura erupted before she could stop it. The pressure crashed down on Damien like a physical wall, the kind of S-rank presence that should have driven a 15-year-old F-rank kid to his knees. But Damien didn't flinch, didn't blink, and didn't even change his posture. He just kept looking at her with those tired, blood-streaked crimson eyes. After a long moment, Ashley pulled her aura back. "Mind your words, Valker. What you just said borders on treason. Instead of doing your jobs properly, all you can do is intimidate a 15-year-old. That's the SFD for you. You couldn't stop the attack, you couldn't even arrive in time to save the dead, and now you're sitting in front of the only person who actually did your job for you, accusing him of being suspicious." He pushed back from the table. "I have to say, I'm disappointed in the SFD. You didn't even offer me medical treatment when I walked in here voluntarily. So, let's end this farce. I'm tired and you have no grounds to hold me. If you have evidence connecting me to the terrorist organization, then arrest me. Right now." He stood up. "And if you don't, then use the brains the Federation pays you to use. My sister almost died today and you have the audacity to find me suspicious." He walked past the table, past Ashley, past Brian, and out the door. Neither of them moved to stop him. By the time the door clicked shut behind him, both officers were sitting in stunned silence, their expressions pale. Brian was the first to speak. "He wasn't wrong, you know. I don't think you should have accused him from the start. Ma'am. I'm not an idiot, Brian. Ashley's voice was clipped, controlled, but there was a thread of frustration running beneath it. I know he wasn't part of the group that attacked Norrington. That much is obvious. But how do you explain that? She gestured sharply toward the monitor where the CCTV footage was still queued up. Brian followed her gaze and went silent. Even if he isn't connected to the Shadow Council or whoever was behind today, there are dozens of other criminal organizations operating across the Federation. Look at his file and look at the data we have on him. Now compare it to the boy you just saw walk out of this room. She started pacing. Does he look like a bored 15-year-old waiting to enter an academy? Does anything about his behavior match his profile? There are no criminal records. Nothing and everything in his history is too clean. Suspiciously clean. Brian was beginning to understand why his superior had pushed so hard. He also received an invitation from Stormhold Academy. The reason listed was theoretical excellence. Nothing about his physical capabilities or combat performance. Yes, he might have started breathing exercises after accepting the invitation, but it's only been a day since the results were announced. Less than a day since he supposedly began aura training, and with a low-rank talent, he somehow formed his aura core in such a short time. Her voice grew harder. And in that single day, this kid managed to kill 67 terrorists all by himself. Their entire main force as an F-rank awakener, without learning a single skill from his academy yet. Tell me how that math works, Brian. Brian had no answer. Nothing about Damien Valker matches Damien Valker. She stopped pacing and turned to face the gathered officers. And that's what scares me. The world has been getting more chaotic in recent years. Monster behavior is changing, and they are creating issues and patterns we don't understand. The higher-ups are worried that if things go south, criminal organizations will be the first to side with our enemies. And if a kid like that is connected to one of them and we did nothing, we'll regret it for the rest of our careers. The other officers in the room had gone solemn as they understood the stakes now. After a long pause, Ashley exhaled slowly. Send everything we have to the Federation and Stormhold Academy. And remove Damien Valker's records from today's incident. Every trace of him being present needs to disappear from the public record. She paused. Also, file a request to have his entire data file classified as Rank S. Knock knock. The door opened, and another officer stepped inside. Ma'am, we've identified the organization behind the attack. Everyone in the room turned to look at him, but the officer hesitated. It's the Shadow Council. The temperature in the room seemed to drop as every face went grim at the mention of the name. When Damien stepped outside the SFD building, the sky had already begun to darken. Alaric was waiting near the car, leaning against the driver's side door. He waved once when he spotted his son and gestured for him to hurry. Damien didn't waste time as he crossed the parking lot and slid into the passenger seat without a word. Alaric got in after him and pulled out into the street. A few minutes passed in silence before he finally spoke. They didn't do anything illegal in there, did they? Not really. Just asked some random questions. I see. That was the end of the conversation, and the rest of the ride passed in heavy silence. Damien eventually broke it himself. Where are we going? Your uncle's place. Lyandra and Luna are already there waiting for you. You have some serious injuries, and considering the nature of today's incident, it's better to get you treated quietly and away from official records. The uncle Alaric was referring to was his younger brother, Sebastian Valker. A scientific genius in the medical field and an A-rank expert with an obsessive love for skills related to healing, biology, and human enhancement. Sebastian had been behind several recent medical breakthroughs that had quietly saved thousands of lives across the Federation. In the current world, despite the addition of magic and aura, science hasn't lost its value. If anything, it has become more important than ever. New breakthroughs and inventions were happening every day, and humanity's ability to fight monsters depended just as much on technology and research as on individual awakeners. In short, scientists were the new celebrities, and Sebastian was one of them. Alaric and his younger brother didn't get along well, though there was no real hatred between them. They'd grown apart over the years for reasons Damien had never asked about. In the past 15 years, they had only met a handful of times. As Damien was lost in his own thoughts, the car came to a sudden stop. "We're here. Let's go inside. You must be hungry." When Damien and Alaric stepped through the front door, they found Leandra and Luna sitting on a sofa across from a lean, bespectacled man with messy dark hair, Sebastian. "Brother!" The moment Luna saw Damien, she sprang up from the sofa and ran toward him. But the moment she got close enough for him to reach, slap, the sound cracked through the room. Luna's head snapped to the side as she crumpled to the floor, her hair falling forward to cover her face. "Damien! Damie!" Alaric and Leandra both shouted at the same time, their voices sharp with shock. From the moment Damien had been old enough to understand the difference between right and wrong, he had never once raised a hand against Luna. Not even in childhood arguments and not even in moments of frustration. And now he had hard enough to knock her off her feet. Both parents stared at him, waiting for an explanation. But Damien's expression was raw with exhaustion. When he spoke, his voice sounded like it was being dragged out of him. "Just watch the CCTV footage from the seminar hall. I know you'll have access to it through your contacts." That was all he said. He turned away from his stunned family and walked straight toward Sebastian, who had been watching the whole exchange with the awkward, eyes-darting expression of a man desperately wishing he could be anywhere else. "I'm injured, Uncle. Let's get this over with." "All right, right? Yes. Come with me. It's been so long, Damie. Look how much you've grown." Sebastian latched onto the chance to escape the family drama and led his nephew quickly out of the living room, talking the entire way. "So many wounds. You really did have a rough day, huh?" "It was all right." Sebastian's hands moved with practiced precision, his fingers glowing faintly green as healing energy flowed into the worst of Damien's injuries. The stab wound in his side closed first, then the cuts on his arms, and then the bruises along his ribs that he hadn't even bothered to mention. "You've changed a lot since I last saw you, but I think it's for the better." Damien didn't ask what he meant as he was too tired to care. "Should I clear up the scars too?" "No, don't remove them." Sebastian paused, tilting his head in genuine confusion. "But it would only take a few seconds with my skills. You've got quite an ugly one across your face, you know. Right side of your forehead, slicing through your eyebrow." Sebastian held up a small mirror. Damien looked at himself for the first time since the bombing. The scar was exactly where his uncle described, running from the upper left of his forehead, down through his eyebrow, ending just above his eye. He must have gotten it when the blast threw him into the wall. It made him look older, harder, and more dangerous than a 15-year-old should look. "It's fine. I want to keep this scar. It'll remind me to stay alert." That wasn't the real reason. Damien wanted to keep it until he had killed every single member of the organization that had attacked Norrington School. The scar would be a daily reminder, every time he looked in a mirror, every time he washed his face, every time he caught his reflection in a window. A reminder that right now he was nothing more than an ant. An ant so small that even the lowest dregs of society could harm me. His crimson eyes grew cold. Ever since regaining his memories, Damien had been growing more vengeful by the day. He could feel it sharpening inside him like a blade being honed against stone. Sebastian shrugged, unbothered, and brought him something to eat before leaving the room and giving him some privacy. Status. Name, Damien Valker. Age 15. Rank, F. Talent, S. Core attributes, Strength, 12-15. Speed, 13-17. Stamina, 15-19. Vitality, 20-22. Aura, F. Will, 120-129. Skills. Shooting, C+B. Hand combat, B. Aura control, EE+. Weapon arts. Combat experience was the best teacher. Looking at the changes in his stats, Damien now understood another path to power. Each life or death moment refined his abilities in ways that hours of training could never replicate. He also needed to get serious about manipulating bullets with his mind. Today's incident had taught him just how valuable a gun could be in this world. The Federation might consider it an outdated weapon, but that perception was exactly the advantage he needed. Every weapon was, in the end, just a means of expressing power, and he intended to express a lot of it. But soon, his thoughts drifted somewhere darker. To Luna. Sigh. The reason he'd slapped her earlier was obvious, at least obvious to him. Standing up in front of tens of terrified hostages, raising her voice against the leader and becoming an intentional target so he wouldn't choose someone else. He would have been a fool not to figure out what she'd been thinking. She couldn't bear the thought of anyone else dying in her place, so she'd offered herself first. How incredibly foolish. Others might watch the same footage and see bravery. A girl sacrificing herself for her classmates and teachers. A noble act worth admiring. But Damien knew her better than anyone in this world. He knew her motivations, he knew her heart, and he knew exactly what kind of decision she'd made when she stood up. She's too kind for this world. His thoughts grew restless, anger bubbling beneath the surface in a way he couldn't focus through. He couldn't even bring himself to start training. Just as the frustration was reaching its peak, the door of the room creaked open, and Luna stepped inside. Her head was lowered, her eyes were puffy and red. There was a faint mark on her cheek where his hand had connected, though Sebastian had probably healed the worst of it. She didn't move past the doorway as she just stood there, eyes on the floor, waiting for him to acknowledge her. Come here. Luna flinched at the coldness in his voice, but she still came slowly until she stood in front of him. Sit down. She lowered herself onto the edge of the bed. Without warning, Damien reached out, grabbed her by the collar, and pulled her face close to his. Their faces were inches apart now, close enough that he could feel her breath against his skin and see the tears already forming in the corners of her eyes. His voice came out low, quiet and stripped of all the heat from earlier. You know, ever since I got my memories back, I haven't known how to express what I am, so I've been acting, pretending to be the version of me you all remember, but you saw through it almost immediately and told me I could be my real self around you, that you wouldn't judge me. He paused. His grip on her collar tightened slightly. I don't know what I've become, Luna, but I do know what I'm not. I'm not the kind big brother who would let your stupid mistakes slide. I'm not the fool who would smile and tell you everything was okay when you put your life on the line for strangers. His voice dropped lower. You can see through me, that's fine, but I can see through you just as easily. He raised his other hand and used 2 fingers to lift her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes directly. So listen to me very carefully, Luna Valkyr. I'm only going to say this once. If you ever again decide to put your life on the line for some fools that I couldn't care less about. He paused, just long enough for the silence to feel dangerous. I will kill every single one of them myself. Every person you saved by stepping forward and every face you traded your life for. Any fool can die, Luna. Dying is easy. If you're so determined to be kind, then get strong enough that you don't have to die to save anyone. Luna's breath caught. Her silver eyes searched his face, and her innate skill flared without her meaning to call it. For a brief moment, she could see the emotions pouring off him in waves. It was not anger or the fury she'd been bracing herself for, but fear. Pure, raw, and suffocating fear. He wasn't yelling at her because he was angry. He was yelling because the thought of losing her was tearing him apart from the inside, and this was the only way he knew how to express it. She tried to look away. She couldn't bear the intensity of what she was seeing in him. But Damien's hand caught her chin again and forced her back. Their foreheads were nearly touching now. Look at me. Listen carefully, because I will never repeat this. I forbid you from dying for other people. I forbid you from ever putting yourself in that position again. I forbid you from... His voice cracked. From leaving me. He didn't realize that his own eyes had filled with tears until one of them slipped down his cheek. Luna's lips parted, but no words came out. She just stared at him, at the boy who had been carrying 2 lifetimes of weight inside his head since yesterday morning. The boy she had loved her entire life. The stranger he had become and the person he still was underneath all of it. The room felt impossibly still. She wanted to say something, anything, but her throat had closed up, and the only thing she could feel was the ache of his pain pressing against her own chest like it belonged to her. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then, slowly and quietly, Luna leaned forward. Her cheek brushed against his as she moved closer, and her lips came to rest just beside his ear. She whispered, her voice shaky and barely audible, "If you ever raise your hand against me again." Her breath was warm. Her tone was something he had never heard from her before, soft, but with an edge underneath it that made his entire body go still. "I'll punish you." She lingered there for half a second longer, long enough for him to feel the press of her face against his. Then she pulled away, her cheeks burning bright red, and turned without looking at him again. She walked out of the room as quickly as she'd come in, leaving the door slightly ajar behind her. Damien sat frozen on the bed. His hand was still half raised from where it had been holding her chin. His mouth was slightly open and his tears had stopped without him noticing. His mind, for the first time all day, was completely blank. What the hell just happened? He didn't have an answer as he sat there for a long time, staring at the door she had walked through, the lingering warmth of her breath against his ear refusing to fade. Eventually, the exhaustion of the past 2 days caught up to him in one crushing wave. His eyelids grew heavy and his thoughts grew slower. He didn't even remember laying back against the pillow. And for the first time since regaining his memories, Damien fell into dreams that weren't full of blood. The next morning, the entire world had heard about Norrington. Every news article carried the same horrifying visuals: blood-stained hallways, shattered classrooms, and the gaping hole blown into the side of the building. The death toll had been confirmed overnight. 110 students and teachers killed. It was the worst terrorist attack in recent years. Every news channel was demanding answers from the government. It felt like the rug had been pulled out from under an entire civilization. The safety and security that the Federation's citizens had taken for granted for decades was now, for the first time in living memory, being openly questioned. Calls for immediate retaliation against the organization responsible echoed across every platform. While the world burned with outrage, Damien finally woke up. He felt better as the deepest exhaustion had finally lifted from his bones thanks to some actual rest. He picked up his communicator from the bedside table and scrolled through the flood of social media posts about the attack. Comment after comment, outrage after outrage, and hashtags trending worldwide. And as he read them, he realized just how much he had changed. If this had happened to him before he'd regained his memories, he would have reacted exactly like the people commenting. He would have been horrified, furious, demanding justice and crying for the dead students he'd never met. But now, nothing. He felt absolutely nothing. The 110 dead were just numbers to him. People whose deaths didn't touch him in any meaningful way because none of them had been Luna or his parents. This isn't right. The thought arrived quietly, but it landed with force. I need to admit it. I'm not in a healthy mental state. Even Alessio cared about his Mafia like family. He had people he was willing to bleed for. But the way I'm feeling right now... He set the communicator down on his lap. Flashes of yesterday's violence rose unbidden in his mind. Why am I not even slightly affected? Why is killing this easy for me? I'm not Alessio. I'm Damien. I'm a 15-year-old student who's about to enter an academy. I shouldn't be this calm. The realization wasn't comfortable, but it was necessary. I need to set rules for myself. If my emotions are broken right now, then I'll work with logic instead. Murder isn't normal, torture isn't normal, and people my age aren't supposed to do these things without flinching. If I can't feel the weight of what I'm doing, then I need to act like I do. A reality check. That's what this was. He was dangerous right now, and the only person who could rein him in was himself. I even raised my hand against Luna. The thought made him wince. And the moment he thought of Luna, the memory from last night came flooding back. He shook his head sharply, as if he could physically dislodge the memory. Then he stood up and walked toward the door. The moment he stepped into the living room, he heard raised voices. You have to understand. The kid is a genius. Why are you so stuck on the fact that he killed someone? You've killed people. I've killed lots more. Even Lyandra has killed more than the rest of us in this room combined. My wife and I kill monsters, Sebastian. We kill the threats to humanity. There's nothing wrong with that. And I agree more than anyone. But that doesn't mean it's normal for a 15-year-old to kill humans for the first time and feel nothing. It doesn't matter, Alaric. You've always been so stuck up about everything. In this world, you can only survive by being like that. My nephew is completely sane. He doesn't need a damn therapist. He's not all right. I suggested it because there might be things he can't bring himself to share with us. I care about my son, just like I cared about you when we were younger, but you shut me out every time I tried to help. Oh, here we go again. You always think you're the one who knows everything, who understands the most, who has all the answers. I'm an adult, Alaric. I'm not the baby brother you keep treating me like, and not everyone needs your help. God damn it. Sometimes people need to figure themselves out. Both of you, shut up. Lyandra's voice cracked across the room like a whip. Both brothers froze mid-argument and turned to look at her, and then followed her eyes toward the doorway where Damien was standing, watching them in silence. Damien had heard everything, and as much as he hated to admit it, both his father and his uncle were right in their own ways. He didn't want to see a therapist. The thought alone made his skin itch. His instincts rebelled against the idea of letting any stranger inside his head. But Alaric's concerns were also accurate, almost painfully so. His mental state wasn't normal and he himself knew it wasn't. He couldn't fault either of them for their argument. But what he did notice, what was harder to ignore than the words themselves, was how different his parents had become around him since yesterday morning. Lyandra's smile didn't reach her eyes the way it used to, and Alaric's silences carried more weight. Even their body language had shifted around him, becoming careful and watchful. They were trying their best. He could see them trying so hard to treat him the same as before. But the effort was exactly what made it feel forced. He didn't want this for them or even for himself. He needed time to figure out who he was now. Time to settle into this new reality of himself. Time to stop being a stranger in his own home. So, he made a decision. The moment Lyandra's shout died down, Damien spoke. I've decided to go to Stormhold Academy today. I won't wait for the official start of classes. All three adults turned to him. I received a message from them last night, and it seems they're already aware of what happened at Norrington and the circumstances surrounding it. They've extended an invitation for me to come early. He paused, glancing toward his bag near the wall. I'll head back to our place and pack my things. He hadn't lied. The notification from Stormhold had genuinely arrived sometime during the night, and he'd seen it the moment he picked up his communicator. Without waiting for anyone to respond, he picked up his bike keys from the side table and walked toward the front door. He just settled onto the seat of his bike and was about to pull on his helmet when the front door opened behind him, and Luna stepped out. She was holding her own helmet under one arm, and without a word, she walked over and climbed onto the back of the bike behind him and settled in like she always did. Damien didn't say anything as he just put on his helmet and started the engine. The ride was quiet. There was an awkwardness hanging between them now, heavy and impossible to ignore. Luna was clearly mortified by what she'd done last night. The whisper she'd left lingering in his ear, refusing to leave either of them alone. And Damien still didn't fully understand what he was supposed to feel about any of it. So, neither of them spoke. The silence held all the way back to their house. When Damien parked the bike and headed inside, he made it as far as the hallway before a small hand caught his sleeve. He turned around. Luna was looking up at him with an intensity she rarely showed. Her silver eyes locked onto his, her lips pressed together like she was steeling herself for something. I'll come to Stormhold Academy next year too. So, wait for me. Bam! The moment the words left her mouth, she turned and bolted to her own room, slamming the door shut behind her. Damien stood in the hallway for a long moment, staring at the closed door. Then his lips curved into a small, genuine smile, the first real one he'd worn in days. I'll be waiting. He turned and headed to his own room to start packing. Stormhold Academy was located near the center of the Federation, far from Norrington City, which sat in the northern regions of the continent. The journey would take most of the day. Damien packed his clothes, basic supplies, his gun and the spare magazines, the bullets and his communicator charger. Everything else he could buy or replace once he arrived. He took his bike straight to the train station and went through the procedures to register the bike as luggage. Once he had his ticket, he made his way to his assigned compartment. It had been more than a full day since he'd done any breathing exercises. The moment he settled into his seat, he closed his eyes and began circulating his aura, drawing fresh aura particles into his core and refining what he already had. The train pulled out of the station shortly after. Its speed was far greater than Damien had expected. Alessio's memories provided no comparable reference point. And yet the ride was smooth, quiet, and almost luxurious. There was no shaking or any noise, just the faint sense of forward motion and the world outside flowing past the window. When he finally opened his eyes and looked out, what he saw made him pause. This world was far more beautiful than his past one. The technology was obviously advanced, but so was the environment. Forests stretched out beyond the train tracks, wild and lush in ways that no part of Alessio's old world had ever been. Cities flickered in the distance with elegant architecture that rose into the sky in graceful curves rather than the rigid rectangles he was used to. The setting sun painted everything in warm orange light. For a moment, Damien let himself feel the peace of it. Then it hit him. He'd been on the train for hours already, and he was almost at his destination. Status. Name, Damien Valker. Age 15. Rank, F+. Talent, S. Core attributes, Strength, 15. Speed, 17. Stamina, 19. Vitality, 22. Aura, FF+. Will, 129. Skills. Shooting, B. Hand combat, B. Aura control, E+. Weapon arts. Looking at the growth of his core, Damien realized he had been continuing the breathing exercise for hours without even realizing it. He adjusted his clothes as he was about to get off the train. He was currently wearing a simple suit, not much to his taste as the only one that he liked was shredded to pieces during the incident yesterday. I really need to make time to buy some clothes. As he got off the train, he took his bike and went straight towards the Stormhold Academy. His road to power was finally about to begin. Stormhold Academy. Outside the high walls of the academy, a girl with purple hair and eyes stood. She was the current student council president of the Stormhold Academy. Her name was Elizabeth Murdoch. She was a very powerful person for someone her age. There were rumors that she was already at B rank. Right now, she was waiting to receive the first freshman of this year. This freshman had encountered some special circumstances requiring him to arrive at the academy a bit early. He was involved in the Norrington incident that happened only yesterday. Not only was he involved, he was the main reason many lives were saved. The student council was the one responsible for sending the invitations out to students with special circumstances. At all academies, student councils held the most influence. They were the future leaders of the Federation with thousands who were dependent on them. So academies started grooming these strong individuals from the moment they joined them. They give them complete authority of running the academies, albeit under the supervision of the professors. And Elizabeth was the one who made sure to send an invitation out to Damien Valker. And it was even before this incident happened. She really wanted to meet this new student. She has seen the CCTV footage of his massacre, and she also saw many things that others might have not noticed. She also knew SFD was currently investigating Damien's past, trying to find any connection he might have had with any sort of criminal organization. But she didn't care. She liked what she saw, and she needed this kind of talent in Stormhold. The world is becoming more and more chaotic. Only individuals like Damien will be our hope. Just as she was immersed in her thoughts, she saw a black bike come to a stop in front of her. She saw the rider take out his communicator and make a call. Her watch started ringing, which caught the rider's eyes as well. So Elizabeth waved her hand to let the rider know she was the one whom he was trying to contact. She came closer while he was removing his helmet. A face 3 years younger than her with a menacing scar with red hair and eyes greeted her. I am Elizabeth Murdoch, Student Council President of Stormhold Academy. It is a pleasure to meet you. Elizabeth stretched her hand forward, which the boy took with his own and introduced himself as well. "Good evening, Miss President. My name is Damien Valker." Inside the office of Student Council President, Damien was sitting in front of Elizabeth as she was busy signing the documents and completing his admission process. He was surprised to find out that he was directly in contact with the president from the start ever since he accepted the invitation. But he did not care much about it and continued to wait till Elizabeth completed the formalities. Catch! As soon as she was done, she took out a watch from her table and threw it at Damien. Looking at his confused face, she explained, "From now on, you won't need those useless communicators. You can use this watch for all purposes and it will also reflect your ranking in class. All your communications will happen through this device from now on. As you might know, students of the Stormhold Academy face many disasters during their time here. So we have made this watch as a preventive measure, so that all information about the students remains safe at all times. Even the Academy won't be able to access any information other than your academic details." I see. Even though Damien felt it was too good to be true, he didn't voice out any objection and wore the watch. As soon as he wore the watch, Damien found out that a holographic screen was reflected in front of his eyes, and it also accessed all his information from his old communicator and deleted all data from it. Looking at the surprised look on Damien's face, Elizabeth chuckled. "The watch is connected to the admin AI of Earth Federation. It can override the authority of any such rudimentary device." "I see. So that's why they were so confident about our information being completely secure. If it's in the hands of a neutral AI entity, then it makes sense." He remembered hearing the old beggar say there was an entity like that in the world inside the novel. Now a bit relaxed, Damien closed the interface and looked towards Elizabeth. "Why was I sent a special invitation from the Academy? At that time, the Norrington incident had not even happened." Faced with his directness, she also answered honestly. "In your entrance exams, in all your theory exams, you scored 93 marks. The difficulty of achieving such a result is even more than getting full marks in all subjects. It is clear that you wanted to score enough to get into the top 1,000 barely just to be safe. To me, it seemed like you were flaunting the prowess of your intelligence," Elizabeth said seriously before continuing. "But now, looking at how you fought and your calculative moves and ruthlessness, I'm even more interested in your talents. I don't believe your limit is just B rank. With a mind so intelligent, you wouldn't have chosen Stormhold Academy if you were not confident enough to become powerful. SFD might think you are suspicious and whatnot, but I don't care as long as AI determines you to not be our enemy. The world is becoming more and more chaotic, and we need more and more talents like you." As soon as Elizabeth finished speaking, Damien smiled and extended his hand towards her for a handshake. "I look forward to my days at Stormhold under your care, Miss President." Elizabeth also smiled as she returned his handshake. "And I look forward to the surprises you will bring my way." The newly formed Federation of the surviving old nations could not trust each other easily, so they created a neutral, emotionless, advanced intelligence entity. Its capabilities were far beyond any technologies ever created, and it was also capable of self-improvement. It was called Admin AI, as its work was the administration of all laws and rules of the Earth Federation. It was the final voice for any decision which could not be decided by the Federation itself. Fascinating, isn't it? An old man was reading from a tattered book to a malnourished child, looking at him with bright eyes as he spoke. The child nodded his head in answer, and the old man chuckled before continuing. "Hee hee, you must be wishing there was such an entity in our current world as well. But the world you live in is far from achieving the brilliance required to make such an entity. You also live in the same world as me." Do I? I live the reality which I believe is real, while you live the reality which you see as real. Stop talking nonsense again. I gave you a piece of bread for reading the book. Sigh. Young people these days don't have any patience for old men at all. The old man sighed before picking up the book again. Everything in the Earth Federation was under observation of Admin AI. It usually ignored normal crimes committed, but when it came to the overall effect on the human race, Admin AI was the first to act against the threat. Why not act against every crime? Hee hee. The most corrupted ones were also the ones with the highest authorities in the Federation. They restricted admin AI in many ways to ensure it couldn't act against them. Hence, the structure of the new era was formed, with admin AI and the various departments of government keeping each other in check. The old beggar paused and looked towards the child whose eyes were reflecting hunger for more words. Always hungry for everything. Well, it is obvious given his circumstances, isn't it? He chuckled before ending his session of that day with mysterious words. But how could admin AI, being such an intelligent entity, not find any ways after hundreds of years to bypass the restrictions placed on it by mere humans? Stormhold Academy had massive infrastructure. Over the long years of high investment, it was equipped with the best training facilities in the world. Many such huge facilities and training grounds were available for each year's students. Students needed to complete 4 years of education at all academies in the world before they could graduate. It didn't matter if you were some heavenly genius or not. All must complete all 4 years of compulsory education. The reason for this was, the Earth Federation believed that only being strong was not enough if you didn't even understand the current situation of the world clearly. The courses at Academy included teaching about the monsters beyond the portals and many highly advanced scientific concepts as well. The Federation believed that even if someone was strong enough to defend themselves, the unknown was always most scary. The dormitories of the students were at different places for each year's students. After finishing his meeting with the student council president, Damien moved towards the first-year dormitory, which was currently empty. Since the rankings were not yet decided and the classes had not started, Damien was assigned a random room for now. They really spent a lot on building these dormitories. As expected of the strongest academy in the Federation, every student is given his own separate room. Damien murmured as he placed his belongings inside the room, clearly satisfied with it. Even though the room was nothing special, it was spacious and very aesthetic. I should go check out the training facilities first. After changing into his training clothes, Damien went out of the dormitory. Although it was night time, many students were roaming the academy premises. The scenery was very beautiful with all the colorful trees and gardens with beautiful lights. After asking someone about the directions towards the training facilities, Damien quickly found them. Large advanced-looking buildings soon stood in front of him. As soon as he entered the building, he found a receptionist sitting there looking at her communicator. "Excuse me." Startled, the receptionist looked above and was surprised to see a new face greeting her. "Yes, I'm a new student just coming in. I was hoping you could assign me to a room where I could train without getting disturbed." Even more surprise flashed across the receptionist's face as she asked, "New student? But the first year has not started as of yet. I was invited here beforehand due to some special circumstances." "I see. Let me get my glasses. Wait a minute." As the receptionist was trying to find her glasses, Damien looked at her closely. She had short brown hair and was about 20 years old with an average-looking face. But she radiated a strong aura around her. He had heard that even the staff at Stormhold was very strong, with most of them being the graduates themselves who decided to stay at Academy after graduation. As she looked at him again after getting her glasses, her eyes went wide. "That's quite an intimidating scar you got on your eyebrow, and it looks fresh as well. But it makes you look even more charming for sure." "Thank you. You can call me Annie. I work as a receptionist here. Now you can go to room number 6 on this floor for your training. At this time of the year many rooms are empty, but finding empty rooms will be difficult later on. So make sure to either rank high or come early when your year starts. Thanks for the info." After thanking Annie, Damien entered room number 6 without wasting much time. As soon as he entered, he found the training room a bit similar to the one at home. Status: Name: Damien Valker. Age 15. Rank: F+. Talent: S. Core attributes: Strength: 15. Speed: 17. Stamina: 19. Vitality: 22. Aura: F+. Will: 129. Skills: Shooting: B. Hand combat: B. Aura control: E+. Weapon arts. Looking at the status, Damien was about to plan his training session when his watch started making vibrations. Beep. The status data of Damien Valker recorded. His face darkened. Before he could say anything, the watch vibrated again. Beep. You shouldn't worry. The status data won't be accessed by anyone other than me. As the admin AI of Earth Federation, I already possess all your information and information of every human being. Your academy will only be given the data regarding your rank, and that too would only be given to trusted and verified people with enough authority. You can also share your status data to anyone you want to share through this watch. You can talk to me? Beep. This is not my main body, so you can only talk with one of my millions of awarenesses. As the admin AI, I'm responsible for far more important things than this. I can guess that much. I'm just surprised and a bit worried about my privacy. Beep. After this, I won't talk unless specifically called upon by the watch user. You can check the settings as well to customize the watch as per your preference. For the first time a status is recorded, I have the authority to talk. Sigh. This world is really strange. Inside a training room in Stormhold Academy, a young crimson-haired youth could be seen holding a beautiful black gun with silver engravings. Bang bang bang. 3 gunshots rang as soon as the youth clicked the trigger. But surprisingly, all 3 bullets followed different trajectories after being shot from the same position. Finally, after 2 weeks of trying, I finally succeeded in controlling bullets in mid-air. The youth was none other than Damien Valker. It has been 2 weeks since he arrived at the Stormhold Academy, and all that time was either spent on training or doing breathing exercises. Sigh. Although I can control bullet trajectories now, doing so puts a lot of stress in my mind. I'm already having a headache. As he wiped off the sweat off his forehead, Damien couldn't help but sigh. Manipulating bullet trajectories might seem simple but was actually incredibly hard. Bullets by themselves are already traveling almost 4,000 feet per second. People find it hard to even see them, much less control their direction with their mind. Only after trying repeatedly and improving his stats was he even able to achieve this almost impossible task at his current rank. Even then, it was mostly thanks to his willpower being so strong that he was able to achieve this result. It seems he might have still underestimated his will stat. He planned to ask more information about this from a professor later on when the classes start. Status. Name: Damien Valker. Age 15. Rank: F plus E. Talent: S. Core attributes: Strength: 1531. Speed: 1733. Stamina: 1929. Vitality: 2230. Aura: F plus E. Will: 129, 140. Skills: Shooting: BB+. Hand combat: B. Telekinesis: E+. Aura control: E plus D. Weapon arts. After his intense training for the past 2 weeks, many changes were reflected in his status. Most important was that his rank has broken through to E finally. Even his aura core made some progress and broke through 2 times to reach E rank. It seems my rank won't increase unless my stats reach a certain number. Even though my core is already at E rank, my overall rank remains at E-. I broke through to E rank after all 4 of my core attributes broke through 25 stat points. Does it mean I will need to reach 50 stat points each to break through to rank D? As he was mulling over his thoughts, his gaze couldn't help but move to will stat, which has again increased. When did this happen? As he was looking for a reason for this sudden increase, he found the reason soon enough. Telekinesis. So after my hours of trying to change bullet trajectories, I developed this skill as well. I can later on try to move other things as well through my mind. Also, does it mean that will stat can be increased if we train mind-related skills? The same can be applied to other stats as well then. Need to figure it out later. As he closed his status screen, Damien couldn't help but clench his fists with an excited expression on his face. Feeling the power of his physical body increasing day by day was an exhilarating feeling. And feeling the aura revolving in his body and core, it felt like he was on drugs. Phew, let's head back and get some sleep. Tomorrow is the orientation day for first years. Yes, admissions were already done for the first years and the dormitory was already packed with new students. He received regular updates through his watch from the academy. Even his rank has been updated and he moved to a regular room based on his rankings. Nothing much changes for his room, as he was already staying in a similar one. Only top students of a year received better accommodations. While walking towards his dormitory, Damien looked at the hologram from his watch. Name: Damien Valker. Class 1B. Year rank: 231. Status rank: E-. There were a total of around 400 students admitted every year in Stormhold Academy. As his rank was not that great in entrance examinations, he was assigned 231 year rank based on that. Not all top students took admissions in Stormhold Academy, as many equally strong academies were emerging around the Federation. So it was not surprising that despite ranking in the 900s, he had such a relatively high rank in his year. I wonder what others would think if a student with rank E was only ranked 231 in the first year. As he was looking at his hologram, a voice rang out from behind him. Damien turned around to see a purple-haired beauty standing behind him and smiling. Startled, Damien asked, "Can you see my hologram?" "Not really, but I'm the student council president. I have access to all the information of every student inside Stormhold." Elizabeth smiled, before continuing. "Your progress has been impressive these past few weeks. I won't waste much of your time since you have a big day tomorrow. Care for a small walk with me?" "Please, Miss Murdoch." Damien gestured politely with his hand before falling a step behind her as they both went to a small garden around the premises. "You can call me Elizabeth from now on. I'm sure we will be interacting a lot and I don't like the sound of Miss Murdoch." "All right, Miss Elizabeth." Elizabeth shook her head at his formal way of addressing as she smiled, but she didn't say anything. As they were walking inside the garden and engaging in small talk, Elizabeth stopped and looked at Damien with a serious face. "Now to the actual reason why I sought you out. Your information has been classified as rank S in the Federation by SFD, and they also made sure to wipe out all traces of your involvement from the Norrington incident. But they did report everything to the Academy as well as the higher-ups in the Federation. You don't need to worry on the Academy side, as for the next 2 years, I will be the one in charge. But I don't know if the Federation will have some plans for you." Damien kept quiet as he listened, not interrupting her. "I have been keeping track of all the progress regarding the incident and the reaction of SFD as well. And although they did manage to keep your involvement hidden in official reports, they didn't warn any of the students or teachers from Norrington School to not reveal your information. From what I can see, they are deliberately trying to let the organization behind the attack find out about your involvement. Otherwise, it would be too clumsy on their part to not even think of this. So make sure to stay alert all the time, as you might get targeted by those terrorists when you leave the academy." Elizabeth kept looking at Damien's face while letting him know everything she found out. But not a single change happened in his expression from the start till the end. It was as if they were not talking about an evil organization targeting him and SFD using him as bait, but rather just enjoying a night walk in the garden. Just as she was about to continue, she saw him open his mouth for the first time. "Do you happen to know the name of the organization behind this attack? Do you happen to know the name of the organization behind this attack?" Damien asked Elizabeth, hoping he could get an answer. And as expected, he was not disappointed. "Yes, it is an organization by the name of Shadow Council." Elizabeth continued without pausing. "Although not much is known about this organization, it has recently given SFD a lot of trouble. They have many members who are mostly low-ranked and have low talent. Not much is known about them, as so far only small-scale attacks and threats have been made by them. Previously, most of their attacks were stopped thanks to SFD, but more and more of these attacks are happening almost every week. Although the attack on Norrington was their first big success, they managed to create panic and outrage among all the people of the Federation." As she was speaking, her gaze went towards the night sky, filled with dark clouds. "Not much is known about them, but from what I have figured out, they are a group of people not satisfied with the strong families holding all the power. They say they want equal rights for all in the society, yet they kill the lower-ranked innocent people without any remorse. It is clear they just don't like the fact that low-ranked people can't get into high positions ever since the dawn of Awakeners. But you shouldn't worry much, the strength they have revealed so far is only up to C rank. You should worry more about SFD from my perspective. Yesterday, I received information from the headmaster that SFD wants to keep you under surveillance. But the headmaster rejected it, although SFD might try to send an investigator under the guise of a therapist. What? Damien was surprised for the first time during their conversation. He looked at Elizabeth immediately for clarification. You heard it right, you will have to undergo some therapist sessions. It was decided by the Federation government and even our headmaster didn't refuse. You probably understand why, right? Don't get me wrong. But no one would feel safe letting a student like you roam free among other students. I myself don't find anything wrong with what you did. But that doesn't change the fact that what you did was indeed not normal. Although the students of Stormhold undergo dangerous situations and trials, even our academy is not insane enough to let a first-year student experience bloodshed. Damien didn't like the look he was receiving from Elizabeth, but his face remained unchanged. Yes, I get it. I am indeed a psychopath. No need to sugarcoat so much. And who isn't a murderer in this age? Don't think much about it really. Others might say you are a monster, but I couldn't care less. Every student trained here in this academy is meant to become a sword for the sake of humanity. It would be too hypocritical to say you are a monster when we train for years just to become a good killing machine. Elizabeth replied with a serious face, in a bid to comfort him. Not gonna lie, it did touch my heart. As Damien was having such thoughts in his mind, Elizabeth continued. Although we train to kill monsters beyond the portals, you killed humans for your first kill and didn't even flinch. You even carved them up. I won't judge really. Looking at the teasing expression on the face of the student council president, Damien couldn't help but sigh. He really needed to take control of his emotions next time he finds himself in a similar situation. Also, there are many extraordinary students joining your batch of students, and even though you are already stronger than them, they won't take much time to catch up to you, given their talents of S and SS ranks. This indeed caught Damien's attention. Ever since he awakened his memories, he found out that he couldn't remember any of the main characters of the novel. It was as if the old man never really mentioned them. He could only remember some information about the world and a few major events. Now that I think about it, it's as if something is blocking me from accessing my old memories. After pondering for some time, he shook his head. Forget it, whatever information those memories have. One day I will eventually obtain them. For now though, it's time to start considering whether I need to create a mafia in this world or not. Sigh. Let's take it one step at a time. Damien was a little reluctant to start a mafia after what happened in his past life. Although he didn't say much at that time, every member of the mafia was a family to him. When they all died that day, he didn't find any reason to continue living. He could have escaped from the police easily if he wanted to, but he felt as though there was no meaning left to live. He had enjoyed all kinds of luxury, but only when his mafia started dying one by one. He realized at last that life became beautiful with loved ones around you. If you had no one to share your joy and sorrows, life itself was worthless. Even though to the world he was a ruthless mafia boss, to his mafia family, he was their godfather, their friend and their constant support pillar. As Damien was feeling emotional, replaying some past memories in his mind, Elizabeth thought Damien was feeling pressure since his talent was only B rank, so she comforted him. Don't worry so much, there are many ways to increase talent, and it's not rare to see people breaking past their limits. With your diligence and hard work, you will be able to keep up with the rest of your batch. I wasn't worried about that, Miss Elizabeth. Can you tell me when the so-called therapist will arrive at the academy? After pondering for some time, she replied, They should be coming the day after tomorrow. Thanks for letting me know. If there is nothing else, Mississippi, I would like to take my leave. Elizabeth pursed her lips, increasingly disliking the formal way he used while talking with her. Junior Damien, you can just call me by my name, you know, and you are far too formal. We are only students, and I'm only 2 years older than you. Damien could only helplessly oblige with her request. It was not that he was doing it intentionally, but nothing can change the fact that the person standing in front of him was a very strong awakener and held the greatest authority in the academy. Okay, Elizabeth. Thank you for everything. A smile blossomed on the face of the purple-haired beauty as she waved her hand also. See you tomorrow at the orientation, Junior Damien. Remember to be on time. Watching her leave, Damien dropped all expressions on his face and started walking towards the dormitory. At this rate, I really might end up developing an acting skill. As Damien entered his room, he couldn't help but think of the words Luna said, and laughed. He didn't know why Elizabeth Murdoch was helping him so much, or rather, why she was interested in matters related to him from the start. But he wouldn't trust her completely before figuring out her reasons as well as getting hold of some of her weaknesses. Although she did seem nice and all, even helping him with his matters. Let's start today's breathing exercises. Becoming strong is the first priority. By the time Damien opened his eyes, the sun was already shining through the window. Sigh. I will be late to orientation for sure. He sighed. Looking at the time, he was already 10 minutes late. Freshening up quickly, he opened his closet to find the academy uniform. It was already delivered here the day before yesterday. He half expected himself to be disappointed with the uniform, but who would have thought that it would perfectly suit his taste? The uniform consisted of a black pant, crimson blazer, and a light gray shirt alongside a black tie. A symbol of a black square-shaped shield with stars was embroidered on the blazer and shirt. It was the symbol of the Stormhold Academy. Before putting on the blazer, Damien placed his gun holster at his waist as well. Since he had the license to carry the weapon, there was no problem with carrying the gun on him. Students from noble families would also carry their weapons inside their space rings. But Damien had the habit of carrying the weapons at his waist from his past life. And he didn't ask his parents for a space ring for now. He didn't know how much it cost and didn't want to burden them. This uniform matches perfectly with my crimson hair and eyes. After he put on the blazer, he looked in the mirror, admiring himself. Now that I think about it, this world is filled with beautiful people. Maybe it's the effect of aura. Anyways, I better get moving fast. I'm already running late. Inside the great hall where orientation was taking place, it was already filled with students of all 4 years. On the stage, Elizabeth was standing at the center alongside other student council members. New students were discussing among themselves, clearly excited about their future. I'm so excited. I can finally start breathing exercises after today. Yeah. I can't wait to develop my skills. I'm looking forward to meeting with the professors. I heard we have the best of each field teaching in the academy. We have Professor Ashford here as well. He is one of the most famous celebrities in the world right now. But I don't see any professors present here. You fool. Student council is the one responsible for everything inside the academy. They are also the ones handling the orientation for new students every year. We will meet with the professors in our classes. As the students were discussing among themselves, Elizabeth Murdoch stepped forward in front of the mic and coughed. Immediately, all the noise and chatters inside the hall stopped. Looking at the now silent crowd, Elizabeth opened her mouth. While I appreciate the enthusiasm the new students have, I would like for you all to remain quiet from now on. My name is Elizabeth Murdoch and I'm the student council president of this academy. I'm currently in my 3rd year and standing behind me are the other members of the student council. I want you to remember the face of each and everyone standing on this stage. All the members of the student council hold the authority to decide everything in the academy. They are excellent talents in their respective fields. And most important of all, they are the strongest students in the academy. Awe could be seen on the new students' faces. They had heard about many of the strong student council members and their achievements. Now looking at them, especially the most talented student council president, standing in front of them, they were finding it hard to maintain their composure. Our academy is the strongest academy in the entire Earth Federation, and it is thanks to the effort of all our predecessors and seniors. Each and every student of the academy holds the responsibility to uphold its honor. I look forward to the day when many of you hold the right to stand beside us on this stage. Each of you has the talent and chance to achieve great things in your life. You all must have heard already, our academy has the strongest fatality rate among every academy in the Federation. The reason for that is, from your second year onwards, you will be sent to missions and trials to hunt monsters beyond the portals. So cherish your time properly and train well in your first year. I don't want to see you die in your second year. Silence spread throughout the hall as the cold voice of Elizabeth echoed. Even the older students now held solemn expressions on their faces. They had lost many of their friends before, so they knew whatever was being said right now was 100% true. Now I call upon the highest-ranking student of first year to deliver a speech for your fellow Stu Dash. Before she could finish, a loud thud spread across the hall and a dashing-looking crimson-haired youth entered the hall through the main door. As Damien opened the door and entered the hall, he found himself subjected to the stares of everyone present. Well, looks like I entered through the wrong door. As he sighed, he looked towards the stage where Elizabeth was standing and staring at him with an amused face. Before he could open his mouth, she broke the silence first. Junior Damien, I told you yesterday to arrive on time for the orientation. Forget it, please find a seat for yourself fast. Bowing slightly towards her, Damien ignored the stern gazes of other student council members and took the first seat he could find. As he was sitting, a golden-haired boy beside him stood up while giving him a glare and went towards the stage. What's his problem? Shaking his head, he closed his eyes and tried to get some rest. He spent the whole night doing breathing exercises and forgot to sleep, feeling a bit exhausted. As he was resting, the golden-haired boy went on the stage and stood in front of the mic. Good morning, my fellow students. My name is Michael Thorne and I ranked first this year in the entrance exams. I'm honored to be allowed the opportunity to address everyone. I hope all the first years, including myself, will not disappoint our seniors in the coming years and will make them proud of our achievements. Our journey has just begun and I hope everyone remains diligent throughout the year. And I hope all my fellow students will not follow in the example of the one who arrived late just now. It is students like him who I believe will be among the first ones to be either expelled or die while fighting against the monsters. Thank you and have a good day. Oh boy! Standing beside Michael Thorne, Elizabeth couldn't help but pity the first-ranked student. Even though he was very talented with SS rank talent, he was currently not at Damien's level to be showing such an attitude. Calling out and disrespecting him was completely unnecessary. As expected, all the students started murmuring among themselves. Some felt the same as Michael, whereas others thought it wasn't right to point him out like that. Sheesh! This Michael fellow is ruthless. Well, he is from an imperial family, prideful by nature. He probably felt irritated that the spotlight was stolen by that Damien fellow. I think he is foolish, even the president didn't berate that guy and even knew him. There is more to him than we know. It seems like it. As the students were discussing, Damien opened his eyes. He clearly heard everything that was being spoken about him. But he couldn't care less about what a noble brat thought of him. Although, he wouldn't tolerate anyone disrespecting him. As a Mafia boss in his past life, he knew how important public image was. If he allowed anyone to step over his head, his words and name would lose all credibility. And so, he stood up. Under the stares of every student of the academy, Damien stood up and slowly started walking towards Michael, who was coming down from the stage. As he was walking, he released his aura from his core and soon a reddish-black aura started spreading out. Damien slowly undid the buttons of his blazer. Even the slowest student already knew what was about to happen, and they were not disappointed. Michael soon started feeling suffocated by Damien's aura. The closer he got, the more he felt the terror of that aura. What the... Who is this guy? How is he so strong? I'm the first-ranked student, for God's sake. Why is he already so strong? As he was having such thoughts, Damien was already standing in front of him. And then, Damien increased the pressure of his aura with the help of aura control skill. And after that, there was no after. He blacked out. The last vision he had was of that guy having his hands in his pockets and looking down at him as if he were a pathetic ant. See, cool. What the hell? He already formed his core? Who is this monster? As the first-year students were feeling perplexed, student council members finally reacted. One lean-looking brown-haired man jumped down from the stage and arrived at lightning speed in front of Damien. He was trying to take Damien down, but the moment he arrived in front of him, he found a gun pressed against his head. Damien's face was expressionless as he stood holding the gun against the man. He tilted his head as if he dared the brown-haired man to move. That's enough. Both Damien and the brown-haired man looked towards Elizabeth, who was having a grim expression on her face. Miss Muddock dash. Enough, Junior Cross, come back. Sigh. The brown-haired man, Victor Cross, stepped back on the stage to stand behind Elizabeth. He was clearly reluctant to let Damien go just like that. Junior Damien, care to explain yourself? Only then did Damien put the gun down and fixed his clothes. I was just walking and that student collapsed. What? Yeah, I'm surprised too. This is a first-ranked student we are talking about. How come he fainted out of nowhere? Pff dash. Several students couldn't hold back their laughter at the stupid excuse Damien was presenting. I mean, I didn't attack him or anything, and I just recently awakened my core, so I was not able to control my aura. Some of it accidentally leaked out and the topper here fainted. Sigh. Looking at the innocent expression he was making, Elizabeth couldn't help sigh. This is gonna be a tough year. I just became president and I get this batch full of monsters. Well, given his history, he was already merciful. Evergreen. Take Junior Michael away to the clinic. A man with green eyes and hairs stepped forward from behind her and raised his hand. A green aura spread out and lifted Michael, but unlike the reddish-dark aura of Damien, this greenish aura was very gentle. Before that man took Michael away, he looked at Damien with curiosity. And Junior Damien, I see that you have trouble controlling your aura. Meet me after the orientation. I will guide you well. With meaningful eyes, Elizabeth addressed Damien, before looking at the crowd of students and continuing. All right, everyone, all of you are free to roam the premises and get to know your seniors as well. From tomorrow onwards, your classes will start. Have fun till then. Soon students started leaving with excitement written on their faces. Many of the new students couldn't help but look towards Damien with fear as they walked by. His crimson eyes and hairs, along with the scar, made him look very intimidating. Along with his actions just now, he already left a shadow in everyone's heart. Could you please not create trouble for me at the academy, Damien? I don't want to spend time cleaning up your messes. I'm sorry for today. Next time I will follow the rules. As soon as the orientation was over, Damien waited for Elizabeth to finish her talk with the remaining student council members, who soon came close to him. Anyways, I wanted to ask if you wanted to join the student council. Damien looked confused at the sudden invitation. Don't give me that look. We have a quota of 2 students in the student council for first years. And looking at your theory exams and your strength, you seem like a good fit. Looking at the purple-haired beauty, Damien couldn't help but ponder on the sudden opportunity. Although joining the student council seemed like a good thing, there would also be many constraints. Let's say if I decided to join the student council, am I allowed to create an organization as well? Organization? Do you mean a club? Now it was Elizabeth's turn to be confused. Not a club, but an organization which will function just like the organizations outside the academy. Although, I don't know if I will really be creating any or not. In the future, if there need be, I might create a power of my own. Can it be done while being a member of the student council as well? While I am the president, there should be no problem. Many members of the student council already have clubs running. I don't mind it unless you wreak havoc in the academy. Then I don't mind joining the student council. Perfect. I will contact you when the procedures are done. Till then, enjoy your day. Looking at Elizabeth leaving happily, Damien couldn't help but sigh. Does she want to keep an eye on me? Sigh. Forget it. Let's go outside the academy and buy some clothes first. I need to get some decent sets of suits. Damien changed his clothes and went to the parking lot where his bike was parked since the day he arrived at the academy. Wearing the helmet on, he started the bike and went outside the academy towards the main tranquil city. Tranquil City was the city in which the Stormhold Academy was located. The academy itself was located at the outskirts of the city, with the main city being some distance away from it. As he went to the bustling city, he quickly found a renowned clothing shop. He went inside and was greeted by an old man, who was clearly the owner. "Hello. How can I help you, sir? I want some suits I can use for regular day use. You can take the measurements." "No need, sir. I can tell your measurements just by looking." Damien looked at the old man with gray hair closely. His intuition was screaming at him that this man was not ordinary. But he could feel no aura around the old man, and he felt so weak. "Can I have your name, old sir?" "You can call me Old Man Mike, young sir." "And how should I address you?" "My name is Damien Valker, a new student at the Stormhold Academy." "Ah, I see, young talent indeed. Though, I would suggest you to be careful on your way back, young Damien. Some people from Norrington City have arrived here recently in search of a person by the same name." Damien's eyes sharpened as he looked at the old man who was looking at him meaningfully. "And where can I find these people?" "You are not yet strong enough. Let's get you some suits first." Old Man Mike laughed as he ignored Damien's request. After buying some suits suggested by Old Man Mike, Damien left the shop. But instead of getting on his bike, he started roaming the city. It was his first time in a big city like Tranquil City. He wanted to enjoy all the scenery. As he was walking around, his eyes couldn't help but be dragged to a dark street corner. Memories of his past life couldn't help but appear at this moment in his mind as he saw a malnourished child sitting there with hollow eyes. He stood there looking at the child, trying to find anything possible to eat with a complex expression on his face. There were few things in his past life that made him emotional, and one of them was whenever he found a starving person. Alessio understood hunger and found it one of the harshest realities of life. While thousands of children starved, the wealthy and the government never did anything to change that reality. Even this Earth Federation is trash, holding so much power and having so many ways to make a change, yet they refuse to even acknowledge them as part of the Federation. While he was having such thoughts, he moved towards the kid and stopped him from trying to eat a rotten rat. "What's your name?" As Damien addressed the child, the first instinct of the child was to hide his rat. "Sigh." Looking at the wary eyes of the child, Damien couldn't help but sigh. "Do I look like I would try stealing your food?" Only then did the child show some hesitation and answered, "I don't remember." "All right, then let's call you Alessio from now on." "Now, Alessio, can you tell me if there is an orphanage in this city?" "There is one right across the street, but they don't let beggars inside. Only the ones assigned to them by the Federation are allowed to stay there." "I see. Let's get you something to eat first." Hearing about eating made the kid's eyes go wide. "I don't have money." "I do, let's go." Holding on to the hand of the kid, Damien started finding a good restaurant. While he was searching for the restaurant, he didn't notice the kid wiping his tears and looking at him with burning eyes, as if to memorize the appearance of the one who fed him. Soon, they entered a good-looking restaurant and found a seat for themselves. Many customers around them started feeling uncomfortable and moved their seats away, looking at the beggar child dressed in ragged clothes. Nearby waiters noticed this scene and called for their manager. Damien noticed all this but didn't say anything until a fat man dressed in luxury clothes came closer to him. "Excuse me, sir, as you can see, the appearance of the beggar with you is bothering all other customers." "It's all right. Do you have any private rooms?" "Ah, I'm sorry, sir, but the private rooms are only available for VIPs. We can't just let anyone inside." Looking at the face the manager was making, Damien realized that being polite was not a solution. He even offered to take a private room, but clearly the staff here was unreasonable. It is always like this. These restaurants care too much about their so-called images. "Could you what's your name?" Damien interrupted the manager before he could ask them to leave. "It's Roman Wells, sir." "Now, Mr. Roman, there are two paths for you here. Either you take me to a private room and let us have our fill of the food, or I can leave the restaurant and you can carry on with your lives until you start hearing about the disappearances of each and every one of your family members one at a time." You will go to the police and SFD as well if you want. But no one will be able to find them. Months will go by and you will develop a habit of drinking and start losing your sanity. This fine restaurant will fire you and you will be left on the streets with no chance to eat such delicious food. You will start losing your fat and become a thin, malnourished man and curse the gods, wondering why your life turned into such a hell. And eventually you will starve to death. As Damien was talking casually, a reddish-black aura was surrounding his body, making him look very intimidating. Even Alessio sitting next to Damien started feeling uncomfortable. You can choose the second option, but I think a man as smart as you, my dear Roman, would not be so stupid, right? Sweat poured down the face of Roman as the threat alongside the pressure from that aura made him fearful. Even though Roman was also an E-rank awakener, he was not a fighter and was just a common man. I'm not paid enough for this shit. Oh, of course not, sir. Please, come with me. I happen to know a very good private room which just happens to be empty at the moment. Chuckling nervously, the manager guided them to a private room. Soon the food was served and Alessio looked towards Damien as if asking permission to eat. Damien nodded gently and started eating as well. He had not eaten since waking up today as he was already late for the orientation. An entire table of food disappeared in a short time. Damien called a waiter to get a bottle of rum for himself at the end and some desserts for the child. Watching Alessio eat happily made Damien feel some warmth and his mood lightened a little. He wanted to drink some alcohol in order to calm himself down. Matters like these always made him emotional, and with his current strength, losing control might have some consequences. After finishing the entire bottle, Damien stood up and went to find Roman. Here's the payment. It's on the house, sir. No need. I hope you come here again. I am a man of my principle, Mr. Roman. We ate your restaurant's food, so please accept the payment. And from now on, don't let what happened previously repeat itself again. Looking at the manager nodding hurriedly, Damien left the restaurant with Alessio. The sun was already about to set as they walked back towards that alley. Along the way, Alessio was already feeling a bit sad. Knowing this was probably the only time he would ever have such great food. Don't be so sad. I'm taking you to a nice place. You will live there from now on. Why? Damien didn't reply and held the hand of the child as he led him back to Old Man Mike's shop. Only after some time did he finally whisper in a small voice, "Why not?" Alessio was already having a hard time trying to control his tears, but as soon as he heard that soft whisper, he couldn't control himself and started sobbing softly. After some time, they reached the clothing store, and for the first time Damien took notice of the name of the store. The Woven Wardrobe. Nice name. When they entered the shop, Old Man Mike was already about to close. Now, what do we have here, young Sir Damien? It has to be said. The intuition of this old man was scary. With only a look at Alessio, he already knew Damien was about to make a troublesome request. Hire this little kid and teach him your works. You are also becoming old and might need some help across the shop. Before you refuse me, I'll make you an offer you can't refuse. From now on, every suit and every piece of clothing I wear will come from this shop. I will also recommend all my fellow students at the academy to come find you. You think this is enough? Alongside this, I will owe you a favor. You can ask for anything which is in my capability. Sigh, alright. What's his name? I named him Alessio. He didn't have one before. Now I'm getting late. I will see you both later. Without waiting for both of them to say anything, Damien left the shop with his previously bought clothes and started his bike. Do you know how to read and write, kid? No. Both the old man and the beggar stared at each other uncomfortably. Sigh. Let's start with the basics. Damien was feeling a bit tipsy ever since he drank that bottle of rum. Even though he was an awakener, he had not reached a point where he could ignore the effects of the alcohol. As he was riding his bike, he couldn't help but think of all the events that happened today. That kid should be fine with Old Man Mike. Although, I need to do something about these orphanages. I also need to find more information about the Shadow Council. That therapist from SFD should also be arriving at the academy tomorrow. Sigh. While Damien's mind was occupied with these thoughts, he didn't notice that an armored truck was racing towards him from behind. Maybe it was the effect of the alcohol, or his thoughts that made him unable to detect it before it slammed his bike from behind. Boom! With a loud boom, his bike along with him was thrown off the road. Arg! Damien clutched his head as he removed the helmet and stood up shakily. As his eyes caught the sight of 5 black-dressed men coming out of the truck, he immediately tried to get a hold of himself. That's him. Kill him fast. A tall man, clearly the leader of the group, ordered his men to take action. Immediately 4 men surrounded Damien while holding swords and radiating an aura of E+ rank. As one man got closer to Damien and waved his sword towards his head, he blocked it off with his helmet and started punching his face. But his helmet was also destroyed in the process. The other 3, without wasting any time, came to the aid of their ally. Damien tried dodging all the swords, but clearly outnumbered and fighting enemies with higher rank than his own, he couldn't remain without injury. A sword impaled him from behind, but he kept fighting and using his own aura to injure his enemies. He started integrating his aura roughly within his punches. The effect was immediate as the enemy who stabbed him from behind had his head broken by a punch as his blood splashed on Damien's face. You all can't even handle someone below your rank. Forget it, I'll join as well. The leader started getting annoyed and joined after seeing one of his men die. Damien was already finding it tough to hold against the enemies, exchanging injuries for injuries. So when the leader joined, he was blasted off by a single punch from him. What the? After rolling on the ground many times, he held his stomach, shocked by the strength with which he was punched. The leader stood there, having a wicked grin on his face, with a D-rank aura revolving around him. Hee, did you think the higher-ups will send only E-rank fighters to handle you? You killed many of them in the Norrington school before, so they sent me as well. But instead of feeling despair, Damien smiled as well as he pulled out his gun from the holster while lying on the ground. Bang bang bang. All except the leader died as soon as the bullet hit their head. Arg! Fuck! The leader fell to the ground as the bullet hit his head as well. But he didn't die. Clearly, as one rises in the ranks, they become thick-skinned as well. And the bullets used were only normal bullets. Damien stood up shakily and went to the leader and sat on him. Fool! You should have stuck to close combat. As soon as he finished speaking, Damien started raining punches on the head of the fallen leader where the bullet was half pierced. Die! 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 Damien kept punching until the bullet went through the head of the leader and he died. But he didn't stop punching. He kept on raining punches till the head burst apart. Sigh! This suit is ruined as well. As he stood up again, Damien looked at his stomach to see the sword sticking out of it and his tattered clothes. His eyes moved towards his bike that was lying to the side of the empty road in pieces. He went towards it and picked up the bag of clothes he bought from Old Man Mike before. Phew! At least these suits are safe. Looking around, Damien could not find a single soul nearby. The place where he was ambushed was very secluded as it stood between the academy and the main city of Tranquil City. Sigh! Let's call Elizabeth for help here. I'm losing a lot of blood. Elizabeth was busy dealing with some paperwork when she was informed by Damien of the ambush and the help he needed. Without wasting much time, she, along with Liam Evergreen, the vice president of the student council who previously took Michael with his aura to the medical clinic, dropped everything and went for help. They took an academy's armored car with them. As soon as they arrived at the scene of the ambush, they found Damien standing there impaled with a sword and covered in blood from head to toe while holding what seemed to be a shopping bag? What the? Liam Evergreen couldn't believe his eyes as he took in everything before him. Bodies with their heads exploded, a broken bike and an armored truck with the front damaged. But most of all, what stood out was the nonchalant-looking first-year student with a sword impaling him. He stood there as if all of this did not involve him. Sigh! This guy will never let me have a single peaceful day. Elizabeth sighed as she looked at Damien waving at her with a complex expression on her face. Do something about his injuries first, Evergreen. Okay. Liam knew now was not the time to ask questions. So he moved closer to Damien, who already looked like he was about to pass out. He moved his greenish aura to cover the wound where the sword impaled him. How is it? Elizabeth took hold of Damien as she sat him down and asked Liam. Ignoring the sword wound, multiple cuts are present there in his body and his ribcage is also broken by a solid impact. I'm stopping the blood first. Also, give him a vitality potion. Elizabeth took out a green-looking potion from her space ring and fed it to Damien, who looked like he wanted to speak but was stopped by her. As soon as he drank the potion, color returned to his face, and with Liam working on his injuries, he was finally able to speak a little. Check their bodies and the truck to see if they have left any clue to their hideouts. I will let Admin AI do that. You, on the other hand, should keep quiet and focus your own aura as well on healing first. As soon as she finished speaking with Damien, Elizabeth turned towards her watch and opened her mouth. Lily, scan the bodies in the truck and give me detailed analysis of their ranks alongside the cause of their deaths, and collect all useful information from the truck as well. Already on it. One of the enemies was D ranked awakened and the rest of them were E+ ranked. Cause of death for one E+ enemy is being punched to the head, and other 3 died by normal bullets to their heads. The D rank enemy was first also shot, but the bullet didn't penetrate through the skull. But he was punched repeatedly till the head exploded. Both Elizabeth and Liam looked at Damien with complex looks. Here was a first-year student who just awakened, taking down an enemy of D rank alongside multiple E rankers who were also 1 minor rank higher than him. Just some luck. I would have died if not for them being so careless. There is no useful information present on their bodies and the truck. The only thing I found out was that they belonged to the Shadow Council and were sent to kill Damien Valker. Alright. Thanks for letting us know, Lily. Make sure to inform SFD and the Federation about this incident as well. Understood. Also, the main consciousness of Admin AI has accessed the information regarding this incident as well. I see. While Damien was feeling confused, Liam saw his expression and started explaining. Lily is one of the low consciousness of Admin AI with some authority assigned to the President by Admin AI. Admin AI works as the main consciousness connected to many of the low consciousness like Lily, who in turn are connected to many of the devices embedded with Admin AI. Only people deemed important enough for them to have an impact on the whole human race are granted such advanced consciousness like Lily. Our President has one of the highest talents in the world and also holds great authority, so naturally she has one as well. Only then did Damien start to understand the whole structure of the neutral entity controlling the human race from behind the scene. My memories are really useless for now. I only remember that old man focusing on events involving the monsters beyond the portal. Are other memories locked? Or do I only have this little knowledge of the world? And who are the important characters of the novel? I don't know anything at all. Better to just live like normal and stop considering this world as if it were a novel. There are no main characters. There are no plot armors. Only real people with their own choices. While Damien was thinking about these things, Elizabeth finished getting hold of all the information from Lily. So, can you tell us what happened now, Junior Damien? Can you now tell us what happened here, Junior Damien? Faced with the question from Elizabeth, Damien couldn't help but sigh. I got drunk. But before that, I bought some nice suits. Then that truck ambushed me and my bike got broken, so I had to call you after taking care of them. But thankfully the suits are safe. Who cares for the damn suits when they almost died? Psycho. Looking at the faces both of them were making, Damien showed them the bag of suits. See, they are safe. How did you kill them? Didn't Lily tell you? Just like that. They outnumbered me and I was having a hard time fighting them. But thankfully their leader soon joined and his punch threw me far away from them. I finally had enough time to take out my gun and shoot them. Liam couldn't hold back anymore and asked, how were you able to hold out against so many of them and why didn't they dodge the bullets? I shoot fast. And as for holding out against them, I exchanged injuries for injuries and managed to kill one of them by infusing my aura in my punch. Now it was Elizabeth who couldn't control herself. You managed to infuse your aura in your punches without being taught. Didn't you just awaken? I have good control of my aura. Sigh, forget it. Wait, Aren't we forgetting something? How are you so calm after killing someone for the first time? Who said it's his first time killing someone? Soon, Elizabeth described the Norrington incident to Liam, who was confused. Damn. Looking at Liam, who was staring at him with a complex look in his eyes, Damien couldn't help but say, "Can you do something about the sword?" "Ah. Sorry about that. But I think we should first give you some painkillers in the medical clinic and let the doctors there heal you. Although I can heal you as well, I'm afraid I'm not able to do it without causing pi dash." Before he could finish, Damien already pulled out the sword from behind while grinding his teeth. "Humph. There. Now heal me with your skills, please." Liam Evergreen was someone who specialized in becoming a healer, or in other words, a doctor. Although he was powerful as well, he didn't like fighting and preferred being a doctor. He was following the same path as Damien's uncle Sebastian Valker, who was already someone very famous on this path. Damien was already fully healed in a few minutes since Liam started working on him. Who will take care of this mess now? SFD should be coming soon. I think it's better if you go back to the academy first. They are already very suspicious of you, and I don't want any trouble between SFD and the academy for now. All right. Evergreen, you stay here and wait for them. After handling things here, come to the student council room. I have some things to discuss. Sure, boss. Elizabeth and Damien entered the armored truck of the academy and headed back. Although Damien was healed fully, he was too damn exhausted after all that happened today. While they were heading back, Damien couldn't help but express his gratitude to Elizabeth. "Thank you for today, Elizabeth. Don't mention it. It's my duty as the student council president. Though I did warn you to be careful about the Shadow Council. From now on, focus on your studies and avoid going out for a while." "Okay. Also, next time just run if you encounter stronger enemies than yourself. This time you were lucky, but the next time you might be the one on the losing end. There is no shame in running and staying alive. While fighting with monsters as well, we don't look for heroes. At the end of the day, staying alive to fight the next day is what truly matters." "I understand. You should also not be so indifferent about killing people. At least act like you have some remorse when you are around other people. Others will never be understanding towards you, so you have to learn to act like you are one of them. In my circle of people, I experience this every day." As Elizabeth kept on lecturing him, Damien didn't say anything but kept on listening. She was saying everything for his own sake, and he could feel her concern for his safety. "I feel like she is treating me differently, like I'm her little brother. Maybe I'm just overthinking." As they reached the academy, Elizabeth turned towards Damien and said, "Go get some rest tonight and don't be late for the classes tomorrow. I have some work left at the council. See you tomorrow." "All right. Thanks again for everything." After bidding her farewell, Damien went back towards his room and freshened up. It was late in the night, so no one saw him covered in blood. As soon as he hit the bed, Damien was already snoring. All the awakened in the world tried to hide their status information from being exposed unless they were very powerful, especially those who were low-ranked. Hence, it was rare for anyone to find out much about a person's capabilities, including their core attributes and their skills, unless they fought. Only their aura core was not something that could be kept hidden, because as soon as someone started using their aura, it would reflect their rank as well. So that was the reason why even admin AI won't make the status information about a person known to anyone unless given permission by the user. It could be said that if a person shared their status information with anyone, then that was the sign of absolute trust. Even in the academies, the professors responsible for teaching skills and weapon arts never asked about the level their students reached. They only answered the doubts that were raised. Damien woke up within a few hours after he slept and got dressed in the uniform before heading towards the class he was assigned. Opening his watch, Damien looked at the class he was assigned to see if there were any changes. Name: Damien Valker. Class 1A. Year rank: 231. Status rank: E-. And as expected, his assigned class has indeed changed from B to A. There were 4 sections in each year at the academy, and he was assigned to Section B previously. Section A was for the strongest, followed by other sections in the alphabetical order. The reason he was assigned to Section B even though he should be placed in Section C was due to him having very high theory scores and him being a specially invited student. Now he was assigned to Section A. If even after beating the first place, I'm not assigned to the highest section, then what was even the point of having sections based on strength? Indeed, sections were divided based on strength. As soon as the year starts, students can challenge each other to reach higher ranks and get placed in higher sections. The only difference between sections was that the professors would teach them based on the collective strength of the class. After all, training for E-ranked students can't be the same as F-ranked students, right? In order to avoid being late, Damien went to the class for Section A before anyone even arrived. He chose the last seat in the left corner of the class and sat down. Status. Name: Damien Valker. Age 15. Rank: A. Talent: S. Core attributes: Strength, 31. Speed, 33. Stamina, 29-33. Vitality, 30-31. Aura, E. Will, 140-145. Skills: Shooting, B+. Hand combat, B. Telekinesis, E+. Aura control, D. Weapon arts. After yesterday's incident, he was very tired and didn't check his status. Now looking at the changes, it seems his stamina and vitality stat had increased alongside will. I'm starting to understand a little of how these stats work. I engaged in a tough fight which stretched my body to its limits, hence increasing my stamina. My body was injured quite a bit, so after getting healed, my vitality also increased a little. As for will, is it about pain or my mental capabilities? The more I experience tough experiences, the more I will grow. It seems a powerful awakened has to grow through countless life and death experiences in order to reach their level. It's not just about training after all. After closing his status screen, Damien started reflecting on the memories of the novel and trying to find anything useful. From what I remember, the Federation is controlled by 13 imperial families and about 100 noble families. All 13 imperial families had at least one SS-ranked awakened and all the noble families had several S-ranked awakened. Together, all of them controlled the human race. It was because of this that several terrorist organizations were established in the first place. All the resources are controlled by these families, and in order to rise above the ranks in the Federation, there were very few options. Either become subordinate to one of the families, or become strong enough to establish a family on their level. Although there are 13 imperial families, I think one of them was exterminated a few years back. That old beggar especially mentioned that family name. Bloodworth, was it? Anyway, although the imperial family itself was exterminated, their subordinate families refused to join other imperial families and still remained under Bloodworth's name. I need to find some time to gather information about these families. I might have already come across a few. Sigh. Seems I arrived too early. Let's meditate till the class starts. Soon, Damien started focusing on controlling the aura inside his body and focusing on his breathing exercises. The silence inside the classroom didn't last long. One by one, students began to enter, and the moment the first few stepped in, their steps slowed. Their eyes instinctively drifted towards the last seat in the left corner, where someone was already present. A student with crimson hair and eyes sat there, an oppressive aura faintly surrounding him, making their breathing feel heavier. Damien Valker sat still, eyes closed, back straight, hands resting calmly on his thighs. The faint scar running from his forehead to his left eyebrow gave his already sharp features a savage edge, like a blade that had tasted blood. No one approached him as they didn't dare. Whispers spread quietly, like ripples over still water. That's him. The one from yesterday. He's only E-rank, right? His aura is very eerie. It makes me feel like I'm his prey. Several students instinctively chose seats farther away, even those who had originally planned to sit near the back. Some swallowed nervously while others tried to act like Damien's presence didn't matter much. But one thing was clear. Yesterday's orientation hadn't been forgotten. It had been burned into their minds. The image of Damien standing alone with his hands in his pocket, his aura erupting violently for a brief instant, was still vivid. And most of all, the way Michael Thorne, the first-ranked student, had fainted from his aura alone. As if summoned by that thought, the classroom door slid open once more. Golden hair caught the light, and golden eyes, sharp and composed, scanned the room calmly. Michael Thorne stepped in, and as soon as he did, the air shifted subtly. He was tall, broad-shouldered, his posture confident, every bit the image of a future elite awakened. His uniform sat perfectly on him, as if tailored in advance for greatness. SS-ranked talent, ranked first in the Earth Federation entrance exam and the hope of several noble families. As Michael's gaze swept the room, it paused just for a fraction of a second on the left corner, on Damien, and a memory surfaced uninvited. That suffocating pressure and the moment when his consciousness had gone dark. His fingers twitched slightly, then he looked away. Michael said nothing as he walked past, choosing a seat near the front, expression calm, but his jaw tightened imperceptibly. So that's him. He didn't underestimate Damien again, but neither did he fear him. Soon, he thought, around Michael whispers grew bolder. That's Michael Thorne, SS talent, first rank. He's already started breathing techniques yesterday, right? My brother said he can maintain aura circulation for almost an hour. A sharp-looking boy with ash-gray hair snorted quietly as he took his seat 2 rows behind Michael. TSK, that crimson-haired guy's time is limited. He had narrow eyes and a lean build, his presence coiled and restrained. Leonard Ashford, another SS-ranked talent. He was ranked 3rd in the entire academy. Everyone's making him out to be some monster, Leonard continued softly. But talent always wins in the long run. A girl with blue hair tied into a high ponytail nodded as she sat nearby. Her beautiful blue eyes were cold, calculating. Iris Langston, another SS-ranked talent, ranked 4th overall. He just awakened earlier, she said. Once our breathing stabilizes and our cores mature, he'll fall behind. Another student laughed under his breath. Exactly. Aura control means nothing if your foundation is weak. They spoke confidently, yet none of them looked toward Damien again, because even now, with his eyes closed, his presence hadn't faded. More students entered. A towering boy with dark bronze skin and scars on his knuckles. Ronan Hale, S-rank talent, with innate brute strength skill awakened. A petite girl with brown hair and eyes, Lisa Morwan, S-rank talent, having a rare sensory skill ever since she was born. A calm-looking boy with flowing black hair and glasses, Edrin Kale, S-rank talent, with a tactical type skill. Each one of them was considered exceptional and had begun basic breathing exercises. All of them held a common belief. Soon we'll surpass him. Yet as they passed the left corner, their steps unconsciously hastened. Even Ronan, who prided himself on fearlessness, felt his skin prickle. He's not even releasing aura, yet I feel so much pressure. Then the temperature of the class suddenly dropped. The classroom doors slid open one final time and every single student stood up instinctively. Heels clicked against the floor as a tall woman stepped in. Jet black hair cascaded down her back, tied loosely with a silver clasp. Her sharp violet eyes surveyed the class with detached authority. She wore a long, dark coat embroidered with the insignia of the Federation's elite military corps. Her presence was overwhelming, even more so than one of SFD's most powerful officers, Ashley Blackheart. An S-rank awakened. Professor Serafina Vale, former battlefield general in the war between humans and monsters beyond the portals. As she entered the room, she didn't raise her voice as she didn't need to. Sit. The command echoed through their bones and everyone obeyed instantly. Her gaze swept the room and paused briefly on Damien. And for the first time since entering the classroom, someone looked at him directly. Her lips curved slightly, so faint it was almost imperceptible. Interesting. Damien opened his eyes slowly and the crimson met violet. For a heartbeat, the air itself seemed to tremble. Then, Serafina turned away, walking toward the podium. Welcome, she said calmly, to Section A, Pray that you survive long enough to deserve being here. Soon, Professor Serafina started the roll call for the students present. Rank 1, Michael Thorne. Present. Rank 2, Adrian Murdoch. Present. Many students started focusing on Adrian as he himself was the second-ranked student of the year. But most importantly, his sister was the current student council president of the academy. Yes, his sister was Elizabeth Murdoch, who was known as the one with highest rank talent in the academy. There was a rumor that she has SSS rank talent, but no one could be sure as the information regarding SSS ranked awakened was highly classified. Adrian was her baby brother and he himself was also SS ranked awakened. He had purple eyes and hairs just like Elizabeth, but he wasn't muscular like Ronan. If there was one word to describe his appearance, it would be beautiful. Is that a guy? Damien doubted his eyes as he looked at Elizabeth's little brother. He never saw a guy so pretty in both his lives. It was a little creepy. Rank 3, Leonard Ashford. Present. Rank 4, Iris Langston. Present. Soon, the roll call continued until it was Damien's turn. Rank 231, Damien Valker. Present. Immediately after his rank was mentioned, all students started whispering among themselves. What? Rank 231. How come he is placed in this section? More importantly, why the fuck is he so strong if his rank is so trash? Maybe his theory exams sucked? Nah, I think his talent is low. I never heard about him in the first place. Valker family name. It seems he is not a noble? But soon, these whispers disappeared under the glare of Professor Serafina. Now that the attendance is over, let me first introduce myself. I will be your homeroom teacher responsible for teaching you about aura control. My name is Serafina Vale and I have served in the elite military corps of the Federation for many years before deciding to take a short time off. I will be the one responsible for all of you in your years at the academy as I will continue to serve as your homeroom teacher for all years. I was called here to guide all the young talented students we have this year by the Federation. I hope I won't be disappointed by your performance in the coming years. But don't think for a second that you are some big shots. The reason why I was specially called was to make sure not many among you die while fighting the monsters. Even the Federation does not want to lose many of you. For reasons unknown to us, the talent of the students this year is far more than the usual years. Hence the need for some special attention. I don't know the reason, but I'm sure of one thing. Whenever the talents in the human race start rising, it also means that we are about to undergo a massive existential crisis. History is the biggest proof of this. So don't expect that your high potential means you are some big shot. Surviving long enough is your first priority. Silence engulfed the room as many students gulped nervously. To many of them present here, entering the strongest academy and even the strongest section was an achievement big enough to feel prideful. But the words from the professor were like cold water being poured on their heads. Many soon started to understand that the real journey has just begun, and it wouldn't be an easy one. Looking at the realization on the faces of students, Serafina nodded slightly before continuing. We won't be sending you to the portals for your first year, so make sure to take advantage of this golden period to gain enough strength. By the time you reach second year, I want you all to be at least E+ ranked awakened with strong fighting capabilities. It doesn't matter whether you specialized in healing or focused on science. I want every student of Section A to be capable of holding against the lowest ranked monsters. I don't expect each of you to have the capability to take them down, but at the very least I don't want you to die as soon as you come in contact with them. Whoever has not reached E+ rank by the time they are in second year will be automatically assigned to lower sections. And the students performing well in other sections will be promoted to replace the trash. She took a pause to let the students take in the information before continuing again. From today itself, students belonging to similar sections can challenge each other in ranking matches in the presence of their homeroom teacher. If the winner is ranked lower than before, he will automatically take the rank of the loser and the loser will be pushed down by one rank. If the winner is still the one ranked higher, the loser will not be able to challenge them again for 1 month. There are many benefits for having higher ranks, such as the top 10 always having a reserved room in the training facilities. The higher the rank, the better the room and guidance they could seek from the professors. After all, professors are always busy and don't have much time for individual guidance. The top 3 rankers can learn any skill they desire, and the one ranked first can learn any weapon art she desires. The lower the rank, the lower the level of weapon art and skills you will be given access to. Boom! As soon as Serafina finished speaking, students started feeling agitated. Many couldn't help but murmur as their eyes went to Michael Thorne and then to Damien Valker. Michael Thorne's face became grim and solemn. He had not expected that he would lose his rank on the first day itself. Yes, even he knew he was no match for Damien currently. Faces of other high rankers also changed as it meant their rankings would be dropped by 1. Among them, the worst expressions were held by Ralph Morty and Leonard Ashford. Ralph was ranked 10th overall and he would be pushed out of top 10 and Leonard would be pushed out of top 3. Miss Serafina, isn't this unfair to us all? We have just started breathing exercises but Damien has already formed his core and even reached E rank. With unwillingness written on his face, Leonard stood up and spoke in agitation. Many other students also agreed, nodding silently in agreement. Yes, we are all just starting. It would be a total waste to give such benefits to a person with less talent. Yes, Mississippi. We all have much higher talents than him. Indeed, even if that guy is a bit talented, Michael, Adrian, Leonard and Iris are all SS-ranked talents. Looking at the expressions of the so-called talented generation, and comparing it with Damien who sat nonchalantly as if enjoying a show, Serafina couldn't help but be disappointed. There were some exceptions of course like Adrian whose face held confusion. Are all these people idiots? That guy just started training and is already E-ranked awakened. Even if his talent is low, it won't be by much. Most of all, he was sent a special invitation to join the academy. Only a small few are given special invitations anyway. In the history of the academy, all those who were specially invited became extraordinary figures in the world. Michael Thorne also did not hold any disdain for Damien. Even though he believed he would eventually surpass him, it didn't change the fact that he considered him a strong rival. Silence! Hearing the student's words, Serafina couldn't hold back her anger and yelled with a cold look on her face. All the students fell silent again. She turned towards Leonard who was still standing and started speaking in a cold voice. Student Leonard Ashford, if I remember correctly you belong to one of the 13 imperial families. Meaning you could have started training the day results of the entrance exams were announced, unlike the commoners, who would have to wait until they entered the academy or received a special invitation. But I can see clearly that not even one of the children belonging to imperial families and noble families took advantage of that time to start training. You, being the children of nobles, are so arrogant that you didn't even bother thinking that a student with a special invitation could in fact challenge you. If you even researched a bit about the academy, then you would have known that the ranking matches are like this every year. But I understand what you and others must have thought. You didn't think a commoner would ever challenge you. Am I right? Leonard's face started burning as soon as these facts were spoken. It was not just him. There were many students including Michael who belonged to either an imperial family or a noble family present in Section A. In fact, almost all nobles were in this section. Among the 100 students present in Section A, almost 80 were born nobles. All of them had similar burning faces. Indeed, whatever Serafina said was true. But in recent years, almost no one challenged the top rankers because of 2 reasons. First being that they were immensely talented and would later have their revenge. Secondly, no one in their right mind would offend nobility, even if they were specially invited. So, the students of nobility would usually just gather for celebrations after the results would be announced. And only when they joined the academy would they start their training. And talking about being unfair, the current Federation rules are quite unfair to commoners. Since when was it unfair towards a noble like you? There is no fairness in the world. Only strength decides what is fair. Understood? Yes, I apologize. Damien was already feeling very bored ever since this class started. The only thing interesting to him was the professor herself. Although only now he was beginning to understand why Elizabeth said it might be difficult for him to keep up with the rest of the class. All the students present in the class had at least a talent of a rank officially recorded. There were even 4 SS rank talents and multiple S rank talents this year. S rank talents were already very rare each year, treated as a treasure. But there were plenty of them this year. Not to mention it was rare to see a SS rank talent every year. Getting 4 of them in the same year was definitely weird. It seems that the time when the monsters start attacking is drawing near. That old man didn't mention any timeline. I only know that monsters will start attacking through every portal once again in a few years' time. Looking at the talents popping like candy, including Luna, there would definitely be a crisis coming soon, just like the professor mentioned. Are these 4 SS ranked some of the main characters? Though all of them are filled with useless pride, I see potential in each of them. I should also make a decision about the Mafia. As Damien was busy contemplating future issues in his mind, Serafina spoke up again after seeing Nobles finally quieten down. Now that the matter of fairness has been addressed, I hereby declare the start of ranking matches. Is there anyone who would like to issue a challenge? As soon as those words were spoken, almost all students started looking at his way. I would like to challenge Michael. Damien wanted all the benefits of being at the top. The freedom to choose among all the weapon arts and skills alongside having reserved room at training facilities was not something he could just let go. He didn't have any plans of participating in these ranking challenges previously, but now they were worth too much. After hearing Damien speak, all other students had an as expected look on their faces. But what surprised them even more was Michael Thorne's response. I surrender. I'm not his match at the moment. He gave up even without a fight. All the nobles in the class had constipated looks on their faces. Even though they all knew he wasn't a match for Damien, they at the very least expected him to fight to uphold the noble honor. But he just gave up immediately. Alright, I will update the rankings accordingly. Damien Valker will be ranked first from now on. Anyone who has objections can challenge him. Although Serafina said she herself knew no one would challenge Damien. At least not yet. Beep. Student Damien Valker challenged Michael Thorne and won, thereby becoming the first ranked student. The rankings for students with rank 1 to 231 will be reduced by 1 automatically. As Serafina finished finalizing the outcome in her watch, a notification was sent to all students whose ranking was changed. In this case, almost 231 students received this notification at the same time. For a while, the whole first year was in turmoil. Now I will start your first lesson on aura control. All students, including Damien, were absorbed in the lesson. Professors at the academy were almost the best in their respective fields in the world, so there was always a lot to learn. The focus of today's class will be on controlling the aura inside your body. By the time she finished speaking, everyone had gained a lot. Indeed, having a good teacher really reduces a lot of time figuring things out. I gained so much from one lesson alone. Even though my aura control skill is very high for my level, understanding what I'm capable of is another thing. Damien remembered the ambush from yesterday night. He was able to infuse aura in his punches without being taught. But only now he was understanding how crude his approach was. So, I can do so much with aura control. I will never miss this class for sure. Alright, that's enough for today. There will only be one combined class for today. For Weapon Arts class, you all need to select your arts and go individually to the professor responsible for teaching that art. If multiple students select the same arts, the professor assigned will teach all of them together. Is there any question? Professor, is there a limit to the number of weapon arts we can choose? No, you can choose however many you like. But I suggest selecting only one and not being greedy. It is better to master one weapon to the extreme, although you can later on take one more secondary weapon art after you have some success in your main art. But only the top 10 students can select S-rank weapon arts and above in their first year. Alright, you can check out the details of the weapon arts I will be sending to you on your watches. Make your decision soon and report to your respective professors within an hour. After finishing speaking, Serafina left the class in a hurry, as if she couldn't be bothered with the choices her students made. Damien focused all his attention on his watch. The first thing that caught his eyes was of course the change in his details. Name, Damien Valker. Class 1A. Class rank, 1. Status rank, E-. Then his eyes moved towards the message he had received from Professor Serafina. She had sent a list of weapon arts he was eligible for, and for some reason, she had not sent any art lower than S rank. He saw the names of the weapon arts one by one and their details. Supreme Sword, SS rank. Master a sword intent capable of cutting through everything in this world. Dragon's Fist SS rank. Capable of flattening mountains with your punch's might. Soul Piercer SS rank. The most supreme spear art in the world capable of fighting against many at the same time. Abyssal Slaughter SS rank. An axe art created just for slaughter. Note, only people with strong willpower can cultivate this art. Nightshade Volley SS rank. The greatest bow art capable of fighting against an army. Omega Point S rank. A gun art capable of killing targets extremely far from the user. The more the bullet travels, the more powerful it becomes. Looking at the weapon arts before him, Damien was engrossed in his thoughts before finally deciding on selecting Omega Point and Abyssal Slaughter. His thinking was very rational for picking up these two. He chose Omega Point simply because it was the highest ranked gun art he could find. There were no SS rank gun arts in the list sent by Professor Serafina. And as for his choice of Abyssal Slaughter, firstly, he didn't have any experience in holding a sword or a spear in both his lives. He discarded the punching art as well because honestly, it was more suited for someone who has innate brute strength. He wouldn't need a bow art as he already selected a gun art. So he was only left with an axe art. And he did have some experience with an axe in his past life. He used to log woods in the forests sometimes for calming down. Plus, the note below that art made him even more certain. He had high willpower, so why not take advantage of that? And I need an art capable of slaughter in the first place. After making his decision, Damien memorized the details of the professors responsible for teaching the arts and put a message to them. When he finally looked up, he saw a beautiful face just a few inches away from his face. What the? As he backed away a little, Adrian Murdoch spoke first. Hey there. Hi. Have you made your choice? Yes. Good. Then let's go eat something in the cafeteria since we have some time. Okay. And so, Damien and Adrian started walking together towards the cafeteria amidst the eyes of other students. I can never understand these Murdochs. Elizabeth is unusually kind to me, and now her brother just invited me to eat together for no reason. Sigh, forget it. It's not like they are harming me. Although Damien could not understand their motives, he didn't want to waste too much time overthinking everything. He will handle every problem when it presents itself to him. Cafeteria was the place where Damien always ate his food for the past couple weeks. All students would have their fill here. After taking their food, Damien and Adrian sat at a bench together and started eating. So, is the Murdoch family also a noble family? Damien started a discussion with Adrian since he wanted more information about the whole nobility system. Adrian raised his eyebrows at the sudden question but still answered. Correct. In fact, we are one of the 13 imperial families at the top of the Federation. I see. But I don't see the same arrogance and pride in the Murdoch family as compared to all others in the class. Because we are not like them in the first place. There are ideological differences between imperial families. Most families believe nobles stand above the commoners. Even though it has been 200 years since the portals opened, noble families hardly changed. Imperial families have also been the same 13 families from the start. Many commoners have risen to fame and power. Individual power is limited, so they rarely make any difference. Everyone has status screens and practices the same breathing techniques, but still they are unable to rise above the nobles. It is not that nobles don't respect strength. Common families might have one or two geniuses, but can their whole families be talented and powerful? Hardly any family managed to enter the ranks of nobles in these 2 centuries. That is the reason for their bias. It is not that they are arrogant without any reason, but my family, although feels proud of our strength, we don't feel as if we are above others. There are many examples in the Federation of talented individuals rising up to become as strong as us. Damien silently ate while listening to Adrian before asking, "Are there no conflicts between the 13 imperial families?" Where there are people, there are conflicts. Even among the families themselves, there are many conflicts. Talk less about the conflicts between them. After 200 years of being in existence, there are many branches in imperial families. There are always conflicts for more power and resources. My big sister is considered the strongest talent in the family. But there are many stronger and older heirs already in line. They all view her as the greatest threat. I won't say much, but you can understand her current situation. Your elders don't stop these useless conflicts? Damien's face was filled with confusion. They keep an eye on everyone to make sure the conflicts don't turn bloody. But there are always exceptions. Some families already have cases of having civil wars. My sister's current situation is still better since we belong to the main branch. No one will dare to openly attack her. Adrian didn't say much after that, but Damien already understood. Even though no one will attack her openly, some hidden attempts will surely be made. Seems like these imperial and noble families also have it tough. He couldn't help but compare these families with his own. There was love and care present instead of all these conflicts among their own blood. Even though Sebastian and Alaric had an estranged relationship, they loved and cared for each other. Can you tell me the names of these 13 imperial families? You clearly have no idea about the world. Where were you living for the past few years? There are no nobles in my city, so never really bothered about all this. Which school did you come from again? Norrington. Adrian's eyes went a little wide as he remembered the recent incident at Norrington. Ah, I see. So you are from the far north. No wonder you didn't know anything. There are hardly any nobles around that area. Yeah, that's why I wanted this information from you. You being one of the nobles will surely know all of this, right? So the names of the 13 imperial families include Murdoch, Blackwood, Ashford, Thorne, Cross, Langston, Evergreen, Royce, Kinsley, Vance, Eckhart, Veritus and Bloodworth. But you can ignore the Bloodworth imperial family. And why is that? This family was exterminated more than a decade ago by mysterious attackers. Now that when I think about it, all of their family members had crimson hairs and eyes just like you. Adrian's face starts becoming weird as he eyes Damien's features carefully. There are many people with crimson hair. Yeah, and you don't seem to have their innate skill as well. So it must be a coincidence. Does every family have their own inherited innate skills as well? Yes, that's the main reason for our dominance in the first place. But not everyone in the family inherits the innate skills. My sister, for example, awakened our family's innate skill named Seer. It lets her have some visions of the future. Damien's eyes went wide as he heard about the Seer skill. That's a very powerful skill. How does it work? You would have to ask my sister, as even I don't have a clue. She doesn't tell me whenever I ask. Looking at the pouting face of Adrian, Damien also smiled a little. It seems both of them share a deep bond. Beep. Professor Salazar Blackwood has accepted your request. Please report to receptionist Annie at the training facilities. She will guide you to him. Professor Salazar Blackwood was the one who will teach him Omega Point weapon art. He was one of the strongest snipers in the Federation currently. Damien looked towards Adrian and showed him the message. Looks like I'm off to meet my professor. Yours should be reaching out soon too. Oh, you really have some luck. Professor Blackwood is even more famous among our nobility circle than the Federation. Good luck. Looking at Adrian giving him a sly look, Damien couldn't help but sigh. It seems this professor might be a bit troublesome. I should get moving fast. Receptionist Annie was still the same as ever with her short hair and glasses, focused completely on her communicator's hologram. Damien has already gotten to know her quite well over the past couple weeks. Hey Annie. Oh, look who we have here. The first ranked student of your year, huh? Not bad. Annie whistled as soon as Damien came. She already knew about his ranking as Professor Blackwood probably came here previously to make sure Damien was guided towards his training room. Yeah, I got a message saying I have to report to you. Let's go. I will take you to see him. From now on you will be given access to his training room here. It's less of a room and more like a whole gun range. Annie guided Damien to a large shooting range behind the main building. As both of them got closer, they started hearing loud booming voices. Boom, boom, boom. When they entered the shooting range, a man in black suit holding a sniper gun stood there, and the small mountain at which the gun was pointed at was blown apart with debris still falling from the sky. As if sensing the newcomers, the man in black, Salazar Blackwood, looked at both Annie and Damien approaching from behind. Ah, little Annie, thank you for bringing the kid here. Now off you go. He made a gesture for her to go back to her duties. Master, now that you are about to get a new disciple, you don't appreciate me anymore. Annie pouted but still turned around to leave. See you later, junior brother. From now on you will have to call me senior sister since we have the same master. Damien only now realized that Annie was Professor Blackwood's disciple. No wonder I was told to report to her. Alright kid, come here and show me your gun. I heard you have been involved in some incidents requiring you to use it. Salazar placed his own sniper gun to the side and extended his hand towards him. Damien didn't say anything and removed his gun from the holster and gave it to him. Nice weapon indeed, but it's quite outdated. It still requires bullets to be inserted. Leave this gun with me later on, I will make some changes to it. No disciple of mine will use bullet shells. I am your disciple? You are here to learn my weapon art, are you not? That itself makes you my disciple, though only time will tell if you really deserve it. From your information that I have gotten, your potential seems to be quite poor. But your progress makes no sense if that's the case. Maybe your potential seems to have improved later on, but I don't care, as long as you keep progressing. Now show me your status data through your watch. Damien felt quite speechless at this request. Status data was never to be shared with just anyone. It was a matter of utmost secrecy. Why are you looking at me like that, kid? If I wanted to harm you, no one in this world can save you other than SS-ranked awakened. Now share the data with me. I want to know what I'm working with here. Sigh. Now I get why Adrian was giving me such a look. Here. Name, Damien Valker. Age 15. Rank, Talent, S. Core attributes, Strength, 31. Speed, 33. Stamina, 33. Vitality, 31. Aura, E. Will, 145. Skills. Shooting, B+. Hand combat, B. Telekinesis, E+. Aura control, D. Weapon arts. Damien waited for a long time as he was also looking at his data, but seeing no words come out from Professor Blackwood, he looked up at him. The hell? Salazar Blackwood was staring right at him with stars shining in his eyes. His eyes carried so much intensity that a black aura started to release from them. Sudden release of his aura put a great pressure on Damien as he started sweating a little. So strong. Just a little bit of his aura is making me feel like I'm being eyed by a beast. Salazar took a deep breath before trying to calm himself down. Phew, kid. Don't show your status screen to anyone. Don't you know it is your greatest secret? You forced me to. I will be teaching you my art. Stand by my side and look at what I do. Try to learn as much as you can and focus on how I'm controlling my aura and willpower. Salazar picked up his sniper weapon again, pointing it at a tree in the distance. Damien focused all his attention on the man. He noticed how his aura started to fill the gun and charge it slowly. It kept on getting concentrated till it became so heavy that even the aura present in air started to get sucked towards it. Omega point. And then it was released. Boom. Did you see that, kid? Salazar turned towards Damien to see his stupid face, feeling a bit proud. Yeah, when you released that bullet, it started to attract more and more aura from the air and became more powerful by the time it reached the target. It became at least 10 times more powerful. Right? You managed to see that? Not bad, I guess. My bullet speed is even faster than normal. What you saw was only the most simple application of my art. If I were to put levels to my art, then it is level 1. Salazar led Damien to sit down in front of a digital board. Tell me, Damien, he said calmly, what happens to aura once it leaves the body? Damien answered without hesitation. It disperses, unless it is anchored by some technique. Correct. Aura is obedient, but only near its source. Blackwood flicked a bit of his aura out to see it getting dispersed. Omega Point weapon art exists to violate that rule. Damien's crimson eyes narrowed slightly. By anchoring it to the bullet instead. Blackwood smiled faintly. Not to the bullet, but to the will inside the bullet. He tapped his temple. Aura follows power, but power follows will. He drew a small spiral diagram on the digital board. A dot at the center, lines converging inward. In advanced aura physics, we define something called a will density gradient. Where intent is concentrated, energy gathers. Most techniques spread will across the body. Omega Point compresses it into a moving seed. A seed, Damien repeated. Yes, at the moment of trigger pull, the user performs a micro-breath cycle and injects a directional will imprint into the round. That imprint becomes a convergence command. Blackwood pointed to the center dot. The bullet is no longer just propelled forward. It is desired forward. And aura responds to that desire, Damien said quietly. Exactly. Blackwood swiped the board. The spiral became a moving cone. As the round travels, the ambient aura senses higher will pressure and collapses toward it. The projectile grows stronger the farther it flies. We call that aura convergence secretion. Like gravity, Damien said. No, like hunger, Blackwood corrected. Silence lingered for a moment. Why doesn't everyone use it, since almost everyone can use a gun? Damien asked. Blackwood laughed under his breath. Because most minds are too unstable to hold a traveling command. He leaned forward slightly. If your will fluctuates mid-flight, the convergence reverses. Backflow, Damien said. Yes, can cause neural shock or aura burn. In rare cases it even leads to identity fracture. Damien didn't react outwardly. How many levels are there? 5 recognized ones, Blackwood said. But most people never pass the second level. He raised a finger. Level 1 seed shot. Basic will imprint and minor aura attraction. Second finger. Level 2 convergence shot. The bullet feeds aura as it travels and the distance becomes power. Third finger. Level 3 channel shot. You maintain mental linkage after firing, alongside some trajectory influence over it. Fourth finger. Level 4 singularity round. It's like a rotating aura shell with the capability to devour incoming energy. Then he paused before the last. Level 5 true Omega Point. Damien watched him silently. Blackwood's voice lowered. At that stage, the shot stops being motion. It becomes inevitability. All sorts of defense layering fails because the will command outranks resistance. Has anyone reached it? Damien asked. No, it is only my theory as of yet. Blackwood smiled thinly. Anyone who manages to reach it will be like a walking nuclear weapon. He slid his sniper gun across the table toward Damien. Your will stats are abnormal, so you are a suitable candidate for achieving this level. Damien picked up the gun. Felt heavier than it should. One warning, Blackwood added quietly. Damien looked up. Omega Point does not tolerate hesitation. The bullet carries your intent exactly as it exists at the moment of firing. And if the intent is unclear, then the shot is weak. And if the intent is absolute, Blackwood held his gaze. You will find out when it happens. Also, I saw you already have telekinesis skill. You must have practiced moving your bullet mid-air. But those were normal bullets. It won't work on aura-made ones. You will need to keep on increasing your telekinesis skill and willpower. The more powerful they are, the more you can do with this art. It would also be better if you can get an eye skill that lets you see far if you don't want to depend on scopes. Also get a moving art. A sniper's biggest weakness is letting the enemy come closer to him. So you will need to constantly move in a battlefield to avoid that situation. Damien sat there listening to every advice he got, taking note of everything in his mind. Alright, now you can carry on with your things. I will fix your gun and send it back to your room. Details of the art are already sent to your hologram watch. Practice it regularly and find me whenever you need guidance. Damien walked out of the shooting range with his mind already filled with the principles of Omega Point. He was excited to finally have some guidance in his gun path. Although he only took this path for defense till he was strong enough on his own, he couldn't deny his love for guns. And would he even be a Mafia boss if he had no gun in his possession? Even though he hadn't started his Mafia as of yet, he planned to make sure every Mafia member in the future had a gun in his possession as a secondary weapon. He wouldn't force everyone to learn gun art, but they should carry the weapon always. I need to start earning some money as well, but I should also take hold of some gun manufacturing facilities. First, I have to make sure I'm strong enough before focusing on all this. Let's figure everything out one step at a time. There should still be a long time before the monster crisis starts. The reasons for starting his Mafia were many, but he was only hesitating due to his past life experiences. I will have to make my own power even if I don't want to. With the current monopoly of the noble families, I don't plan on becoming their subordinates for sure. As Damien left the area of training facilities, he looked ahead to see an old man blocking his way. The old man was very muscular, but his appearance was quite weird. He instinctively knew that the person standing in front of him was very old, but his face had no wrinkles and his long white hair and beard with knots did nothing to hide his age. His clothing attire was also very weird, wearing just some loose robes. What was even more alarming was that Damien felt no aura around him. Not even a little. It was as if the old man was immortal. The old man suddenly waved his hand and both Damien and him were teleported away. When Damien landed on the ground after the teleportation, he steadied himself. His face betrayed no emotion and looked beside him to see the old man standing as well. I will be the one responsible for teaching you abyssal slaughter. It had been a long time since anyone chose that art. Even if some people chose it, they were not suitable enough to learn it. But I can feel you're strong just by looking at you. Although your talent is a bit low, just S rank, no one is perfect. Before we start, do you have an axe on you? Why are you not speaking? The old man looked confused as he saw Damien still having no reaction. But as soon as he saw him opening his mouth, blurg, Damien vomited on the long beard of the old man. Son of a... Damien looked apologetic as he opened his mouth to speak after vomiting everything he ate in the cafeteria. I'm sorry, old man. This is my first time teleporting. You should have warned me a little. Sigh, forget it. The old man waved his hand and the vomit vanished in the air. Looking at the void filled with fluctuations as every drop of his vomit was vaporized, Damien couldn't help but shudder a little. He still had not felt any trace of aura from this man. So, do you have an axe with you or not? The old man asked with irritation visible on his face. Even though the vomit had vanished, he still felt as if he could smell it on him. No. Alright, catch this. You can use this axe as your weapon from now on. It is nothing special, just durable. Damien caught the axe flying towards him with right hand, but as soon as he caught it, he realized how heavy it was. The axe was 60 centimeters in length, featuring a straight obsidian glass handle. It consisted of 2 secondary matte black crescent blades, one fixed at the top of the shaft and a similar one at the base. The primary axe blade had a circle hole followed at the center which made the axe whistle every time it was swung. Just one look at the axe made him realize it was meant for slaughter. Thank you. Alright, don't thank me like I gifted you a family heirloom, the old man said, squinting at him. If you can't swing it properly in a week, I'll take it back and use it to split your skull instead. Weapons meant for slaughter don't belong in soft hands. Damien rotated the axe once, testing the balance despite the weight dragging at his wrist. You're very encouraging for a teacher. I'm not a teacher, the old man replied immediately. Teachers explain things nicely so idiots feel progress. I correct mistakes before they grow teeth. There's a difference, you'll learn it if you live long enough. He walked in a slow circle around Damien, not looking at the axe, looking at his spine, shoulders, grip tension, breathing rhythm. You're holding it like a borrowed tool, he continued, like something you plan to return clean. That's already wrong. An axe like that is not borrowed. It is assigned. It exists to end things. Wood, bone, doors, limbs, the material doesn't matter. The decision does. Damien adjusted his grip slightly. Then what exactly is abyssal slaughter? A weapon art? A philosophy? A killing style? The old man clicked his tongue. TSK. Listen to how many words you're trying to wrap around something simple. That's exactly why most people fail this art. They come looking for forms, sequences, secret breathing, and hidden footwork diagrams. They want 10 steps and a title. He stopped in front of Damien and tapped the axe head with one finger. Abyssal slaughter is the removal of everything unnecessary between decision and destruction. He let that sit before continuing, and this time he didn't shorten his explanation. When most fighters attack, they pass through layers. Intention, adjustment, doubt, correction, force application, and recovery plan. By the time their weapon lands, the strike has been negotiated 6 times inside their head. This art rejects negotiation. You decide once and the body is forced to obey that decision fully. No mid-swing edits, no cleverness, and no beauty. That is why it is called slaughter and not combat. Damien listened without interrupting. The old man nodded slightly at that. Good. You don't interrupt when you don't understand. That already makes you more suitable than the last 3 idiots who tried this path. One wanted to name every swing. Another wanted spinning techniques. The third asked if it could be adapted for tournaments. I nearly buried him with the practice log. You mentioned suitability earlier, Damien said. What makes someone unsuitable? People who want control more than outcome, the old man replied. Axes are not control weapons. They are outcome weapons. A sword lets you adjust halfway. A spear lets you retreat distance. An axe commits mass. Once it falls, it must finish the sentence it started. If your mind hesitates after initiating motion, you are already wrong. He suddenly pointed toward the forest surrounding them. Your training method will also disappoint you, he added, because it is boring. Logging, Damien said. The old man's eyes narrowed. Yes, logging. You will cut trees. Not for strength or stamina, but for alignment. Alignment of what? Decision, structure, and gravity. The old man said, then launched into a longer explanation without pausing. When you chop wood correctly, 3 lines must agree. Your spinal line, the blade line, and the fall line. Most people swing with arms and shoulders. That produces force but not inevitability. In abyssal slaughter, the swing begins at the heel, travels through the hip, locks through the spine, and exits through the edge. When that chain is correct, the strike feels lighter even though it hits harder. This is also called lifting something heavy as if it were light. That is how you will know you are improving, not when it feels stronger, but when it feels simpler. He walked to a nearby thick tree and knocked on it twice. You will cut until your strike stops changing shape. The first 100 swings, all different. Next 1,000, mostly wrong but consistent. After that, the body stops experimenting and starts obeying. Only then does slaughter begin. Damien asked, Are there no advanced techniques beyond this? The old man laughed. A real laugh this time, deep and rough. There are, but they are not taught. They appear on their own as time comes. When your strike becomes honest enough, variations emerge naturally. If I teach them early, you will imitate shapes instead of discovering function. And imitation fighters die beautifully. He leaned closer. I am not raising a beautiful fighter. Silence settled between them as stronger winds moved through the leaves overhead. Then the old man spoke again, voice lower and more serious than before. There is one more principle, and you should carve this into your skull. Abyssal slaughter never prepares for the second strike. Not because there isn't one, but because the first strike is delivered as if there will not be time for another. That mental condition changes muscle recruitment, breath timing, and edge commitment. Your nervous system must believe the swing is final. Otherwise, the edge softens at the last moment. That softness is invisible to spectators, but targets feel it immediately. Damien looked at the axe again, differently now. "Show me," he said. The old man grinned slightly. "Good. Finally, a useful sentence." He turned toward the forest and started walking. "Come. We begin with trees. They complain less than people, and unlike people, they don't pretend to be stronger than they are. By sunset, I'll know whether you're truly suitable, or just another boy who likes dangerous words." He didn't look back as he added, "And this time, if you feel like vomiting again, turn to the other side." Damien spent the entire time till sunset on logging under the guidance of the old man. At the start, his cuts were very shallow. But soon, under the old man's guidance, he started entering a rhythm and alignment. And he didn't use any aura in this practice. This kid has some potential after all. Unlike those failures from before, he listens well and improves as soon as a mistake is pointed out. All those so-called geniuses always think they are unique and special. But at least this kid is different. He has some kind of hunger for more knowledge. Sigh. After all this time, maybe someone else can take over this art. Pity that his talent is not high. Does the axe feel heavy now? He asked Damien, who was still swinging the axe relentlessly. No. Feels natural. It is as if the weight does not even exist. All I need to do is align my body in a better way to let the axe fall. Damien stopped his logging and responded after thinking for a while. Good. From now on you will carry on this practice daily until you achieve the realm of lifting something heavy as if it were light. This place is behind the academy. You can go back now and keep coming here for practice daily. I will be here always, keeping an eye on you. If I see that you are slacking off or making stupid mistakes, I will tear your head off." Damien couldn't be bothered by the old man's threats. During this entire time of training, he got to know how much that guy likes to threaten with the head off stuff. He probably didn't mean that. Maybe? What should I call you, old man? Just keep on calling me old man. You are not worthy to know my name as of yet. After uttering those words, the old man disappeared from his view, teleporting God knows where. Sigh. Damien sighed. It was a very tiring day mentally as well as physically for him. Training with Professor Salazar and then with this old man had drained him completely. Picking up the axe and wearing his uniform's blazer again, Damien started heading back. While he was heading back, he looked at his status to see if there were any changes. Status. Name, Damien Valker. Age 15. Rank, Talent, S. Core attributes, Strength, 31-35. Speed, 33-34. Stamina, 33-40. Vitality, 31-35. Aura, E. Will, 145. Skills, Shooting, B+. Hand combat, B. Telekinesis, E+. Aura control, D. Weapon arts, Omega Point S. Initiated. Abyssal Slaughter SS. Initiated. Finally, the weapon arts section is not empty, although I don't know how it will keep track of my improvement. Omega Point has levels, but Abyssal Slaughter doesn't seem to have any. Forget it. I just started anyway. As he was heading back, the moment he entered the premises of the academy, he saw an SFD car being parked there. A familiar-looking man stepped out of the vehicle and happened to see him too. Damien moved towards him, closing the distance. It seems the SFD has decided to send you here instead of Officer Ashley Blackheart. I assume she must be quite busy with other important matters. The bear-like man, Officer Brian Oliaf, replied after hearing Damien. Unfortunately, that is the case indeed. Officer Brian was the one who had arrived at the Norrington incident and seen Damien's madness at close hands. He didn't want to be the one sent here as a therapist for this psycho, but Ashley Blackheart was one of the most important officers of SFD and couldn't be sent here. I see you have been involved in an incident again? Yes, the Shadow Council managed to trace me back till here, though I wonder whose fault was in that. How did you know about the organization? Brian was a bit shocked. The Stormhold Academy is quite powerful. Indeed, and I admit we didn't handle the situation well, but we couldn't possibly alter the memories of everyone present at the scene. Could we? There are still many ways to contain a situation. Are you telling me that the great SFD, responsible for the security of the Federation, can't even stop some information from spreading? Brian had a complex look on his face, as if he felt guilty towards all this. You know, Officer Brian, once upon a time I knew another officer by the same name. He always carried his duties honestly, believing he was on the side of justice. I respected him, but nothing could change the fact that he worked for people with some questionable morals. I considered him quite pitiful. He always tried to prove to his own mind that all his actions would result in saving many lives. So he lived a life for justice, trapped by his own mind. But did you know what I thought of him? Damien's expressions now started showing pity, but his words remained as cold as ever. What? I considered him nothing more than a dog on the leash. Just like a dog, he was loyal to his master, always thinking his master was right. Every action of his master is justified, even if it meant being disowned by him. Silence filled between the two of them as they stood there looking at each other. Brian's feelings were hard to tell. The one standing in front of him and lecturing was just a kid who has started his academy. Yet, every word that was ever uttered from his mouth hit something inside his heart. It was the same during the interrogation as well. Could be said that ever since he came into contact with this person called Damien, he had started questioning his own life a little. Though he wasn't affected much, it did leave a shadow of doubt in his mind. By all reasoning, the kid was just trying to protect his sister and protected all the other kids that day. But from an officer's perspective, the way things were carried out, the way he killed without any remorse and the way he tortured the terrorists, felt all too similar to what they encountered in criminals every day. All because of one thing. He is way too young. For him to be so extreme, and having such a clear background despite his behavior, something is really off. But maybe I should start changing my approach? Let's figure him out during our sessions. I have a whole year to see through him. And that Shadow Council as well. They seem to be targeting him now. I can protect him by staying by his side. Brian did feel a bit guilty about how SFD didn't try to hide Damien's involvement, but he couldn't change anything. All decisions were made by higher-ups. I'm sorry for how things were handled from our end, and I saw the traces of your battle from yesterday as well. I will inform the higher-ups about this and will stay by your side till this organization is handled. Damien shook his head and eyed Brian coldly. I don't need your protection. I only want you to inform me about their movements if you get any lead. We can handle them on our own. As for letting you know classified information, I don't have that liberty. Brian refused completely. Handling terrorists was the job of SFD, not some kid studying in the academy. Yeah, sure. You guys can clearly handle them. I have seen your performance these past few weeks. Damien replied in a sarcastic voice, before he left the officer standing there by himself. He was becoming more and more disappointed with the structure of this federation and their departments. Sigh. Brian sighed as he looked at the back of retreating Damien. Damien's mood was ruined after meeting Officer Brian. He reminded him of Brian, who was always on his tail in his past life. Both of them were nothing but idiots in his opinion. That guy always cared about justice, but never understood that he was just a tool in the hands of the ones who did injustice to the world. The law, the order, the governments, all are man-made. Who gets to decide what is wrong, what is right and what is wrong? Everything just depends on benefits. This moral preaching is only done by idiots. Even in this world where they send teenagers below 20 years old to battlefields, they still care so much about me killing. So what if I killed my enemies? What the fuck is even wrong here? Oh no, I just tortured a terrorist leader because that son of a bitch tried to blow my sister's brains out. Useless pieces of shit. Can't even protect people but love to judge others. The more Damien thought, the angrier he became. His aura also started leaking out, and all who looked towards him saw a cold-looking guy holding an axe while radiating an eerie aura. As he was moving back towards his dormitory, all students who came across him avoided him completely. Just when he was about to enter the entrance of the dormitory, a hand was placed on his shoulder. "You don't look well, Junior Damien. Something happened." There she was again. Damien couldn't understand how she always managed to sneak up on him. "Met with the therapist from SFD. Ah, I see. But don't think too much. Even your aura is feeling very restless." Elizabeth pointed her finger towards the disappearing traces of his aura. "Sorry. Don't mind all this. I came to take you to the student council. You agreed to join us previously, remember? Also, give me that axe of yours. I will keep it in my space ring for now." Looking at the purple-haired beauty with a radiant smile on her, Damien sighed as he controlled his emotions and went along with her. The student council building was situated at the center of the academy. As soon as Elizabeth and Damien entered the council room where important meetings were held daily, Damien saw many powerful seniors already sitting there, including Liam Evergreen and Victor Cross. Victor Cross was a second-year senior. He was the strongest student in his year and was from an imperial family as well. He was also the one who was about to take Damien down at the orientation but was stopped by Elizabeth. His face was looking quite irritated as he eyed Damien. Michael Thorne was already present there as well. He nodded slightly towards Damien, who also gave a slight nod back. So he was invited to join the council as well. Elizabeth told me that the first year has 2 quotas in the council. We must be the ones joining. He found a chair for him to sit beside Michael as Elizabeth moved towards the head seat at the front of the table. "Good evening, everyone. I gathered you all today to welcome the first-year students joining us in the council. They will be the first-ranked Damien Valker and the second-ranked Michael Thorne." As Elizabeth introduced Damien and Michael, both of them stood up to give a respectful nod towards all the seniors gathered. Then she rested both hands lightly on the table as her purple eyes scanned everyone present. "Since both of you will be working with us from today onwards, I'll introduce the full council structure first." She gestured toward the left side of the long obsidian table. "Our student council has 13 members in total, including the 2 of you." She then turned slightly. "You already know our vice president." Liam Evergreen leaned back casually in his chair, arms crossed behind his head. His green hair was slightly messy, emerald eyes filled with lazy confidence. "Vice President Liam Evergreen," Elizabeth said calmly. Liam gave a half smirk. "Try not to create too much of a mess in your first year, juniors. Paperwork is annoying." A few seniors chuckled lightly. Elizabeth then pointed toward a massive-built man sitting 2 seats away from Liam. He looked like he belonged on a battlefield, not inside a meeting room, with jet black hair slicked back. He had a thick neck and his shoulders felt like reinforced armor plating. His presence was silent, but oppressive in a grounded, crushing way. "This is chairman of the club's committee, Gareth Blackwood." Gareth's dark eyes moved slowly toward Damien. "So you're the one causing noise in the academy already," Gareth said in a deep voice. Elizabeth continued smoothly without stopping. "Vice head of club's committee, Victor Cross." Victor leaned forward slightly, fingers interlocked, chin resting on them. His sharp brown eyes locked onto Damien. He was the strongest in the second year. "So, the academy really did give you a seat," Victor said flatly. "Let's see if you can keep it." Elizabeth didn't react to the tension. She simply moved on. "Michael Thorne will be joining the club's committee as well." Michael gave a small nod. "I look forward to working with all seniors." Victor gave a faint scoff. "We'll see if you keep that tone after field duties." Michael didn't respond, but his golden eyes didn't waver. Elizabeth then shifted her attention to the opposite side of the table. "And now, head of the disciplinary committee." Everyone's posture unconsciously straightened a little. Petite girl sat there. She was short, slim, and almost fragile looking, but her straight-cut jet black hair framed a face that had zero softness. She had cold gray eyes that seemed completely emotionless, like someone who had already decided how the world should work and would enforce it. She was also a 4th-year student. Other than her, the only 4th-year student present in the student council was Gareth. "Ariel Voss." She spoke without standing. Damien Valker. Her voice was soft but sharp enough to cut glass. You will be joining my committee. Elizabeth nodded. Clearly Ariel had already informed her. Yes, Damien will be assigned to the disciplinary committee. Ariel's gaze lingered on him a second longer than necessary. Good. Then she looked away. Elizabeth continued the introductions. Members of the disciplinary committee. She gestured. A tall, tan-skinned boy with braided dark hair raised a hand slightly. Rex Dalmir. He was a third-year student as well. Beside him sat a quiet girl with pale skin and amber eyes. Celine Hart. She was one of the 2 second years present in the council. The student council had quotas for both first and second year, meaning even though they were a bit weak compared to their seniors, they had a terrifying potential. All others present in the council were the strongest of the academy. There were no quotas for third and fourth year. It could be seen that the third-year students were quite powerful if they managed to have 7 members in the student council, including the president and the vice president. Then, a broad-shouldered girl with shaved sides and long hair tied back spoke casually. Mara Kestrel. She looked like someone who enjoyed fighting with fists. Elizabeth then gestured back toward the club's committee side. Additional club's committee members. A cheerful-looking brown-haired boy waved. Jonas Harrington, Event Operations. Beside him, a tall, elegant girl with long platinum hair smiled faintly. Elena Dre, External Partnerships. Elizabeth finally gestured toward a girl sitting beside her. And Student Council Secretary, a girl with long navy blue hair adjusted her glasses nervously. Naomi Lark. She gave a small bow. I handle all council documentation and scheduling. Elizabeth clasped her hands together. With this, the full student council stands introduced. Her gaze then moved toward Damien and Michael. You two are here because you represent the future combat corps of this academy. Her voice softened slightly. But make no mistake, you can be replaced if someone from your year challenged you. Gareth spoke. I decide who gets resources in this academy, including all the allocation for clubs. Ariel also spoke. And I decide who gets pushed into real combat zones. Silence filled the room as soon as the words were spoken. Damien took note of each and everyone present. All of them were the strongest this academy could offer. It seems Elizabeth is the strongest of the all. Likely a B+ ranked awakened. Those 2 from the 4th year are also B ranked, but clearly a bit weaker than her. Although, that Gareth fellow seems to be the strongest in combat. It is only my intuition, but he seems to have killed a lot. All members of the council have an aura jamming device given to them. Whenever you find a situation about to go bad in the academy, you can use them to restrain the perpetrators. Remember, students are not allowed to engage in unregulated combat. Only the fights presided by any professors are legitimate. Both Damien and Michael nodded their heads. Here, take these badges. You will have to wear them starting tomorrow. They indicate your status as one of us. Elizabeth handed them a black square-shaped badge with stars on it. Damien's badge held the initials DC, whereas Michael's badge held the initials CC, representing the committees they both belonged to. Every morning and afternoon we hold meetings and eat our food together alongside. We are responsible for deciding almost everything in the academy. It also includes the academy events, and the next week we have decided to let the clubs recruit first-year students. We all will be responsible for handling any situation that may arise. The disciplinary committee will patrol the campus and clubs committee will see that everything is handled well. Alright, since it's getting late, everyone is dismissed. As soon as Elizabeth mentioned that, everyone started leaving one by one. But Damien noticed that Ariel, Gareth, Naomi, Liam and Elizabeth herself remained seated. As if sensing his gaze, Elizabeth spoke. You stay here, Damien. The rest of you can leave. Michael looked confused but left as well. Soon it was just Damien and the others who held the highest power in the academy. What is this about? As Damien was wondering why he was told to wait, it was Gareth who broke the silence. All of us present here know about your involvement with the Shadow Council. The ambush yesterday was just the start. I'm afraid. We have received intel that this organization is infiltrating Tranquil City very fast. It seems they plan to create chaos here as well. Since you are already on their list, I suggest not going out of the academy for some time. Let the SFD handle this. Damien had no objection towards this. He already planned on getting stronger first. I wasn't planning on going out before I broke through D rank anyways. All of them looked surprised by these words. You think rising ranks is so easy? It takes a long time before reaching high ranks. In our academy, students reach rank D by the end of their second year. Ariel asked curiously. Damien just shrugged his shoulders, not caring about their doubts. They didn't know about his will stat being high. Breathing technique had a very fast progress rate for him as he guided his aura with his willpower. He assumed he would be reaching C rank by the end of first year, but he didn't plan on letting anyone know his full capabilities. Alright, we just wanted to warn you about the organization. You can leave as well now. But Damien looked towards Elizabeth first, and as if understanding what he would say, Elizabeth waved her hand and an axe appeared in her hand. She tossed it towards Damien, who caught it easily. As Damien left the council room, silence enveloped it. Was that his weapon of choice? Gareth asked, looking surprised. I saw him coming back from the forest. Both Gareth and Ariel exchanged knowing looks after hearing that. What's wrong? Liam asked, looking at the exchange between his seniors. Sigh. It seems that guy chose Abyssal Slaughter weapon art. Ariel sighed as she explained to everyone the consequences. Ever since the academy was established, no one has been able to achieve much in this art. Some were not even able to initiate it. It's not that it is very hard, it is the same as other SS-level weapon arts. But the fault lies in its principle. In order to master it or even initiate it, the user must have the belief that in order to kill or defeat his enemy, only one strike is enough. The stronger the belief, the more the art will resonate with you. There is no room for any doubt. Elizabeth, Liam and Naomi, who were hearing about this for the first time, had looks of awe on their faces. And it is not just that. There are no techniques, levels, style, or anything at all. It is just a simple and plain swinging of an axe. Something about some sort of alignment and rhythm. But what kind of weapon art doesn't have any such things? It is like everything is based on some illusory concepts and blind faith. Gareth said with a gloomy face as he continued after Ariel finished with frustration clear in his voice. Did anyone from your batch try this art? Elizabeth asked curiously. Ariel remained quiet as a sad expression took over her face. Gareth sighed as he answered her. One of our friends tried to learn it. He managed to initiate the art, but it took him a long time. When he faced off against a strong monster on the battlefield, he finally couldn't maintain his belief that he only needed one strike to kill. And in the end, his head was ripped off before anyone could help him. Silence filled the room as everyone showed a gloomy expression on their faces. Everyone present had someone they lost on the battlefield. When they joined the academy, all of them were like Victor, having noble pride and whatnot. But when they went to the battlefields, they finally realized how foolish they were. They should have spent more time training than having pride over their minor accomplishments. When the enemy is trying to take your life, they won't see your accomplishments. They would just see you are human, and hence their enemy. On a side note, we have our first ever commoner in the student council. Liam tried changing the mood of the room as he chuckled. It would be good if he were someone restrained. I saw the CCTV footage of the Norrington incident as well. He is not someone who would care for authority. That is the reason I wanted him in the disciplinary committee in the first place. With that status, maybe less fools would try to mess with him. But I have one doubt. Is he mentally well? Ariel looked towards Elizabeth as she asked. Gareth, Liam, and Naomi also looked towards her. All of them knew that she had a seer innate skill. He is not our enemy, Elizabeth replied hesitantly. That is not what she asked, Elizabeth. Even Gareth was now starting to look a little worried. He was the strongest student in the academy in terms of combat strength. There was not much that he feared. but it was his first time seeing Elizabeth avoid answering a question. Liam also couldn't hold back and expressed his worries. Yesterday, when Boss and I went to help him, he was standing there with a sword impaled in his stomach, holding a shopping bag. A shopping bag? With a sword impaled. Naomi, who was listening from the side, was already scared to the point of shivering. She was a person who always became anxious and scared easily. Now even Ariel started wondering if she made a wrong decision in recruiting Damien. When I asked him what happened, his reply was, "He got drunk." Okay, Liam, that's enough. Stop trying to make it seem like something is wrong with his brain. It is not that bad. Elizabeth couldn't hold back as she shouted at Liam, trying to keep him shut. Liam made a zip-closing gesture with his fingers on his mouth. I only had one vision regarding him for now, and all I can say is, don't try to be his enemy. Isn't he just a B-ranked talent? Naomi spoke with some fear in her eyes. Lily, can you tell me about his talent? Elizabeth also had some doubts, so she asked Admin AI. Beep. Gia forbade me to access his details. Silence filled the room again. This was the greatest surprise till now. Every student had a test of their talents during the entrance exam. Even top SS-ranked individuals had their talent information given to the student council by Gia, Admin AI's main consciousness. And even Elizabeth's SSS talent was known to everyone present here. So Gia, hiding the data of Damien, was an even more disturbing factor. It indirectly let them understand that there was something special about Damien, and he was not at all a B-ranked talent. It was night time when Damien entered his room. Placing the axe to the side, he looked towards his bed to see his gun already lying there. Sigh. It seems Professor Blackwood sneaked into my room. Damien sighed as he thought about the teachers he got for both his weapon arts. One was an intrusive guy while the other was an old asshole with the fetish of cutting off heads. He soon sat on his bed and started his breathing exercise. The whole day was spent on learning and training, only now he got some time to increase his aura. Soon, aura started entering his core and expanding it. The rate of absorption and transformation was much faster than before. When he woke up the next day, Damien opened his status screen first. Name, Damien Valker, age 15. Rank, talent, S. Core attributes, strength, 35. Speed, 34. Stamina, 40. Vitality, 35. Aura, E. Will, 145. Skills, shooting, B+. Hand combat, B. Telekinesis, E+. Aura control, D. Weapon arts, Omega Point S. Initiated. Abyssal Slaughter SS. Initiated. Why is my rank not increasing? Looking at his data, Damien wondered why his rank has not increased. His aura core was already E-ranked, and after last night's training, it seemed to have improved more, stepping towards E+ rank. As he was lost in his thoughts, his hologram watch beeped. Beep. It is because your attributes are limiting your core. Damien was surprised. He had not changed any of the settings of Admin AI of his watch, so why was it speaking again? Hello, Damien. I'm one of the lower consciousness of Admin AI assigned to you. Firstly, can you remove this beeping sound and do something about your robotic voice also? Beep. Changes done as per user specifications. Returning to the natural voice of the lower consciousness designed for the user. Hello, Damien. The consciousness now spoke in a mature-sounding female voice. What should I call you? You may refer to me as Aiko. Aiko, can you tell me why you were assigned to me? Gia, the main consciousness of Admin AI, was the one who assigned me to you. As for what reason, I'm not quite sure, but my goal is to guide and help you. Also, you can get in touch with her through me if you ever need it. I am just an extension of her consciousness. So, you were saying something about my attributes? Your body is weak. Can't handle the aura of E rank just yet. So you are still stuck in E rank. It is quite an unusual thing to happen. Most people are always stuck in upgrading their core, whereas you are limited by your physical attributes. I see. Damien already had an idea that this might be the reason. Aiko, from what I know, Gia remains a neutral entity? Yes. She cares for the future of the whole human race? Yes. Asterisk. But she hates being restricted by the Earth Federation, doesn't she? Send her a message from me. When she has time, come talk with me. She already knows what we are talking about. I'm her lower consciousness. So if she ever feels the need to talk to you, she can override me and get in touch. I see. That's good. For the past few weeks, Damien was starting to remember many things that Old Man said while reading the novel. One of the few things he remembered were things about admin AI. He wanted to talk with Gia and get her on his side. Although he knew that it was not possible to make Gia break her neutrality due to her programming, he could at least get her to be a bit biased towards him. Admin AI could access almost everything that was connected to the internet on this planet. Could be said that she knew almost everything that happened in the world. If he could get her help, many things could be made easier. I should go to the student council building. Elizabeth mentioned we have daily meetings alongside our food there. Getting dressed and also placing the badge of DC on his blazer, Damien headed out of the dormitory. He left his axe in the room for now. He didn't have a space ring as of yet. As Damien was heading towards the student council building, he saw many students clicking his photo secretly and doing something on their holograms. Feeling weird, he opened his hologram as well to check the Stormhold Academy forum. Breaking news! Damien Valker and Michael Thorne are the students selected from the first year to be part of the council. Sigh! Damien sighed as he saw many posts like these. Some even had the audacity to post his photos they just clicked. It is too much attention, but it's better this way. I want to keep maintaining my public image. It will be helpful in the future. His eyes couldn't help but move towards the most trending news on the forum. Student Council's first ever commoner. Damien Valker has become the first commoner in history of our Stormhold Academy to be part of the Student Council. It's a signal that the commoners are rising and they can also take over nobles by their hard work. I, being a commoner as well, from now vow to follow the light of Damien Valker. Is this also a signal that the times are changing? Among the new students this year, there are some commoners with exceptional talent as well. Ronan Hale, Lisa Morwen and Edrin Kale are all S-rank talents. With Damien clearing the path and the others following him, are we entering a golden period of commoners' rise in the academy? Only time will tell. What are your opinions? Damien had a smirk rising on his face. It was rare for him to show expression these days, but this post was really something. Are the commoners starting to view me as a leader? Good. Most of the students in the academy are commoners in the first place. Only Section A held almost all the nobles. There were only 20 students who were commoners, placed in Section A. The rest of them were all nobles. But there were 3 more sections as well in every year. So there were about 320 commoners in the first year. And now, almost all of them viewed him as a leader to follow. Even if some didn't, most of the commoners would view him as the leader. Why? Because of one fact alone. Nobles bullied commoners too much. It was the story of every year. Commoners would enter the academy feeling they finally had some achievements, feeling proud. But soon, they would find a wall called nobles ahead of them in everything. No matter what they do, no matter how they try, they could never seem to catch up. There were so many cases of nobles taking advantage of commoners and turning them into their subordinates, treating them like dirt. And just when they all saw no hope of ever breaking this social construct, a student like them finally entered the council where all the authority was held. They felt invigorated as they finally saw some hope. This sentiment was not strong in first year as they just entered the academy, but among the second and third year students, it was intense. Indeed, as Damien opened the comment section, he saw the fervor. Ha ha ha, a commoner in the student council, am I dreaming? Hell yeah. And he is ranked first in the year ranking as well. These nobles always showed too much arrogance, and they were always unfair towards us. We finally have someone who can vouch for us in the council. Sheesh. Suddenly, I don't want to go to the student council room. He closed the hologram and pretended to have not seen anything, before entering the council room. As Damien entered the room, He saw Elizabeth alongside Liam, Gareth and Ariel already sitting at the table with their food placed in front of them. When they saw him enter, Ariel waved her hand first. "Come sit beside me. This side is for disciplinary committee members." Damien nodded slightly and sat down. He exchanged greetings with everyone present. Something feels weird. He noticed the way all these senior members were glancing toward him and treating him. It was as if they considered him their equal. Damien shrugged and ignored these useless thoughts. Instead, he started wondering about food. "Good morning, sir. You must be Sir Damien Valker. I am called Robert Gilligan. I am responsible for managing things inside the council and also responsible for serving your food. Is there anything specific you would like to eat?" As Damien was lost in his thoughts, an old man with graying hair spoke to him politely from behind. Robert was dressed in a butler outfit and seemed very excited to serve him. "Good morning to you as well, Mr. Robert. I don't particularly have any likes or dislikes, so you may serve me anything you find satisfactory. Also, don't call me sir. I'm not a noble." "I know you are not a noble, Sir Damien, and that is why I respect you even more. It is my first time, since working here for 60 years, that I have the opportunity to serve a commoner. You bring us honor, and for me, you deserve to be called sir. I will be back with your food. Please excuse me." Robert smiled happily as he went to bring Damien's food. Damien's mood was starting to become a bit complex. Previously, he thought this social construct was nothing but childish games affecting only students. But now, it seemed to be bigger than he imagined. "I need to take this seriously." Everyone else at the table had also listened to the conversation between Robert and Damien. They were a bit surprised by the politeness and soft expression Damien showed toward the butler. It was not as if they treated Robert harshly. It was just that they never really gave him a thought. Yes, for them, he was only a servant meant to ease their time inside the council building. They themselves were not doing anything wrong, but ever since they were born, they had similar servants serving them. They never paid them any attention. Even Elizabeth was the same. This was the subconscious reaction of every noble. Something commoners picked up easily. Nobles never saw them as equals. "How was your first day of classes, Damien?" Elizabeth asked with a smile. "I enjoyed it, especially Professor Serafina's class. The amount of knowledge one can gain through her lectures is immense. You really are lucky. We never got to study under the legendary general of the battlefield." Liam spoke, jealousy clear on his face. Soon everyone started engaging in miscellaneous conversations. Robert also arrived with Damien's breakfast and left quietly after being thanked by him. Other members also started entering the room, and soon everyone was gathered together. Damien and Michael listened to the discussions around them and stayed quiet as they ate their food. After some time, Victor Cross, who seemed frustrated for some reason, opened his mouth. "Are we all going to pretend like everything is normal?" Startled by his shout, everyone stopped eating and looked toward him. Naomi even dropped her spoon as she flinched. "What are you trying to say?" Gareth asked. Victor was his vice head, so it was his duty to handle him. "It's all over the Academy Forum. All those commoner bastards are treating this Damien fellow as their savior, someone who broke the social construct. Just because one single commoner managed to enter the council, they think they can challenge us. This is affecting the atmosphere of the Academy. There are already fights happening in my year. The harmony of the students is getting effect." "Harmony?" Damien's cold voice rang inside the room. Everyone turned toward him. He was leaning back against his chair, his chin resting on his right hand placed on the armrest. "Maybe you mean to say that the students you suppressed are trying to fight back? Enough. Calm down, both of you. I don't want to ruin my morning on this topic." Ariel spoke in an irritated voice. "You know, there are not many nobles from where I come from. Our northern area is very harmonious. No one even cares about the nobles and their power. All they care about is that they are part of the Earth Federation. But ever since I came here, I got to know this interesting social construct that has been built in the rest of the world. I don't care for your so-called noble honor. I don't care for your need for validation. And I certainly don't give a fuck about what you all think. Damien paused as his eyes roamed across the room, meeting everyone's gaze, before continuing. I only care about one thing, power, and if someone stands in my way, I certainly won't give a fuck whether he or she is a noble or a commoner. So let's close this conversation forever. Shall we? Damien looked toward Victor with an intimidating gaze, as if daring him to speak. Victor's face turned red as he stood up. He was about to release his aura, but Elizabeth spoke first. Sit down. Her eyes held anger as she ordered Victor to sit down. Then her gaze moved toward everyone else in the room. Just because I don't speak much doesn't mean this academy is not in my control. I don't care for these petty struggles. I don't want them in my council. Is that clear, Victor Cross? Yes. All right, the meeting is over. Damien and Michael, stay behind to take your aura jamming devices. The rest can leave. No one spoke. One reason was that most of them were nobles, and some even agreed with Victor. They were proud of their lineages, and seeing commoners stand up against them was not something they wanted to see. If someone paid attention to everyone's expressions, they would see that except Gareth, Ariel, Liam, Naomi, and Elizabeth herself, all of them looked at Damien differently now. So, from the start, I was bound to be against them just because I'm a commoner. Though it is not yet time to openly start a war with the nobles. I need to be patient and lie low for a year. Damien took note of the change in everyone's expression. But he didn't say anything. As only Elizabeth was left in the room with Damien and Michael, she looked toward the two of them. Listen to me. Your batch is the batch with the strongest potential in recent years. The Federation has taken note of this as well. I don't want any conflicts to happen in your year. Michael, you should try to stop nobles from suppressing commoners. You both must remember one thing clearly. Even though power is given to the student council, the headmaster and the professors are always watching how things are handled by us. Just focus on growing and stop bothering with anything else. And Damien, try not to get involved in another incident. Both Michael and Damien looked at each other before nodding. Here, wear these bracelets. These are aura jamming devices. Only use them if any student is using aura to attack someone else. You both can leave now. After wearing the bracelets, both of them nodded respectfully toward Elizabeth before heading out. As only Elizabeth was left in the room, her hologram made a noise. I'm afraid your council does not hold the same view as you. Nobles benefit a lot from suppressing commoners. They won't let this slide. I know, Lily, but what I said was for their own good. Damien is not someone they should make an enemy of. Can you not even tell me what you saw in that vision of yours? Elizabeth remained silent as a complex expression unfolded on her face. Damien and Michael wore their bracelets and started heading toward the classroom together. As they were walking, Michael couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Damien. If there is something you would like to say, feel free to do so. I apologize for speaking out of turn on the day of the orientation. Michael spoke with a sincere expression. Damien looked slightly surprised, his eyes widening a little. Why are you so surprised? Whatever I said that day was based on the fact that you arrived late at the orientation. I thought you were one of those who lack discipline. I didn't want others following your example. I might have come across as arrogant, but my intention wasn't bad. I was just training and forgot about the time. I didn't have any intention of stealing your spotlight. I don't care about my spotlight being stolen. Michael's face stiffened slightly. One of the reasons he had spoken like that on stage was exactly this. Anyway, don't worry about it. Just make sure the nobles in our class don't follow the example of our seniors. I don't want to waste my time teaching everyone a lesson. Damien spoke casually, as if discussing something insignificant. He genuinely didn't want to bother with social construct nonsense. You do know that including me, there are 4 SS rank talents in our class. Are you really that confident in staying ahead of us? As they reached the classroom door, Damien turned toward Michael. His eyes were calm, certain, and completely unshakable. If you guys can even beat me once, I will leave this academy. Michael had never met a commoner who possessed such absolute belief in himself. Ever since he was born, There had hardly been anyone capable of challenging him among his peers. Whether in theory or raw talent, no one had ever surpassed him. Could be said that after crossing paths with Damien, he had tasted his first defeat. But that didn't mean his confidence had shattered. It just meant Damien had an early start. He and the others could catch up within a month. Logically, that was the most likely outcome. And yet, Michael looked toward Damien, who was already sitting at the back of the class, fully focused on his breathing technique. Why is he so confident? It's like, he never considered us competition in the first place. As Michael was lost in thought, Leonard Ashford, Iris Langston and Adrian Murdoch entered the classroom. All the nobles were familiar with each other since childhood. Since all four of them shared similar talent levels and age, their families ensured they stayed connected. Michael, did you see the forums today? And congratulations on entering the council, Iris said first. Don't even mention the forums. I almost wanted to rip those commoners apart. Do they think we can't see what they write? Leonard spoke with clear irritation. He was one of the nobles who held a strong bias against commoners. Adrian, on the other hand, remained completely relaxed. He even waved casually toward Damien. I suggest focusing on getting stronger. Don't get involved in all this. We already had an argument about this in the council. The president doesn't want any of this nonsense spreading in the first year. So make sure your subordinates behave, Michael said calmly. This is bullshit. Michael, you've been acting like a pussy ever since that guy defeated you. Do you really think he can hold onto his rank and council position? All four of us will be able to crush him in a few weeks. Leonard clearly wasn't taking Damien seriously. And it wasn't just him. Many nobles and even some commoners thought the same. Hey, watch your mouth, Iris snapped, clearly irritated by Leonard's crude tone. What do you think, Adrian? Michael ignored Leonard and turned to Adrian. I wouldn't underestimate Damien. You guys remember the Norrington incident, right? My sister showed me the CCTV footage. That guy over there butchered terrorists like it was nothing. And he had just awakened the previous day. There were E-rank enemies among them. Now that he has entered E-rank, he is even stronger. My sister warned me not to make him an enemy. And you all know, her warnings are never without reason. Everyone went silent at the mention of Elizabeth. She was powerful and she possessed a seer-type skill. If she had warned her own brother, then they should indeed take Damien seriously. At that moment, Professor Serafina entered the classroom. The room instantly fell silent. Serafina placed her tablet on the desk but didn't activate it. Instead, she crossed her arms and looked at the class for a long moment, as if measuring how many of them would actually survive long enough to make use of what she was about to say. You all release aura, she began calmly, her voice steady and completely unhurried. And most of you probably think that combat is about who can release more of it. That if you can push out more aura than your opponent, you automatically win. That kind of thinking only exists inside classrooms and training arenas. On real battlefields, people like that die very fast. Because raw output means nothing if you cannot control what happens to that aura after it leaves your body. She started walking slowly between the rows, hands behind her back. When aura leaves your body, it immediately starts losing structure. It disperses into the environment, it loses direction, and most importantly, it loses intent. What most first years don't understand is that nearly half of the aura they release during an attack is wasted before it even touches their target. It leaks from poor control, it scatters because their breathing is unstable, and sometimes it simply collapses because their mind hesitated for a fraction of a second. That is why two awakened with identical aura output can have completely different combat effectiveness. She stopped near the center of the room and tapped lightly on one of the desks. There is a concept you will start hearing more about from this year onward: aura magnification. And before any of you misunderstand it, it is not a technique you activate like a skill. It is not something you switch on and off. It is a state of efficiency. It is the result of your body, your breathing, your aura circulation, and your will all moving in complete alignment. She turned and wrote slowly on the board. 1x, 2x, 3x, 4x. At what we call 1 times magnification, your aura is doing exactly what it is supposed to do. Nothing more, nothing less. This is where most awakened spend their entire lives. They release aura, it strengthens their attack, and that's the end of it. It's stable, reliable, and mediocre. She tapped the second number. At 2 times magnification, something changes. Your aura stops behaving like something you release and starts behaving like something you are forcing into the world. The same amount of aura will hit harder, penetrate deeper, and transfer force more efficiently. On paper, it sounds simple. In reality, most people struggle for years just to stabilize this level outside controlled environments. Because at 2 times magnification, your mistakes don't just reduce power. They destabilize your entire aura flow. She moved away from the board again, voice still calm, but heavier now. At 3 times magnification, aura stops being just energy. It starts behaving like authority. When you strike someone at that level, you are not just hitting them with power. You are overriding their resistance. Their aura has to actively fight against your intent. And most awakened, even elites, can only maintain that state for a single strike. Maybe 2. After that, their breathing collapses, their focus breaks, or their nervous system starts rejecting the strain. She glanced across the class slowly, making eye contact with several students. And then there is 4 times magnification. At that level, aura stops behaving like something physical at all. It behaves like command pressure. If 2 awakened release the same raw aura output, the one at 4 times magnification will always win because their aura is simply more real. Harder, denser, and more absolute. She leaned lightly against the desk again. But before any of you start imagining yourselves reaching that level, understand this clearly. Magnification is not decided by talent alone. It is not decided by rank. It is decided by stability. If your body cannot handle the strain, your magnification collapses. If your breathing rhythm breaks, your aura loses coherence. And if your will fluctuates, even for a moment, the entire structure falls apart. Her eyes turned colder. And when magnification collapses during an attack, you don't just lose power. You lose control of your own aura. And losing control of aura in the middle of combat usually doesn't give you a second chance to learn from the mistake. She straightened again and looked at the class as a whole. Most of you will spend years learning to stabilize 2 times magnification. A small number of you might touch 3 times in your career. And 4 times. She paused briefly. 4 times is where you stop being just an awakened and start becoming something closer to a battlefield anomaly. She picked up her tablet finally. I will teach you all about aura magnification. Pay attention. Damien was again filled with awe at how much he didn't know about aura control. It was as if Professor Serafina's lessons were a treasure trove. I need to get her to teach me personally. Alright, that's enough for today. After this class, you have body training. You all should head towards the gymnasium. Also, you can now access the library from your hologram watch. You can choose any skills you like based on your rankings, but you will have to train them on your own. There will be no professors assigned to guide you. After saying that, Serafina wasted no time and walked out of the classroom without even turning back, as if she had already lost interest in whether they understood her words or not. Damien and all the students of Section A gathered inside the gymnasium, waiting for the professor assigned for body training to arrive. The place was massive, easily big enough to hold multiple combat simulations at once, and at the center stood a reinforced chamber made of dark alloy and transparent panels, the gravity room. Even standing outside it, Damien could feel a faint oppressive pressure leaking from it, like a sleeping beast waiting to be unleashed. Nice badge. Congratulations on joining the council. Adrian suddenly appeared from behind and started talking casually, as if they were longtime friends. Thanks. You know, you don't really have to attend classes like this if you don't want to. High-ranking students can request individual training sessions with professors. My sister does that all the time. One of the reasons it is allowed is because her rank is higher than almost her entire class, so it makes more sense for her to receive specialized training instead of wasting time in general sessions. Really? Damien was genuinely surprised. He already felt that group classes slowed him down, forcing him to match the pace of others instead of pushing his limits. So hearing this felt like someone had suddenly removed invisible chains from him. Yeah, just talk to Professor Serafina. She'll handle the arrangements. Thanks for telling me this, Adrian. Don't mention it. Before the conversation could continue, a tall, bald man wearing a tight gym suit walked into the gymnasium. His presence was heavy and grounded like a mountain that had been hammered into human shape. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Professor Nathan Brock. I will be responsible for training your bodies. His deep voice echoed across the gym. As you all know, the stronger your body becomes, the more aura it can handle without breaking apart from internal strain. His eyes swept across them. So I won't waste time by talking. All of you enter the gravity room. The entire class moved inside. And the moment the doors sealed shut, Damien felt the difference. Even normal gravity felt heavier inside the reinforced chamber. Now listen carefully. Nathan spoke, his voice coming through the internal speakers. I want all of you to start running laps. I will gradually increase the gravity. Try to last as long as possible. The longer you hold on while circulating aura through your body, the more refined and durable your body becomes. He paused. The entire purpose of this is simple. We squeeze out the hidden potential buried inside you. This is only possible for a single time. Pain is simply the body adjusting to becoming something stronger. Try to hold on as long as possible to gain more benefits. A slow, cruel smile spread across his face. So let's begin. They started running as soon as the professor ordered. First, it felt normal. Then, gravity doubled. 2 times gravity pressed down like invisible hands trying to push them into the floor. But Section A students were elites. None of them struggled much at this level. But 15 minutes later, gravity jumped 4 times. The change was instant and brutal. Several students collapsed immediately, knees smashing into the floor, palms slamming down as they struggled just to breathe. Arg! I can't. This bastard increased the gravity too fast. That Baldy has been smiling since we started running. He's definitely a sadist. Most students here were already F rank awakened. Some like Michael had already touched F rank. But even then, 4 times gravity felt like running while carrying a mountain on their backs. Damien didn't spare anyone a glance as he ran steadily in a controlled manner. His aura circulated through every muscle fiber, reinforcing them, repairing micro tears instantly, preventing energy leakage. Inside his body, destruction and healing were happening simultaneously, and it felt incredible. This is what I was missing. This kind of pressure, this kind of training. I can feel my attributes rising. 30 minutes passed by and almost everyone had collapsed by now. Some were lying flat, some were kneeling, some were even vomiting from internal pressure. But Damien kept running without slowing down. Running like a machine built for endurance. The whole class stared at him like they were looking at something not human. Michael clenched his fists as he kept on watching without saying anything. Is the gap really this big? Leonard gritted his teeth. TSK. What a freak. Even Adrian clicked his tongue softly, admiration clear in his eyes. The nobles watched silently while the commoners watched with complicated emotions. Because Damien was proof that someone from their side could stand above everyone else. Nathan's grin widened slowly. Heh. What a nice surprise. Let's see where your limit really is. Gravity jumped to 8 times under his control. Damien's legs nearly gave out instantly as his vision blurred. His bones screamed, but he forced his muscles to stabilize. Forced his breathing to regulate. Forced his aura to reinforce his entire body. Then, he started running again. Slower, but he still kept running. Inside his body, aura flooded like a raging river, repairing torn muscle fibers, reinforcing bone density, and stabilizing internal bleeding. I can feel it. I'm about to break through. Just a little more. Sweat soaked his clothes. His muscles trembled violently and his vision flickered. Then finally, come on! Boom! A dull internal explosion echoed through his body. His aura surged outward violently for a split second and his entire body started healing faster than before. He had broken through to E rank. Increase the gravity. Damien lifted his head to stare at Professor Nathan with eyes burning with hunger. Nathan had stopped smiling for a long time. This freak. Where did this monster come from? He was stupefied to see this crimson-haired boy, who just entered the academy, breaking through to E rank so early. As you wish. Gravity rose. 10x, 12x, 14x. Damien still kept running. His skin was tearing from many places as blood had already ruined his clothes. Blood was also leaking from eyes, nose, ears. But his face held a big smile. 2 hours passed by silently as only his grunts and footsteps echoed. When gravity hit 18 times, Nathan cut everything instantly as gravity returned to normal. But Damien kept running with a smile on face. Silence filled the room as no one spoke. Even Leonard felt cold crawling down his spine. What are you all staring at? Nathan finally said. Someone help the boy. He fainted a while ago. He's running purely on will now. Michael froze after hearing Professor Nathan say that. But then he looked again closely. Indeed, Damien's eyes were closed. His body really was moving on instinct alone. I'll take him to the clinic. Lisa stepped forward. Let us help, Ronan said. Edrin nodded silently. They lifted him and placed him on Ronan's back as they rushed towards the medical wing. Damien lay on a bed inside the medical clinic. He seemed to be having a terrifying dream. His body shivered, teeth clenched tight. Tears ran down his face. No! He woke with a start, breathing heavily. Huff, huff, huff. He remembered the memories his brain had been trying to suppress. The memories of Alessio's older brother. The memories of how his brother was tortured by a psycho. The memories of his last words. Gain power. As Damien wiped his tears, he looked around to see 3 awkward faces staring at him. Bad dream. The lean, bespectacled boy was the first to break the silence. Who are you? Damien pushed his memories aside and looked toward the 3 students present in the medical room with him. My name is Edrin Kale, ranked 8th in the year. The guy with broad shoulders is Ronan Hale, ranked 9th. And the girl is Lisa Morwen, ranked 10th. You fainted in the gravity room, so we brought you here. I see. Thank you. Damien recalled the moments before he collapsed. He'd been pushing himself to improve his physical attributes as much as possible when he hit his limit and fainted. Don't mention it. We didn't want to leave you in the hands of those nobles. So we all came together to make sure you were safe. Ronan Hale spoke in a loud, cheerful voice. Just like his towering body, his voice carried weight. You were really awesome managing to run for so long under all that gravity. All of us have S-rank talent, but we collapsed pretty soon. You, on the other hand, kept improving and even managed to break through to rank E. You clearly deserve your top rank. Lisa Morwen spoke up, clear admiration reflecting in her eyes. Damien looked at the trio and saw sincere admiration in each of their faces with no malice. Thank you. Edrin spoke again, his eyes meaningful. But we intended to meet you before this as well. As you've probably realized, we're also commoners. I researched and got in touch with many seniors as soon as I entered this academy. Commoners are suppressed every year. And you must have looked at the forums as well. All the seniors are thrilled that finally someone like you has risen to gain a seat in the council. You can talk with me directly. Just state your intentions. Damien already understood what Edrin was hinting at. Do you plan on leading commoners? By now, you must have also realized that nobles will see you as an enemy, even if you don't do anything to them. When something threatens their benefits, they won't sit back and leave things to chance. After hearing this, Damien remembered what happened at the student council room that morning. He knew it even then. He would eventually have to face them all. Edrin, was it? I know you have some ideas in your mind. In a week, clubs will start recruiting students from our year. I want you to gather anyone who holds similar thoughts. One more thing. I need you to gather information about what exactly nobles do to commoners. What exactly is this so-called suppression? If you're all serious about this, then give me a call during recruitment day. I'll come and meet you all. All three of them nodded seriously. They were already feeling glad that Damien hadn't refused them outright. Also, how long was I unconscious? Damien asked, since he didn't want to miss his weapon arts training. Not long, just an hour. The doctor who treated you said you'd wake up soon, so we stayed here just in case. Edrin replied. Clearly this guy was the one making decisions among the trio. I see. I'll head back to the dormitory to change my clothes. Before anyone could stop him, Damien was already moving out of the medical clinic. Silence enveloped the room again. Are you sure about this? Ronan asked Edrin. It was Edrin who'd made the decision to seek Damien out. All of them were said to be among the most talented commoner students this year, so it didn't feel right placing their hopes on someone they barely knew. Lisa also looked skeptical. She already knew that Damien was strong and hardworking, but entrusting their future to someone wasn't an easy thing to do. Trust me on this. Although Damien looks a little aloof, there wasn't one instance where he treated us with disdain. And it's not just that. Do you think commoners never had anyone talented? Look at our seniors. They started just like us, but eventually they realized no matter what they did, the outcome was the same. Nobles first went after the average talented, eventually making them either join or be isolated by the rest. No one can change anything being alone. If all of our seniors failed to break their fate of being suppressed, why should we arrogantly think that we're any different? Edrin looked very serious as he laid out his thoughts. He then placed his hands on both of their shoulders. Are both of you strong enough to suppress those SS-rank talents? I don't think anyone among us is. So why shouldn't we bet on the only one who can? Yes, everyone is skeptical. But do you think his talent would be low, considering his performance today? I was also a bit worried about my decision earlier. But after looking at that madman, I've come to realize one thing. What is it? Ronan and Lisa asked, puzzlement showing on their faces. Only a madman can challenge an entire social construct built over centuries. Edrin uttered those words with firm determination flashing through his eyes behind his glasses. And I certainly don't want to become a subordinate of those filthy nobles. Damien stood in front of the mirror in his dormitory room. Sigh. These are completely ruined. Good thing the academy provided spare uniforms. Looking at his blood-soaked clothes, he sighed. Status. Name, Damien Valker. Age 15. Rank, EE. Talent, S. Core attributes. Strength, 35-45. Speed, 34-43. Stamina, 40-50. Vitality, 35-41. Aura, E. Will, 145-149. Skills. Shooting, B+. Hand combat, B. Telekinesis, E+. Aura control, DD. Weapon arts, Omega.S. Initiated. Abyssal slaughter SS. Initiated. Looking at his status screen, his core attributes showed tremendous growth from the pressure he'd put on himself earlier. The pain was worth it. Damien smiled a little, looking at his E rank. He'd finally improved his physical qualities, which automatically increased his rank to his core level. Aura control has also risen. Till the club recruitment starts, I'll solely focus on my growth. Other matters can wait till then. As he closed his status screen, the memories came flooding back, uninvited and unrelenting. Suddenly, Damien's breathing quickened. Then, he grabbed the axe from the side of his bed, his knuckles white around the handle. Boom! The first strike shattered the bed frame. Fuck! Another swing and the wood splintered. Fuck! Again and again. Fuck! Even the reinforced academy materials couldn't withstand his fury. The bed collapsed into wreckage under the relentless barrage. His chest heaved. The axe slipped from his trembling fingers and clattered to the floor. Tears streamed down his face, hot, bitter, unstoppable. I just stood there. His voice cracked. Like a fucking coward. Watching him die. His legs gave out. He crumpled to the floor, clutching his head as if he could physically tear the memories out. He was dying, and all he cared about was me. Even then, even at the end, Damien's teeth ground together so hard his gums split. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, but he didn't care. The physical pain was nothing compared to this. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Time felt meaningless. Eventually, his breathing slowed. The tears dried on his cheeks, leaving cold tracks behind. Damien looked up at the ceiling, his eyes red and hollow. Then, something shifted in his gaze. The anguish crystallized into something harder and colder. Power! His voice was barely a whisper, but it carried the weight of an oath. Brother, I won't disappoint you. He pushed himself to his feet, unsteady but resolute. I, Damien Valkyr, will become the very symbol of power. Each word came out deliberate, carved from stone. Never again. Never again will I be too weak to protect the people I love. He stared at the broken bed, the shattered wood, the axe lying among the debris. This is my promise to you. His fists clenched. So rest in peace, brother. Your death won't be in vain. The room fell silent as only the sound of his steady breathing remained. The boy who had collapsed in grief was gone. What stood in his place was something forged in pain.
可以录2分钟，马上还有10秒。